Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. The sword was stabbed halfway into the ground directly in front of Mount Flame Crane. Crevices spread out from the sword in all directions, the narrowest being a few meters wide, the largest being 30 or more meters across. The crevices themselves were pitch black, and pulsed with intense coldness. The entire surface of the ground around the sword was covered by a glittering shield, which prevented anyone from entering. The sword was enormous. Even the portion of the blade that was visible, along with the hilt, rose up far higher than Mount Flame Crane. If the sword were compared to the size of a hand, then the mountain would be like an ant. Of course, when you compared the cultivators to the mountain was like the hand, and the cultivators standing at its summit were like ants. Two sects had already assembled at the top of Mount Flame Crane. One group contained 80 disciples, and the other, 100. Both were led by Foundation Establishment cultivators, who were currently engaged in idle chatting. The two groups of disciples, on the other hand, were staring at each other with open hostility. On the left-hand side was the group of 80 disciples. They all wore white robes, the sleeves of which were embroidered with the image of a medicinal pill. Furthermore, the entire group emanated a medicinal aroma. They were none other than the Pill Stream sect. Opposite them was the group of 100 disciples. They wore deep blue robes, and emanated profound cultivation base fluctuations. If you looked closely at some of the disciples, it was possible to see that certain parts of their bodies rippled and blurred in strange ways. They were none other than the Profound Stream sect. Even as the two parties measured each other up, the clouds up above began to churn, and countless magical symbols appeared. At first, they flickered back and forth between the shape of a cauldron and the shape of a sword, but in the end, they resembled an enormous ink dragon, roaring at the top of its lungs. The leader of the group from the Pill Stream sect was a middle-aged woman. Looking up with glittering eyes, she murmured, "The Spirit Stream sect is here." The cultivator leading the Profound Stream sect was an old man with numerous oddly bulging protrusions on his face that gave him a very sinister appearance. The pupils of his eyes were vertical like a cat's, and every time he blinked, anyone who was looking at him would be filled with a very bizarre sensation. Currently, he was looking at the Spirit Stream sect spell formation forming up above. Before long, a beam of light shot down and landed in another area of Mount Flame Crane. More than 100 people slowly materialized, with Uanji at the front. When the woman from the Pill Stream sect and the old man from the Profound Stream sect saw him, their faces flickered with surprise. "Taoist Jackal." Uanji chuckled in a grating voice and then said, "Fellow Taoist Tai. Fellow Taoist Lin. Long time no see." After all of the disciples materialized, he waved his hand, dispelling the protective shield created by the spell formation. With that, he stepped forward. As the Foundation Establishment cultivators began to confer, Bazish-hun rubbed his eyes and looked around, feeling a bit dazed. The sight of the enormous sword left him gasping. Looking up, he realized that he couldn't even see the end of the hilt, It disappeared into the clouds above. It was a very shocking sight indeed. Light gasps could be heard around him as other Spirit Stream sect disciples also looked up in shock at the huge sword. It was at this point that Baziush-hun noticed that there were a lot less people around him. 200 had been gathered upon their departure, but now there were only 100 people with him. Zhu Xingqi was nowhere to be seen, nor was Lu Tanlai. However, Shangguan Taniu, Ghost Fang, Bane Lai, Gong Sunwaner, and Hu Yunfei were all present in the crowd, all of whom were currently studying the shocking sword in front of them. It didn't take long, though, before they all started to sit down cross-legged and produce jade slips. After pouring some spiritual power into the slips, they then began to study the disciples from the Pill Stream sect and the Profound Stream sect. Likewise, the disciples from the other sects turned to look at the newcomers. Quite a few disciples were looking at Baziush-hun. The expressions of the faces of the disciples differed from group to group when they saw Baziush-hun. Those from the Pill Stream sect seemed skeptical, as if they didn't quite believe what they had heard about him. As for the Profound Stream sect, they wore looks of derision. Baziush-hun was a bit surprised by all this. Moments later, Hu Yunfei approached and handed him a jade slip. "You showed up late," he said quietly. "Before you came, the Peak Lords and Duangji explained the bitter struggle we'll face in more detail. They said that the best way to stay safe was to kill as many disciples from the other sects as possible. They also gave us jade slips with information about the Fallen Sword Abyss, as well as the disciples of the other sects. Presumably, the other sects have information about us too." Baziush-hun took the jade slip and poured some spiritual power into it. The first thing he saw was a detailed introduction to the Fallen Sword Abyss. The Fallen Sword Abyss was also called the Fallen Sword World, and had descended from above several thousand years in the past. More than half of the sword was buried deep in the earth. The sword itself formed a tilted world, the depths of which were filled with increasingly powerful earthstring beasts, whose bodies contained large amounts of earthstring energy. The entrances to the Fallen Sword World were the numerous subterranean holes which had been punctured into the body of the sword during its fall. Within the world of the sword, there were not only earthstring bane beasts formed from earthstring energy, there were also bane souls. Many people believed that they were the souls of people slain by the sword, who materialized due to the presence of the earthstring energy. Although they did not possess the same battle prowess they had before death, they were still dangerous. Thankfully, they weren't intelligent, and wouldn't take the initiative to attack. When Baziush-hun read about that, he took a deep breath and resolved to pay close attention to the bane souls. As far as he was concerned, they were basically the same thing as evil ghosts. The jade slip also provided detailed information about earthstring energy. Essentially, there were two types of earthstring energy. One was the type in the bane beasts. When a bane beast was killed, it would release some faint earthstring energy, which could be collected into a Dao bottle and transformed into an earthstring capture crystal. That crystal was like a key which could unlock the method to collecting the second type of earthstring energy. The truth was that 99% of the earthstring energy was fused with the world itself, and couldn't be collected directly. It had to be summoned. The amount of earthstring energy in the world was limited. Upon reaching Foundation establishment, a certain number of spiritual sea tide flows would occur depending on the latent talent possessed by a given individual. Because of that, the earlier one reached Foundation establishment, the better. Every person who actually reached Foundation establishment would reduce the total amount of earthstring energy within the Fallen Sword world. Generally speaking, unless some incredible disciple came along who achieved 8 tide flows, there would be enough earthstring energy for 30 people to reach Foundation establishment. Those who reached Foundation establishment sooner rather than later had a huge advantage. If someone was too slow, it would become difficult to absorb enough earthstring energy to cause a tide flow, thus making it impossible to reach Foundation establishment. Chapter 142, A Host of Chosen. After finishing with the introduction of the Fallen Sword Abyss, Baziush-hun felt more than ever that the place was profoundly dangerous. Frowning, he went on to peruse the numerous images of the various disciples from the other 3 sects. As he did, he would occasionally look up to identify that disciple within the crowd and make a quick comparison. The more he learned about the disciples of these sects, the more jumpy he got. Zhao from the Pill Stream sect, adept with illusion forms. She once simultaneously fought 3 disciples in the same cultivation stage, and slaughtered them all. Wow, so incredible. Her abilities seem on par with Gong Sunwaner's illusion magic. Baziush-hun blinked a few times, and then looked furtively over at a young woman in the Pill Stream sect group. She was incredibly beautiful, with soft, supple skin. Currently, she was staring into the eyes of Gong Sunwaner. Clearly, the two of them were already measuring each other up. Lei Shan from the Profound Stream sect, a body refinement cultivator with a lightning flame profound clone. Incomparably powerful, with exquisite magical techniques. He was once chased down by a Foundation establishment cultivator, but survived for 7 days without being killed. is suspected to possess a fire spirit body, and has extraordinary healing abilities. After reading the description, he looked over at the Profound Stream sect disciples and quickly spotted Lei Shan. He was a burly, muscular young man, who was sitting there cross-legged, lighting and flames swirling around him. He looked impressive to the extreme. Seemingly sensing Bazius Hun's gaze upon him, he looked over and smiled viciously, his eyes flickering with killing intent. He'd be a good opponent for Liu Tanlai, Bazius Hun thought. They both love their lightning. Looking away, Bazius Hun continued on with the information in the jade slip. Fang Lin from the Pillstream sect, their #1 chosen of the current generation. Relatively unknown half a year ago, whereupon he suddenly rose to fame. Adept with the Tao of Poison, and a decisive killer. Successfully cultivated a heaven-earth furnace cauldron, and has power that exceeds the peak of chi condensation. Very difficult to match. Has only fought 2 true battles. In one, he slaughtered 8 rebel cultivators, all of them in the great circle of chi condensation. He wasn't even harmed during the fighting. In the other battle, he destroyed a defensive treasure comparable to the Foundation establishment level, and killed a spy sent by the Spirit Stream sect. Bazius Hun's eyes went wide, and he quickly identified Fang Lin in the crowd, a young man with an expressionless face. 9 Isles from the Profound Stream sect. The first chosen in the Profound Stream sect in the last 3,000 years to successfully cultivate the exterminating obliteration technique. Supposedly, that technique can obliterate all life forms, and leaves nothing behind in its wake. It creates obliteration threads that not even mortal Tao Foundation establishment cultivators can match up to. Scalp tingling, Bazius Hun looked over and caught sight of a cold-faced young man sitting there in the crowd. Bazius Hun wasn't sure if he was seeing things or not, but it seemed like he had faintly visible magical symbols surrounding him that formed something like chains. Just looking at him for a few moments caused Bazius Hun's eyes to hurt, and his vision to begin to fade. He quickly looked away from the terrifying young man. It was at this point that Bazius Hun realized that there were descriptions of almost all of the disciples from the Pillstream sect and the Profound Stream sect. However, the information on the Bloodstream sect disciples only had 2 entries. Zhu Xiaoshan from the Bloodstream sect. Ordinary talent, but a direct descendant of the founding patriarch of the Bloodstream sect. Incredibly high position, silk pants personality. Possesses endless magical items. Song K from the Bloodstream sect. #1 chosen, sometimes called Ascendant Limitless. Closely resembles Master Limitless. No details about his techniques, but in one heaven-defying battle, he killed a Foundation establishment cultivator while he was only in chi condensation. An unprecedentedly dangerous threat to all chi condensation disciples. Special reward for killing him. The first entry among the Bloodstream sect disciples wasn't very impressive, but the second caused Bazius Hun to gasp, and his eyes to open as wide as saucers. Killed a Foundation establishment cultivator? Bazius Hun's heart trembled with disbelief. After some thought, he decided that Song K would be the perfect opponent for Ghost Fang. As for his own poor little life, he most certainly wouldn't throw it away by taking him on. The terrifying nature of the disciples from the other sects was difficult to accept. Then, his heart suddenly trembled. Do the other 3 sects' jade slips have information about me? I wonder what they say? As his curiosity grew, he was just considering trying to find a friendly disciple from one of the other sects to trade jade slips with when suddenly, a wave of pressure descended from above. The sky turned completely blood-red as the Bloodstream sect arrived. Their spell formation was very different from the Spirit Stream sects. A shocking, blood-red severed hand appeared up above, blotting out the sky and obscuring the sun. Everything up above became completely crimson. Shockingly, in the palm of the severed hand was a huge eye, completely bloodshot, and coldly bizarre to behold. The eye blinked, and all of Mount Flame Grain trembled. Moments later, a group of over 100 figures began to materialize in a 4th location at the top of the mountain. As they became visible, more pressure weighed down from above. Apparently, if anyone dared to launch a sneak attack at this moment, the enormous severed hand would descend with destructive power to destroy the ambushers. Heaven and earth shook violently as the Bloodstream sect appeared. They had the largest group of any of the 3 sects, a total of 121. Without the Foundation establishment expert who was their leader, they had brought a total of 120 disciples. They all wore long red robes, and had icy expressions on their faces. They all seemed ready to kill at any moment, and looked at the disciples of the other sects the way that wolves will look at sheep. Each and every one of the Bloodstream sect disciples seemed fierce to the extreme, with intensely murderous auras. None of them seemed to trust each other, either. As soon as they materialized, they edged away from each other and then sat down cross-legged to meditate. The disciples of the Pillstream sect seemed shaken, except for Zhao and Fang Lin, whose eyes glittered with interest and vigilance. The Profound Stream sect disciples had a similar reaction. Other than the chosen disciples, Everyone trembled at the intimidating sight of the Bloodstream sect. Gasps could also be heard among the Spirit Stream sect disciples. Bazius Hun's eyes went wide, and he instantly thought back to the introductions he had just read. The Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect couldn't be more opposed in their philosophies. The Bloodstream sect was ruled by the law of the jungle, and the threat of brutal violence and even death constantly hung over the heads of their disciples. They were almost a devilish sect, and the disciples who rose through the ranks were all brutal and merciless. What a bunch of devils! Bazius Hun thought, swallowing hard. They even allow disciples to kill each other. How terrifying. The Spirit Stream sect is definitely way better. Resolving to be very careful around the Bloodstream sect, he began to look for the two faces he recognized from the descriptions. Obviously, the person to watch out for most was the heaven-defying chosen named Song Ke, who had killed a Foundation establishment cultivator. It didn't matter how he'd accomplished such a task, the mere fact that he'd succeeded showed how terrifying he was. It didn't take long to find him. He was a young man with ordinary features, but who radiated intense coldness. He wore different garments than his fellow disciples. His were not pure crimson, but instead, a darker magenta color. When he sat down cross-legged to meditate, not a single disciple dared to sit within 3 meters of him. His murderous aura was intense to the extreme, and vastly surpassed all of the disciples around him. It even seemed to physically distort the air around him. As soon as Bazius Hun spotted Song Ke looked back at him, as if he had been waiting to lay eyes on him. Their gazes met, and Bazius Hun was instantly filled with such terror that he almost wanted to flee in the opposite direction. It was the same feeling he had experienced when he was being chased through that nameless jungle by the murderous Chen Heng. Chapter 143, that was definitely on purpose. Bazius Hun took a deep breath and looked away to try to find Zhu Xiaoshan. He was actually the easiest to identify. He was extremely handsome, and had a very proud expression. He seemed to be the type of person whose chin was perpetually stuck up into the air, as if there were not a person in the world who was worthy to look him in the eyes. His silk pants personality couldn't be more obvious. There were even 2 beautiful female disciples who attended to him. One of them was currently massaging his shoulders, and another was peeling fruit which she then placed in his mouth. Bazius Hun couldn't help but feel a little bit envious. Around this time, Bazius Hun noticed that a lot of the Bloodstream sect disciples were doing the same thing that Song Ke had done. They were staring at him with cold gazes. Unlike the skepticism of the Pillstream sect or the arrogance of the Profound Stream sect, the looks given by the Bloodstream sect were fear-inspiring and filled with killing intent. Bazius Hun felt his mouth and throat going dry. There seemed to be something odd about the gazes of the Bloodstream sect disciples, and Bazius Hun continued to grow more and more curious about what the other disciples' jade slips said about him. The cultivator leading the Bloodstream sect was an old man in a long red robe with crimson hair. His face was white, and he had a bit of a hunchback. His eyes were sinister to the extreme, and as he glanced over the crowd present, he licked his lips. Shockingly, his tongue was not the tongue of an ordinary person. It was forked like a snake's, and caused all the disciples who saw it to shiver in fear. Uangji and the 2 cultivators named Hai and Lin ceased their chatting and looked over at the Bloodstream sect. When they saw the snake-tongued old man, Hai and Lin gasped. As for Uangji, his expression turned very serious. Master Snakescale, Uangji said in a somewhat unfriendly tone of voice. The Bloodstream sect is late. The snake-tongued old man blinked, then forced an insincere smile onto his face. Eyes glittering with murder, he looked at Uangji and said, Hey. I'm not late. You people just got here early. Apparently the gazes of both men contained some vision-related divine ability, which caused an odd, soundless rumbling to build up between the 2 of them. A moment later it shattered, and Uangji let out a grunt. Face a bit pale, he swished his sleeve and walked back to stand in front of the Spirit Stream sect disciples. As for the snake-tongued old man, his eyes glittered, and his chi and blood surged within him. He also fell back a few paces, and when he looked up, his eyes shone with a strange light. Uang, you old codger, after all these years, you've made quite an improvement with your cultivation base. Well, there will be time for reminiscing later. Now that the Bloodstream sect has arrived, let's open the Fallen Sword Abyss. It's time for the trial by fire. With that, he waved his hand, causing a fragment of jade to appear that seemed to have come from a pendant. The fragment instantly flew out and hovered in the air between the forces from the 4 sects. Hai and Lin exchanged a glance, and then produced similar jade pendant fragments. Uangji did the same. Instantly, the 4 fragments flew together and formed a whole jade pendant. Glittering light filled the air, and moments later, the glowing shield sealing the area around the giant sword began to open up. From the look of things, after enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, it would be possible to enter the area. All of the chi condensation disciples were paying close attention to the goings-on. Even as Baziush-hun studied the situation, Uenji's voice was transmitted into the ears of the Spirit Stream sect disciples. There are more than 40 entrances to the world of the sword. Each one can accommodate no more than 10 people. The first battle you will fight will be to enter the sword itself. Ambushes on the inside have been known to occur, so do your best to stick together. Remember what I told you before. If you meet disciples from other sects, don't be soft-hearted. To protect yourself, kill them if you can. Collect the Earth String energy into your Dao bottles and form the Earth String capture crystal as quickly as possible. Then begin to summon the surrounding Earth String energy from the rest of the fallen sword world. Even as Uenji gave his final explanations to the Spirit Stream sect disciples, the Foundation establishment cultivators from the other 3 sects were doing the same thing. Uenji waved his right hand, and 100 little blue bottles flew out into the hands of the disciples. These are your Dao bottles. By this time, rumbling sounds were echoing out as the shield preventing access to the crevices in the ground opened fully, leaving a gap of roughly 9 meters through which the disciples could enter. By entering that gap, it was possible to go into the underground passages and into the depths of abyss, where one could find entrances leading into the world of the sword itself. This whole area is under the control of the 4 great sects. That, coupled with the oversight of the sect's patriarchs, means that no Foundation establishment cultivators will be able to enter the world of the sword. Remember, you cannot stay inside for very long. The Holy Land will only remain open for 3 months. After that time period expires, whether or not you have succeeded, you will have to leave. I will pull you out from the outside if I have to. Another thing. Although nothing extreme will happen that is outside of the purvey of expectation, for generations now, the patriarchs of the 4 great sects have maintained 4 teleportation formations to evacuate you in case any emergency occurs. Based on the types of techniques you cultivate, the formations will identify you and teleport you back to the sect, or at least to the same continent. Of course, no amount of fighting and killing between disciples will trigger the teleportation formations. Finally, whether or not you succeed in reaching Earthstring Foundation establishment, I truly hope that all of you make it back alive. As he looked out over the disciples, Uenji's usual cold demeanor softened a bit, and his expression even looked a bit encouraging. That was especially true when he looked at Baziush-hun and Ghost Fang. When he looked at them, his eyes glowed with keen anticipation. Seeing that the entrance was now open, the Bloodstream sect immediately began to fly in that direction. Among the Spirit Stream sect disciples, Ghost Fang was the first to leap into action, followed by Shangguantaniu and the other chosen. Baziush-hun took a deep breath, and then rapidly produced 8 leather coats from his bag of holding. As he flew along, he also pulled out a big black wok, which he put on his back. Eyes shining with determination, he gritted his teeth and flew through the entrance. Of course, he didn't go alone, he made sure to follow along at the back of the group of Spirit Stream sect disciples. Soon, the disciples of the 4 great sects had vanished into the crevices. Uenji, the snake-tongued old man, and the cultivators named Hai and Lin all exchanged glances, and then sat down cross-legged around the entrance, looking around vigilantly as they stood guard. There were many crevices leading underground, some large, some small, and the Spirit Stream sect disciples didn't all stick together. Ghost Fang, Bane Lai, Gong Sun Wanner, and some of the other chosen chose to go alone. The rest of the disciples split up into 2 groups, one made up of North Bank disciples, and the other made up of South Bank disciples. The forces from the Pill Stream sect and the Profound Stream sect acted similarly. However, the disciples from the Bloodstream sect didn't seem to have much trust amongst themselves, and either acted alone, or split up into groups of 2 or 3. Baziush-hun looked around cautiously as he followed the South Bank disciples into the depths. As soon as he was underground, he could sense the pulsing coldness rising up from below. It seemed to want to pierce into his body, to freeze his chi and blood. However, he was wearing too much clothing, making it impossible for the cold to reach him. The further down they got, the colder it became. Thankfully, they weren't very far from the surface. Combined with the level of their cultivation bases, they weren't in any harm. Soon, the South Bank disciples noticed that Baziush-hun was in the very back, and strange expressions appeared on their faces. However, those expressions quickly transformed into smiles of joy. After all, with Baziush-hun there, they felt a lot safer. Although they were all in the 10th level of chi condensation, and very proud of that fact, they knew that Baziush-hun was far more powerful than them in every way. Soon, they began to make room for him, stepping off to the side and clasping hands in greeting. Greetings, Sect Uncle Bay. It's the just and righteous Sect Uncle Bay. He's not like Shangguantaniu and those others who went off on their own. He's sticking with us. Now that's what the South Bank Chosen should be like. Sect Uncle Bay, it's me, Zhu Yao Dao. Do you still remember me? You really got me good in that acid rain incident. Baziush-hun looked at the group parting way to let him up to the front, and was initially shocked. Actually, he had hoped to find a bit of safety by remaining in the back of the crowd. But after hearing how everyone was talking to him, he blinked and then cleared his throat. Sticking his chin up, he assumed the posture of someone of the senior generation. Ha ha ha. None of you have a thing to worry about. With an important person like myself here, no one will dare to cause any problems for you. Delighted, the other disciples clustered around Baziush-hun, especially Zhu Yaodao from Violet Cauldron Peak, who was all smiles. Hu Yunfei ended up next to Baziush-hun. Considering his current get-up, the fact that he was acting like someone from the senior generation left Hu Yunfei chuckling. However, he couldn't forget everything that had occurred with the Luotian clan. Good luck, Ziush-hun, he said quietly. You're definitely going to reach Earthstring Foundation establishment. I hope so too, Ziush-hun replied. Looking around to make sure no one was listening, he leaned over with a scowl and said, Hey, do you think the other disciples did this on purpose? I originally wanted to stay in the back. How come I ended up in the front all of a sudden? A strange expression appeared on Hu Yunfei's face, and he coughed lightly. For some reason, he felt that whenever Baziush-hun was around, no matter how solemn or dangerous the situation was, it would somehow become bizarre and amusing. Ah well, I can let it go. Baziush-hun continued. After all, I'm a prestige disciple, and the junior brother of the sect leader. Back on the South Bank, I did drag these disciples into some bad situations with my pill concocting, so for now, I'll just cut them some slack. Sticking his chest out and looking very much the hero, he proceeded along as quickly as his cautious and nervous heart would let him. Elsewhere in the subterranean crevices, disciples from the other sects went along alone, or in groups of between 3 to 5. Any of them who saw the larger group of a few dozen would immediately avoid it. Even those who considered themselves to be superior would look at them coldly and then move on as quickly as possible. Soon, the group caught sight of the body of the sword, and one of the gaps that led inside. However, there were already 2 beams of light shooting toward the gap. Baziush-hun immediately decided to move on, but before he could, the surrounding Spirit Stream sect disciples excitedly began to perform incantation gestures. In the blink of an eye, numerous magical techniques were bearing down on the 2 disciples from the other sects. Both of them were from the Bloodstream sect, and as soon as they saw the incoming magical techniques, their faces flickered, and they tried to dodge out of the way. Unfortunately, they weren't quite quick enough, and were sent tumbling backward, blood spraying out of their mouths. Then they fled, glaring hatefully at the Spirit Stream sect the whole time. Baziush-hun was pleasantly surprised that they'd managed to secure one of the gaps by means of superior numbers. Of course, considering his status, he simply cleared his throat and let the other disciples enter the gap ahead of him. Chapter 144, Lord Bay is gonna fight you to the death. There was no way to ensure that you wouldn't be ambushed after entering. One could only rely on one's skills and abilities to stay safe. Jade slips could not be used to send messages to those on the outside either. However, if several people from one sect all entered at the same time, they would be safe from anything except a brutal, large-scale ambush. After 4 disciples entered the opening, Hu Yunfei chose to go in. Just before stepping inside, he asked a favor of Baziush-hun. If anything unexpected happens to me inside, please take care of my clan junior brother, Hu Yunking. Hu Yunking was one of the most important younger clan members, although he wasn't a member of the Spirit Stream sect, but rather, had stayed in the clan to further his cultivation. Baziush-hun quickly comforted Hu Yunfei and told him not to be so depressing. Then he furtively handed him a paper talisman. Hu Yunfei was initially startled, but after looking at the talisman for a moment, was quite moved. With a final nod to Baziush-hun, he stepped into the entrance. As soon as he disappeared, the gap went dark, indicating that it was no longer possible to use it as an entrance. Baziush-hun was a bit worried about Hu Yunfei, but considering the entrance had closed, there was little more to be done. With that, he led the group onward. They proceeded along for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, chatting and laughing about Baziush-hun's antics on the South Bank. They also talked about their hopes and ambitions for the future. When Baziush-hun slapped his chest and told them that his dream was to live forever, they all chuckled. Zhu Yaodao loudly declared that his dream was to become a patriarch of the Spirit Stream sect. They were on the brutal and deadly path to Foundation establishment, but as of this moment, they were able to relax slightly. With Baziush-hun in the lead, they didn't suffer any setbacks. Any gap they caught sight of was quickly taken over. Get him, boys. Baziush-hun would cry. Hey, this place belongs to us. Buzz off, this place is ours. Well, what's this? How dare you glare at me? Get him, boys. Booms rang out constantly. At the same time, the number of Spirit Stream sect disciples grew smaller and smaller. Every time one of them entered one of the gaps, they would express deep gratitude toward Baziush-hun. At the same time, The fact that the disciples would leap into action at the simple wave of his hand left Bazius-hun feeling very moved. So, this is what it feels like to be chosen. No wonder so many people want to be one. Even as he sighed about the matter, they approached another area with gaps in the sword. Unexpectedly, there was a large group of people fighting each other in the area. Even more shocking, there were a total of 3 gaps visible, and 6 powerful bloodstream sect disciples were holding them against 9 disciples from the other 2 sects. At the moment, the fighting had reached a deadlock. When Bazius-hun saw what was happening, his eyes glittered, and the remaining dozen or so spirit stream sect disciples behind him all started to get excited. Without any further hesitation, Bazius-hun shouted, "Hey, this place belongs to us." The bloodstream sect disciples had been carrying out a mission for their sect to guard this location for as long as they could. They were already exhausted, so when they saw so many people from the spirit stream sect arriving, their expressions flickered, and yet they didn't flee. Instead, they vanished into the gaps. The surrounding disciples from the Pill Stream sect and the Profound Stream sect were just about to charge into the entrances when they were bombarded by magical techniques and divine abilities, shoving them back. A moment later, Bazius-hun and the other Spirit Stream sect disciples were blocking the way. Aware that they had the advantage of numbers, Bazius-hun proudly said, "Humphrey, be good little disciples and buzz off. Lord Bay is in a good mood today, so he won't cause you any further trouble." The faces of the disciples from the other sects twitched. It's him again. His name is Bazius-hun. What a villain. This is the 3rd time he's snatched an entrance from me. Damn it. This is the 2nd time for me. If it weren't for him, I'd already be in the world of the sword. Because the group consisted of people from different sects, they were reluctant to join forces. Besides, even if they did, they would still be outnumbered by the Spirit Stream sect. Eyes blazing with rage and helplessness, they watched as the Spirit Stream sect disciples vanished into the 3 gaps. Feeling very pleased, Bazius-hun watched 5 disciples enter the first gap before it went dark. 3 people vanished into the second gap. As far as he was concerned, he was performing a great service for the sect. As of this point, his mission was accomplished. Clearing his throat, he joined the final 5 Spirit Stream sect disciples as they approached the 3rd entrance. The surrounding disciples from the Pill Stream sect and the Profound Stream sect looked on, aware that by this point, it was too late to do anything about the situation. Besides, even if the gap didn't go dark after the Spirit Stream sect entered, they still wouldn't dare to enter for fear of an ambush on the other side. Just as they were about to depart to look for another gap, their eyes widened, and their jaws dropped in shock. Then, cold, murderous smiles appeared on their faces. Just now, when the 5th Spirit Stream sect disciple entered the passageway, and Bazius-hun attempted to step in, it went dark. "No way," Bazius-hun said, astonished. As he was shoved roughly out of the entrance, he swallowed and looked over his shoulder. There stood the group of disciples from the other sects, eyes flashing menacingly as they slowly walked toward him. Each and every one was in the great circle of the 10th level of chi condensation, and in their own sects, they were chosen who everyone looked up to. Although they weren't the type who other disciples despaired of ever surpassing, they were still far beyond ordinary in terms of their natural talent. "Why don't you go in, Bazius-hun? Hurry up, step into the entrance." "Yeah. If you don't, we'll help you. Maybe if we cut you into pieces, then you'll fit in." "Ha ha ha. You're finally gonna get what you paid for. You and your gang robbed me of 3 entrances. Now what are you gonna do?" Cold laughter and murderous auras spread out to fill the area. By this point, Bazius-hun was a common enemy that all the disciples hated. He took a deep breath, and as the group prepared to attack, he smacked his bag of holding, producing a fistful of paper talismans which he slapped down all over himself. Instantly, blinding light radiated out as Bazius-hun created a 60-meter wide world of brightness. The popping sounds of shields being summoned turned into a deafening cacophony that filled the entire area. The other disciples' eyes went wide, and their minds reeled. They almost couldn't believe what they were seeing. Bright, multicolored light filled a 60-meter wide area as more than 100 shields appeared. All of the disciples' scalps were tingling in shock. This was something the likes of which they had never seen in their entire young lives. How many talisman shields is that? Heavens! How rich is this guy? Damn it! Even if we had 10 times as many people here, we wouldn't be able to break through those shields. Trembling on the verge of madness, the disciples stared at Bazius-hun with increasing astonishment. As for Bazius-hun, he stood there, chest puffed out, hands clasped behind his back, chin stuck up, expression somewhat melancholy, like a lonely hero. "Very well, you bunch of bullies, bring it on," he said loudly. "Lord Bay is gonna fight you to the death." From his tone of voice, it really seemed like he was ready to fight to the death. Even as the words left his mouth, the proto-magnetic wings popped out of the big black hawk on his back, and he blurred into motion, slamming into the closest disciple, a long-faced young man from the Profound Stream sect. More precisely, Bazius-hun didn't slam into the young man, his shields did. A full 60 meters away from Bazius-hun, a miserable shriek echoed out, and the young man was sent flying backward for some distance before he managed to grind to a halt. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he looked over at Bazius-hun's shields, then sighed and left sullenly. There was really no other option. Even he knew that he couldn't single-handedly break through Bazius-hun's shields. Draining his energy in such a way would be pointless, and would only delay his ability to enter the world of the sword. Everyone else was completely shaken by what they saw. Feeling completely helpless when it came to Bazius-hun, they began to disperse, fleeing in every direction at top speed. Considering that there wasn't even an entrance to struggle over, none of them were inclined to fight Bazius-hun to the death. Hey, don't run. I'm ready to fight till the bitter end. You bunch of bullies. Get back here. Bazius-hun continued to call out at the top of his lungs, but it only caused the other disciples to move more quickly. Soon, Bazius-hun was alone, standing there blinking. Although surviving the combined attack of the enemy disciples had wasted some time, staying on track toward Earthstring Foundation establishment was the most important thing. With that, he began to pull the paper talismans off and put them back into his bag of holding. Most of them had only burned through half of their charge, and thus, could still be used later. Bazius-hun stuck his chin up and swished his sleeve like a lonely hero. Bazius-hun is not to be trifled with. With that, he flickered into motion, making his way down through the cracks and crevices as he tried to find another gap leading into the huge sword. Of course, when it came to entering the sword world earlier or later, there were pros and cons to both. Those who entered sooner would be able to start killing the Earthstring Bane beasts sooner, and begin collecting the Earthstring energy. However, those people would find themselves higher up in the world of the sword, where the Bane beasts didn't have much Earthstring energy in them. The Bane beasts further down in the world of the sword could have 10 times as much Earthstring energy or even more. It required a large collection of Earthstring energy to form the Earthstring capture crystal. Another thing to consider was that the world of the sword was enormous, and also contained Bane souls. Because Bane souls had to be avoided, it was actually possible to proceed downward with greater speed if one was outside the sword. The downside to being outside of the sword was that the cold became increasingly intense the further down you went. Eventually, it became so cold that chi condensation disciples couldn't survive. At a certain point, there was no other option than to enter the world of the sword, for one's own safety. In the end, the decision of when exactly to enter the sword was up to each individual's power and strength, and their own determination of what was best for them. Bazius-hun already had a rather high level of cold resistance, and now that he thought about it, it made sense to go down as far as he could before choosing an entrance. That would actually put him ahead of many of the people who were already in the sword. Time passed. Bazius-hun moved at top speed, almost a blur. He wasn't even aware of it, but he had already passed almost all of the other chi condensation disciples who had already entered the sword. The cold grew more and more intense, until he was starting to get stiff. Eventually, he reached the point where going too much further might end up injuring him. He took a deep breath as he looked down into the pitch black below. I think I can go another 300 meters. He tried to use some paper talismans to stave off the cold, but they did little good. Shaking his head, he started looking around for a gap. All of a sudden, he noticed a spot roughly 90 meters down, where a young man was standing next to the body of the sword. As soon as the young man sensed Bazius-hun, he looked over, and their gazes locked. Bazius-hun immediately recognized who this cold and vicious young man was. Bloodstream Sect. Song-K. Spirit Stream Sect. Bazius-hun. Chapter 145, Sentenced to Death. Bazius-hun's scalp was tingling so hard it felt like it might explode. The person standing in front of him was capable of killing Foundation establishment cultivators, and had already forged an unprecedented legend of heaven-defying ferocity. From what Bazius-hun knew, he should have been able to enter the world of the sword much earlier on. What could he possibly be doing so far down outside the sword? As soon as Song-K's eyes locked onto him, Bazius-hun felt a sensation of deadly crisis, and a brewing killing intent that seemed as if it might explode if Bazius-hun made even the slightest move. Song-K was equally shocked. He had never imagined that a second person other than himself would reach this level. Considering the coldness, this place was clearly beyond the limit for the chi condensation stage, and even most other chosen wouldn't be able to reach it. However, Bazius-hun didn't seem to have any trouble here at all. As he stared at Bazius-hun, Song-K recalled the information that he had read about him in the jade slip given him by the sect. The two of them looked at each other, remaining completely motionless. To Song-K, Bazius-hun was a mysterious and unfathomable individual. Although he didn't seem to possess any killing intent, Song-K's intuition told him that if he tried to attack, one of the two of them would most likely die. Furthermore, he wasn't completely confident that he would be the one to make it out alive. After a long moment, Song-K took the initiative to speak. 60 meters below this point is an entrance. Bazius-hun's eyes flickered, and despite the pounding of his heart, he slowly resumed his downward movement. Of course, he had no way of knowing it, but that caused Song-K's heart to beat faster and faster, as he prepared himself to counterattack the moment Bazius-hun made a move. When the two of them were only a few meters apart, Song-K suddenly shifted to the side as if to cover an area of the sword behind him, his eyes shining with a threatening light. "Sneaky little punk," Bazius-hun murmured to himself. "He's definitely up to no good." He continued downward until he reached the 60-meter mark that Song-K had referred to. Sure enough, there was an opening there. After a bit of inspection, Bazius-hun relaxed a bit and then stepped inside. After he disappeared, Song-K breathed a sigh of relief. Considering what the sex introduction had explained about Bazius-hun, Song-K knew that he wasn't someone to be taken lightly. Finally, a vicious gleam appeared in Song-K's eyes. After reaching the 6th level of chi condensation, he had never needed to act so cautiously around anyone. He'd even gone to the length of telling Bazius-hun about the location of the entrance down below. "This Bazius-hun might be extraordinary, but once my plan is carried out, I'll kill him as easily as stepping on an ant." Eyes burning with killing intent and fervor, he turned to study the surface of the sword. The report from Senior Limitless was accurate. "Here's the energy node." Bazius-hun felt like he was passing through a sheet of water. Moments later, he was inside the world of the sword. Everything around him was black and white. The sky was white, and the land was black. Everything looked like an inkwash painting. Mountains rose and fell, black river water swirled along, and up above he could see countless stars whose twinkling seemed like the blinking of eyes. Most shocking of all was how the entire world was tilted. Bazius-hun almost felt like he was standing on the side of a hill. It was a strange sensation that would take some time to get used to. Just what kind of sword is this? It has a whole world inside of it? It's a lot smaller than the real world outside, but it's still completely shocking. As he looked around, he realized that he was completely alone. Based on his calculations, he wasn't in the deepest parts of the sword world, but he was definitely much further in than most of the other disciples. After a bit of thought, he proceeded downward, leaving the entrance behind. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, he reached the crest of a small mountain, whereupon his expression flickered. His right hand shot out, shining with silver light as he snapped his two fingers in the air off to the side. Ripples spread out as a black snake appeared next to him, only as wide as a finger. Before it could do anything, it flew into his hand, and he grabbed it behind the jaw. The snake let out a piercing cry that instantly broke the silence, simultaneously wrapping around Bazius-hun's forearm and squeezing down tightly. Bazius-hun was shocked by the snake's strength. Were it not for the fact that his fleshly body could already make contact with the first shackle, the snake would most likely have been able to break free. He pressed down with both fingers, and a cracking sound rang out as the snake's head was crushed. The snake went limp, and then simply dissolved into a strand of gray energy roughly as wide as a stick of incense, which instantly began to float away. "So that's earth string energy, huh?" He quickly pulled out his Dao bottle to collect it. After shaking the bottle a bit, he watched the earth string energy materialize into a gray drop of liquid. "I'd need something like 1,000 of these drops to fill the bottle." Taken aback, he looked back in the direction he came from. If he needed to kill 1,000 bane beasts in this area to fill the bottle, who knew how many it would be necessary to kill further back? "I need to go more quickly. I have to form that earth string capture crystal as soon as possible." With that, he hurried onward at top speed, searching for bane beasts the entire way. 3 days later, he had about 30 drops worth of gray fluid in his Dao bottle. During those 3 days, he'd killed dozens of bane beasts just to get that small amount. He felt like he was moving at a snail's pace. At this speed, it's going to take more than 2 months to get that earth string capture crystal. He stood there with gritted teeth as he realized that the best thing to do was go even deeper. With that, he proceeded onward at top speed. After about 2 hours, he suddenly stopped in place as he caught sight of 2 corpses up ahead. These were the first people Bazius-hun had seen inside the world of the sword. Clearly, they had proceeded at top speed to get here so quickly, or perhaps had some other means of reaching this point. One of them wore the clothing of the Spirit Stream sect, and was an inner sect disciple from the South Bank. The other wore the uniform of the Pill Stream sect. Apparently, the two of them had fought each other to the death here. The Pill Stream sect disciple had a Dao bottle in his hand. Even from a distance, Bazius-hun recognized the South Bank disciple. It was Zhu Yao Dao from the inner sect on Violet Cauldron Peak. He was one of the group of 5 who had entered the last of the 3 entrances. He had been very enthusiastic about addressing Bazius-hun as Sect Uncle Bay, and on the underground journey outside the sword, had fought well against the disciples from the other sects. Bazius-hun would never have thought that he would end up dead. A strange, indescribable feeling rose up in Bazius-hun's heart. Only a few days ago, he had been laughing and joking with Zhu Yaodao. The next time he saw him, they were eternally separated by death. It almost felt as if this entire world were permeated by ruination and mortality, creating a crushing pressure that instantly reminded Bazius-hun of the danger around him. The slightest misstep could leave him dead. It was even possible that people might use his corpse to set traps for other disciples as well. Fury began to burn in Bazius-hun's eyes, and his fists clenched into balls. Other than Feng Yan from years ago, this was the first fellow disciple Bazius-hun personally knew who had died, and it caused sorrow to grip his heart. He couldn't forget how Yao Dao had talked about his dream of becoming a patriarch of the Spirit Stream sect. Immortal cultivation is supposed to be about living a better life. It's about achieving your dreams. Why? Why? Does there have to be all this fighting and killing? Is it worth it? It only took a glance for him to realize that the two corpses were a trap. Despite that, he chose to proceed forward. As soon as he neared the corpses, rumbling sounds echoed out from the ground. Apparently, some medicinal pills had been hidden in the area which were now exploding, sending plumes of toxic gas up toward Bazius-hun. At the same time, a flying sword shot like lightning toward him, a sword surrounded by an illusory scorpion, which emitted high-pitched shrieks. At exactly the same moment, a frighteningly powerful explosion ripped through the air from the other side, the result of more detonated medicinal pills. On one side was a flying sword, on the other was an explosion, and he was surrounded by a toxic spell formation. Anyone who casually stepped into a situation like this would be killed beyond the shadow of a doubt. A cold snort echoed out through the toxic gas, and someone shouted, "Die!" Bazius-hun settled his chi. His face was extremely grim as the volcanic rage that had been building up in his chest suddenly erupted. "You'll be the one to die," he said, his voice booming like thunder, spreading out in all directions like a gale force wind that could topple mountains and drain seas. His hair whipped about, his eyes shone with killing intent. It was an awesome spectacle. His thunderous voice swept out, filled with sorrow and fury. It became a powerful attack that instantly smashed into the toxic smoke. In the blink of an eye, the smoke was blasted away, revealing the flying sword and the explosion, as well as the two shocked disciples who had unleashed them, a young man and a young woman from the Pillstream sect. The scorpion surrounding the sword let out a blood-curdling shriek as it was crushed out of existence as if by a gigantic hand. Cracking sounds rang out from the sword as it was drained of spiritual power, then sent spinning off to the side. As for the explosions, even their terrifying force was redirected by Bazius-hun, sent to land in a completely different direction. Suddenly, everything seemed to go blurry. Shocking energy radiated out from Bazius-hun, who seemed to grow taller as he spoke out in a powerful voice. "Anyone who kills a disciple of the Spirit Stream sect will be sentenced to death." His words echoed like thunder, and carried the threat of extermination. They added additional force to the blast in the area, which was no longer like a strong wind. It contained Bazius-hun's killing intent, and more than that, the power of the life essence spirit of his water-swamped kingdom. That was power that could easily shatter mountains and dry up seas. Suddenly, water vapor became visible in the area. The water-swamped kingdom was coming. Chapter 146, Power. The two Pillstream sect disciples' hair flew about wildly, and their robes whipped about. Their faces were ashen, and even their skin seemed to be pressed down from the force. They were terrified to the extreme as the wild wind battered them, turning them into rowboats in a hurricane as the mountain toppling, sea-draining force inundated them, sending them stagger back, blood spraying out of their mouths. The female disciple was trembling violently, blood oozing out her eyes, ears, and nose. As she lurched away from Bazius-hun, it quickly became apparent that she couldn't endure the force that was pushing against her. She let out a blood-curdling scream as first her eyes exploded, then her head, and then her entire body. She instantly transformed into a haze of blood that was swept away by the wind. "No!" screamed the male disciple. Blood began to pour out of his mouth, and he was shaking violently. His world began to turn black, and he let out an agonized shriek. Never in his darkest nightmares could he have imagined that he would provoke someone as indescribably heaven-defying as this. The energy and pressure felt like something from an elder in his sect. It was something that a chi condensation disciple should never have to endure, something that not even the most powerful chosen he knew, Fang Lin, could stand up to. It was wrong. The information the sect gave us was totally wrong. "Don't kill me. The blood-soaked male disciple was breaking down mentally, and began to plead and weep. He didn't want to die, and could hardly bear the terror he felt. However, before he could finish speaking, Bazius-hun stepped forward and grabbed him by the throat. "My sect nephew Zhu didn't want to die," he growled. "And you know what? I didn't want to kill anyone, either. Baziush-hun was not the type of person to be friends with just anybody. His heart belonged to the Spirit Stream sect. It didn't matter how that had come to be, to him, the Spirit Stream sect was home. He tightened his grip, and a cracking sound could be heard as the Pill Stream sect disciple's neck was crushed. His eyes bulged, and his legs twitched a few times. Then he was dead. Things gradually went quiet. Baziush-hun released his grip and then walked back to Zhu Yaodao's corpse. He sighed. "Zhu Yaodao," he said softly, "allow me to bring you back to the sect." With that, he put Zhu Yaodao's corpse into his bag of holding, taking his Dao bottle but leaving his bag of holding untouched. As for the people from the Pill Stream sect, he searched them thoroughly. Before leaving, he put the contents of the 4 Dao bottles he had collected into his own. Altogether, they hadn't even collected half as much as he had on his own. At long last, he had a chance to see what the Pill Stream sect disciples' jade slips said about him. Baziush-hun from the Spirit Stream sect. A genius in the Tao of medicine, suspected to be the so-called little turtle of the sect. Unknown techniques, unclear battle prowess. Sometimes weak, sometimes strong, has a large collection of magical objects. Took first place in the sect's chosen battles, likely due to negligence on the part of Ghost Fang. If you encounter him, worry about his Tao of medicine, not his battle prowess. Attack him 2-1. Baziush-hun wasn't sure where the Pill Stream sect got their information, but now he was even more curious about what the information from the Profound Stream sect and the Blood Stream sect said. With that, he left. 4 hours later, an expressionless young man approached the scene. It was none other than Fang Lin from the Pill Stream sect. Eyes glittering, he looked around the area to determine what had occurred. Before long, he was standing in the spot where Baziush-hun had let out that powerful roar. He closed his eyes as if he were seeking enlightenment. Soon, his expression flickered, and his eyes snapped open. So strong. Who did this? Song K? Ghost Fang? 9 Isles? Fang Lin took a deep breath as the desire to fight rose up in his heart. Looking around, he identified the path Baziush-hun had taken when he left, and then picked a different direction, unwilling to make contact at the moment. 4 hours later, another person appeared. He was a tall, burly man surrounded by flame lightning. After looking around, his eyes began to shine, and he started panting. It wasn't Song K, nor was it 9 Isles. Could it have been Ghost Fang? Damn it. I don't want to provoke any one of those 3. This man was none other than Lei Shan. After looking around, he hesitated, unable to determine exactly which direction the terrifying figure responsible for the scene had taken. Gritting his teeth, he randomly picked a direction, which just so happened to be the same direction Baziush-hun had taken. Time sped by. Over the following 3 days, quite a few people passed by the area. Some picked up on the clues, others didn't. On evening of the 3rd day, Song K approached. Although the traces of the battle were mostly gone by that time, he could sense that there was something odd about the area. Squatting down, he put his right hand onto the surface of the ground. A moment later, his eyes shone brightly. Such energy. This was neither 9 Isles nor Fang Lin. Not Ghost Fang either. In that case, it must have been Baziush-hun. Narrowing his eyes, he turned and sped off into the distance. Around that same time, Baziush-hun was also speeding along through the world of the sword. Whenever he encountered an Earth-String-Bane beast, he would kill it and collect its Earth-String energy. More gray liquid was building up in his Dao bottle, but he was still quite a ways away from being able to form the Earth-String capture crystal. In the current area, the Bane beasts provided a lot more Earth-String energy than those from further back, but unfortunately, they were harder to find. Much of his time was wasted traveling to and fro. Apparently, the Earth-String Bane beasts were partly illusory and partly corporeal, making it possible for them to merge into the air itself. They were very difficult to track down, and sometimes even randomly disappeared in the middle of a fight. Were it not for Baziush-hun's exceptional senses, he might not even have been able to detect them. They would only materialize if you got very close to their hiding spot. Otherwise, they would remain hidden. I need to figure out a better method. The best way would be to get a bunch of Earth-String Bane beast in the same area. My current method is too slow. Even attacking disciples from other sects wouldn't be fast enough. Even as he pondered the matter, he suddenly stopped in place. A whooshing sound could then be heard as a scaled hand reached out as if to grab him. When it grabbed nothing but air, it began to pull back, but before it could, Baziush-hun reached out and grabbed it. Then, he jerked his hand back, and a thunderous crash rang out like that of a giant mirror shattering. At the same time, a 3-meter-tall ape-like Earth-String Bane beast was dragged out of thin air. It had no hair, only black scales, and as Baziush-hun dragged it out, it let out a powerful roar. Its eyes shone with ferocity, but very little intelligence. Almost immediately, it attempted to pounce on Baziush-hun, whose eyes flickered as he extended his left hand and grabbed the ape by the neck. Instead of crushing it, though, he pulled it a bit closer and began to examine it closely. Soon, his eyes began to shine with a strange light. If I could concoct a spirit medicine that could attract these bane beasts, that would definitely solve the problem. Then I could form that earthstring capture crystal even faster. At the very least, it would be faster than trying to kill and rob other disciples. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Bazius-hun made his way off to the distance, eyes glittering, ape in tow. His destination was a valley up ahead, where he found a secluded place to hide and study the bane beast. His powerful gaze left the thing shivering, as though by merely looking at it he could see everything about its internal structure. Of course, the truth was he couldn't do that. At the moment, this bane beast was simply a subject for research, much the way some of the snakes had been to him years ago in Indiana 10000 Snakes Valley. If he wanted to make a spirit medicine that would specifically target this kind of beast, then he obviously would need to study them on many levels. Eyes burning with passion, he reached into his bag of holding and pulled out a flying sword. Soon after, he was slicing open the bane beast's chest. The next day, his eyes were bloodshot as he left the valley. There isn't much difference between them and ordinary beasts. They have the same organs, and even have blood. However, as soon as they die, all of that vanishes and transforms into earthstring energy. Another strange thing is that the earthstring bane beasts don't have any food inside their stomachs. Is it that they don't need to eat food? With that, he captured another bane beast to perform further experiments. A few days later, more and more disciples were showing up in the area, which could be considered to be the middle section of the sword world. Some of them attacked other disciples to steal their Gao bottles, others went after the bane beasts. By this time, Bazius-hun had studied more than 10 different bane beasts, and his eyes were more bloodshot than ever. His hair was disheveled, and he almost looked as if he had gone mad. Poor eyesight, and a bad sense of smell, and yet they seem very perceptive. How do they merge into the air? How are they formed from earthstring energy? And why do they attack cultivators? Bazius-hun was now fully immersed in the Tao of medicine by this point. Continuing to mutter questions to himself, he confirmed that the bane beasts would always take the initiative to attack him, and did so with bloodthirsty ferocity. Wait a second. His heart began to pound as he realized that he might be onto something. Looking up suddenly, he hurried forward to find a bane beast to confirm his new theory. Before long, a 9-meter-long earthstring bear appeared in front of him. It was covered with black scales, and was currently being besieged by 5 disciples in long, blood-red robes. Obviously, they were bloodstream sect disciples. Their killing intent was raging, and they didn't seem to care about anything except the kill. They didn't even care when one of their fellow disciples was suddenly killed. Bazius-hun's eyes glittered as he transformed into a beam of light that shot toward the area. Even as the 4 bloodstream sect disciples were preparing to launch another salvo, a blur appeared and someone reached out and grabbed the huge bear. The bloodstream sect disciples' eyes went wide. None of them immediately recognized Bazius-hun, but they could tell that he was wearing the clothing of the spirit stream sect. Soon, cold smiles appeared on their faces, as well as derision. During their fight with the bear, they had came to realize that it had certain special qualities, including a terrifying fleshly body power. Chapter 147, A Strange Pill Appears. He's gonna get himself killed. The spirit stream sect people are also arrogant. That's a mid-level bane beast, not a low-level bane beast. Is he looking to die? The bloodstream sect disciples chuckled coldly as they imagined the bane beast ripping the spirit stream sect disciple to shreds. However, even as the cold smiles appeared on their faces, they suddenly trembled, and their eyes went wide with disbelief and shock. What they saw was Bazius-hun, his hair in complete disarray, grabbing onto the bear, which let out a terrifying roar. It then bared its teeth as if to rip Bazius-hun's arm off of his body and shred it to pieces. However, as soon Bazius-hun's hand latched down onto it, the bear acted as though a mountain of pressure had just crushed down onto it. Rumbling sounds echoed out as Bazius-hun pushed the bear down into the ground. The ground trembled, and the 4 bloodstream sect disciples all gasped, hardly able to believe their eyes. How is this possible? Such incredible strength. The 4 of them swallowed hard, and yet, weren't willing to simply leave. Even as they eyed Bazius-hun, he once again did something that left them trembling. Immersed as he was in his research, he completely ignored the bloodstream sect disciples. A flying sword appeared in his left hand, and in front of the eyes of all of the bloodstream sect disciples, he began to slice open the bane beast's arm. Blood sprayed everywhere, along with earthstring energy. The bane beast howled, and Bazius-hun, apparently annoyed by the sound, slit its throat. The bloodstream sect disciples' eyes went wide, and they began to tremble and back up, eyes radiating reverence toward Bazius-hun. Bazius-hun didn't notice. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, he managed to completely dissect the Bane Beast. Although the pieces were already starting to fade away, the mere sight of the sliced-up bear left the Bloodstream sect disciples feeling as though their heads were about to explode. Did he have a grudge with that particular Bane Beast? Or does he always do that to them? Heavens! That's the most terrifying thing I've ever seen, even in the Bloodstream sect. It must be some twisted hobby of his. One of the disciples pulled out a jade slip, checked it, and then said, That's Baziush-hun. The other 3 disciples gasped at the mention of the name. Without even the slightest hesitation, they began to back up, doing everything possible to get as far away as they could. Some time later, Baziush-hun's eyes were shining with excitement. Taking a deep breath, he rose to his feet and began to pace back and forth, occasionally gesticulating with one hand or the other. I get it now. The Bane Beasts look like ordinary beasts, but there's something different about them. Spiritual energy is as useful to them as earth string energy is to cultivators trying to reach foundation establishment. That's why any disciples who get eaten by them instantly disappear into nothing. They get totally absorbed. Ha ha ha. I can definitely concoct the pill I need. He threw his head back and laughed uproariously, then looked around, somewhat surprised to find that everyone had left. Shaking his head, he blurred into motion, heading off into the distance to find a cave. Once he found a suitable location, he produced some earth flame crystals and began to concoct. He had the pill formula in mind, which he followed based on his understanding of the Bane Beasts. In addition to the medicinal plants, he added in some of his own blood. Worried that that might not be enough, he called upon the principles of mutual augmentation and suppression to adjust things perfectly. He spent 4 hours concocting, after which the pill furnace began to rumble. When the sound died down, a medicinal pill appeared. Baziush-hun grabbed it and set off to look for Bane Beasts. After finding one, he threw out the medicinal pill, but was disappointed to find that it didn't have any effect whatsoever. This can't be right. What went wrong? The next few days, he spent more time researching the Bane Beasts. By the time, it had been 20 days since the opening of the Fallen Sword Abyss. Most of the disciples of the 4 sects had reached the depths of the world, and were in different areas fighting and killing Bane Beasts. The Bloodstream sect was truly strong, and incredibly vicious. The Profound Stream sect and the Spirit Stream sect were about evenly matched, with the Pill Stream sect being the weakest of them all. There were even fights that broke out between some of the top chosen from the various sects. The most noteworthy fight was when Ghost Fang fought 9 Isles from the Profound Stream sect. It lasted an entire day, and shook everything in the area. In the end, 9 Isles was seriously injured and fled. Having come out victorious, Ghost Fang came to be known as the one person who was qualified to fight Song Ke. Gong Sunwaner and Zhao fought a few times, and although there were always clear winners and losers, neither managed to kill the other. Shang Guantani would put on quite a show. In the middle of killing a Bane Beast, he saw Fang Lin, the number 1 chosen from the Pill Stream sect, and the 2 of them fought a fierce battle. In the end, it was hard to say who came out on top. Song Ke from the Bloodstream sect was like a shadowy specter. He never attacked anyone, and few people even saw him. As for the other person listed in the information about the Bloodstream sect, Zhu Xiaoshan, he also began to make a name for himself. People bristled with anger at the sheer amount of magical items he had at his disposal. When he unleashed them in battle, any opponent he fought was left shocked. One disciple who quickly came to be known as a dark horse in the competition was Bane Lai from the Spirit Stream sect. Not much information about him had been made available to the other 3 sects, and therefore, people took him to be an ordinary chosen. Who could ever have imagined that when he encountered Lei Shan from the Profound Stream sect, a massive battle would ensue? In the end, Bane Lai seemed to be on the same level as Lei Shan, which was shocking considering that other than 9 Isles, he was considered to be the top chosen of his generation in the Profound Stream sect. Very few people could hold their own in a fight against him. Before, he was simply a chosen from the Spirit Stream sect. For him to be able to do such a thing left many people shocked. In addition to the friction and fighting between the famous chosen, there were many fierce battles between the other disciples. People died on a daily basis, and some unlucky people were eaten by the Bane Beasts. As for the disciples who survived all of the fighting, their collections of Earthstring energy grew. Soon, it was getting harder and harder to find the Bane Beasts, which meant that the fighting between disciples started to grow fiercer. People ganged up on others. People set traps. Some people simply overwhelmed others with direct force. All sorts of tactics were unleashed, until the Fallen Sword Abyss began to devolve into chaos. Eyes were bloodshot as people fought back and forth in the struggles for Earthstring energy. Nobody wanted to be the last person to collect the energy they needed, and everyone wanted to be first. Baziush-hun was aware of the murderous atmosphere around him. However, he didn't go out much. He spent most of his time doing research or concocting medicine. Even still, he ran into the corpses of 17 Spirit Stream sect disciples. Whenever he did, he would carefully store the corpses in his bag of holding to take them back to the sect. When he went out looking for Bane beasts, he went about his work as quickly as possible. He would strike like lightning, grab the Bane beast, and then take it away to study. Afterward, he would go back to concocting. Before he even realized it, his Dao bottle of grey liquid was about a third full. However, he didn't pay much attention to that. He focused mostly on concocting. By this point, he had failed dozens of times. On a few occasions, he failed 5 or 6 times in one day. However, he didn't give up. As he grew more familiar with the anatomy of the Bane beasts, he slowly slipped into a frenzy. At one point, he even personally went to observe how a Bane beast would go about killing a cultivator. At that point, he realized that the attacks weren't physical, but rather, an absorption of life force. Suddenly, all of his experiences and research up to that point coalesced into an epiphany. He quickly selected a remote mountain cave and set about concocting, his eyes completely bloodshot. This session lasted for 5 days, during which time he didn't set a single foot outside. He failed dozens of times. However, on evening of the 5th day, as the sky grew dark and fighting filled the lands around him, intense rumbling sounds began to emanate from his pilferness, spreading out to fill half of the entire fallen sword world. Boom! It was like heaven-rending, earth-crushing thunder that spread out in all directions. Shockingly, black clouds appeared above the cave, which pulsed with strands of white energy. All of the disciples of the 4 sects who were in that part of the fallen sword world looked in the direction where Baziush-Hun was concocting medicine. Everyone was completely shocked. Ghost Fang had been in the middle of speeding along on a task when he suddenly heard the rumbling sound, and his eyes glittered. In another location, Sonke was in front of a nondescript stone wall, studying it carefully. When he heard the sound, his eyes widened. What's that sound? Zuzioshan from the Bloodstream sect felt his heart began to pound. Is a precious treasure appearing in the world? Eyes widening, he picked up speed, heading in the direction of the sound. Leishan from the Profound Stream sect was relatively close to the source of the sounds, and was just as intrigued as Zuzioshan. Eyes shining with excitement and curiosity, he sped off toward the sound. The bizarre thunderous rumbling didn't just attract the attention of the cultivators. It also attracted Bane beasts. And also, in some mysterious location within the fallen sword world, it caught the attention of Bane souls. Chapter 148, Come Play With Me, Big Bro. In the half of the fallen sword world that was affected, countless areas began to distort and twist. It seemed as though countless slumbering Bane beasts within the air itself were suddenly being awoken by the crashing of thunder. Somehow, they could sense Baziush-Hun's spirit medicine, and trembled, slowly opening their eyes. Although there were disciples from the 4 sects in some of the areas where the Bane beasts began to wake up, most of the areas were devoid of cultivators. As soon as the Bane beasts opened their vicious eyes, they looked in Baziush-Hun's direction, radiating greed and madness. Moments later, countless howls ripped through the air. Ripples spread out through the fallen sword world like waves on water, stirring the Bane beasts, which began to rush at top speed through the air. However, what was more shocking than the Bane beasts was what happened in certain locations where the Bane beasts didn't dare to enter. There, numerous shadowy figures began to appear out of thin air. There were men and women, old and young. The youngest of them all was a little girl in a white dress. Clutched in her arms was a skinless, blood-colored bear. They floated there with blank looks in their eyes, accompanied by various strange beasts that were not native to the lands of Heavenspan. They were Bane souls. All of the living things which had been killed by this enormous sword during its existence beyond the heavens were affected by earth strings and transformed into these lifeless souls. They were bizarre and enigmatic to the extreme, and apparently, were not people of the lands of Heavenspan. They had come from the legendary region beyond the heavens, the location of that which was eternal. Now they were scattered about through the various remote regions of the fallen sword world, in places where the Bane beasts didn't dare to even approach. As of this moment, numerous such figures were stepping out of thin air to appear in the open. Some of them wore ancient robes, some wore battle armor, and some had skin made of scales instead of flesh. They looked strange, most of them badly mutilated, as if from combat wounds. Some had missing arms, some were partially decapitated, some had gaping wounds in their torsos. As they appeared, black mist pulsed out from them in all directions. All of the Bane souls had blank expressions. They had no consciousness, nor any memories. Anywhere they passed, the Bane beasts would be left trembling, and would simply cower as they went by. Any Bane beast which was unlucky enough to actually be touched by one of the Bane souls would instantly be destroyed and vanish into nothing. The Bane souls that had the shape of beasts were particularly bizarre, as if they had been pieced together from parts of different creatures. The Bane souls began to float through the air, picking up speed until they were moving unbelievably quickly. Nothing could block their path as they headed straight toward Baziush-hun. Vast numbers of them were converging upon him from all directions. As they passed along, some of the disciples from the four sects realized that something strange was happening. They saw the air rippling as countless Bane beasts appeared, and at first, many of the ecstatic disciples rushed forward to try to kill them. But soon, their scalps began to tingle as they realized that there were far too many, hordes of them, like a tide of Bane beasts. What's going on? Heavens! The Bane beasts are usually so hard to find. Why are there so many of them all of a sudden? Something must have happened. Damn it! That's not a Bane beast, that's a Bane soul. Cries of astonishment began to ring out all over the fallen sword world. As soon as the disciples realized that there were Bane souls flying among the Bane beasts, they began to flee. The Bane souls were terrifying, and the elders of the four great sects had repeatedly warned all of their disciples about their existence within the fallen sword abyss. Under no circumstances were the Bane souls to be provoked. They were to be avoided at all costs. Even the Bane souls are attracted to whatever is in that direction. Just what exactly is happening over there? Let's follow from a distance and check it out. The disciples began to follow the tide of Bane beasts and Bane souls, either alone or in groups of between 3 to 5. By this point, half of the entire fallen sword world was being utterly shaken by the 9 volleys of thunder created by Baziush-hun's spirit medicine. Within the mountain cave, Baziush-hun sat there looking a bit gaunt, his hair disheveled as he stared at the pill furnace. With every rumbling boom, more cracks would spread out across the surface of the furnace. After the 9th boom, the pill furnace suddenly trembled violently and then exploded, sending fragments shooting out in all directions. At the same time, 4 beams of mysterious black light emerged. Baziush-hun had been prepared for just such a thing to occur. He instantly unleashed the Violet Chi Cauldron control art, creating an invisible field of control in the area that enabled him to quickly secure the 4 spirit medicines which had been trying to escape. "Think you can get away?" he said with a proud harumph. Looking down at the 4 medicinal pills with shining eyes, he hurried toward the mouth of cave to see if they would work on the Bane beasts. However, the instant he emerged, his expression flickered, and he took a step back, just avoiding a black scorpion tail which slashed through the air in the spot where he had just been standing. A moment later, a 3-meter-long black scorpion materialized out of thin air, its eyes burning with madness and greed as it stared at the 4 medicinal pills in Baziush-hun's hand. Then, it lunged forward. Considering the ferocity of its movements, it didn't appear to be a low-level Bane beast. It was a mid-level beast, much like the bear from earlier. Eyes glittering, Baziush-hun reached out with his left hand, moving like lightning as he grabbed the scorpion's tail. Then he smashed it against the stone wall of the cave. At the same time, he sent some spiritual power into the scorpion's body, to its weakest spot, which he crushed. The scorpion twitched, and then went limp and began to fade away, transforming into earth string energy that Baziush-hun quickly collected up. An ordinary cultivator would never be able to deal with a mid-level Bane beast so easily, which was why the senior members of the sect had warned the disciples about them. Baziush-hun was different, though. After studying nearly 100 Bane beasts, he was very familiar with their weaknesses, and could kill them easily. The pills just came out of the furnace and they're already attracting the attention of Bane beasts. Ha ha ha. Baziush-hun's medicinal pills are a success. Baziush-hun was excitedly contemplating whether or not to perform a spirit enhancement on the pills, when suddenly, numerous ripples began to spread out in the area as one Bane beast after another appeared. So many. Alright, that's more than enough. Ha ha ha. At this rate, Baziush-hun is definitely going to be the first to reach Foundation establishment. Baziush-hun was so excited he almost started dancing in place. Just as he was about to reap his bountiful harvest, his expression flickered, and his eyes went wide as he noticed a partially decapitated figure off in the distance. He wore a long gray robe, and the one eye that remained on his face had a blank expression. He floated along through the air, his head twitching a bit. Eventually, he laid eyes on Baziush-hun, and suddenly, his expression changed. He suddenly seemed to be filled with longing. Eyes locked onto Baziush-hun, or more specifically, the medicinal pills in his hand, he began to speed forward. The Bane beasts in the area all trembled at the sight of him, and didn't dare to even move. As the figure sped along, he hit 7 or 8 Bane beasts in the process, causing them to shriek and then explode. A Bane soul? The pills even attract them? Well, at least it's only one of huh? Before he could finish speaking, another Bane soul appeared further off in the distance. This one was missing its arms, and had wildly disheveled hair. It wore a set of dilapidated armor, and was also staring longingly at Baziush-hun as it sped toward him. Things weren't over yet. An old man appeared off in the distance, with a huge, gaping wound in his abdomen. He too began to head directly toward Baziush-hun. Baziush-hun's scalp began to tingle with fear. Taking a deep breath, he took a step as if to flee, only to find to his shock that there weren't just 3 or 4 or 5 Bane souls in the area, there was an entire horde. Ripples filled the area as numerous Bane souls appeared in quick succession, their eyes gleaming with longing. Baziush-hun's face drained of blood as he contemplated what it would feel like to be ripped to pieces. How could this be happening? He wanted to cry, but no tears would come at the moment. His first thought was to flee. He had no desire to face so many Bane souls. Even members of the senior generation of the Force-X would likely perish at the hands of these Bane souls, much less the Chi condensation disciples. However, in the moment that Baziush-hun made to flee, the Bane souls all looked at him and screamed. The power within their voices caused the Bane beasts to tremble even harder. A tremor ran through Baziush-hun, and he teetered on the verge of unconsciousness as he staggered backward. It felt like he had just been hit with a hammer, blood sprayed out of his mouth, and he began to tremble in fear. Screaming, he bit his tongue, using the pain to stay awake as he took to flight. Cold sweat broke out all over him as wings appeared behind the black hawk on his back. With that, he unleashed all the speed he could muster, transforming into a series of afterimages that shot off into the distance. However, the flying Bane souls also increased their speed. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of nearby Bane souls all took to flight in pursuit of Baziush-hun. One of the fastest Bane souls was the partially decapitated one that had appeared first. However, in addition to that one, there was a girl in a white dress. Although she didn't scream like the others, her face was especially cold and sinister, and her blank eyes glimmered with intense longing. When the disciples of the Force-X who had been following along saw what was happening, their scalps tingled with shock. That was especially true of the Spirit Stream sect disciples. Some of them anxiously tried to get the Bane souls to stop chasing Baziush-hun, but the Bane souls were completely and utterly focused, and ignored everything else but him. Help! They're trying to kill me. Baziush-hun fled for his life, screaming at the top of his lungs. Tears leaked out of the corners of his eyes. Never could he have imagined that the medicinal pills he had concocted to attract Bane beasts would, for some unknown reason, drag Bane souls into the picture. Damn it! I must have made a mistake in my concocting and produced another strange pill. The Bane souls were getting closer and closer, and seemed to be devolving further into madness as they chased him. Baziush-hun finally gritted his teeth and, heart-aching, tossed one of the 4 medicinal pills far off into the distance. In that instant, the Bane souls shivered, and their heads swiveled. Then, most of them shot off after the medicinal pill he'd just thrown. Baziush-hun was finally able to truly flee. Some distance away, he looked over his shoulder, shivering. Behind him, the Bane souls were fighting over the medicinal pill. Shockingly, the one who ended up getting the pill in the end was the girl in the white dress, who tossed the pill into her mouth as soon as she wrested control of it. In that instant, the blankness in the girl's eyes faded a bit. A strange glow appeared, and her expression turned even more icy. For some reason, she suddenly seemed to possess intelligence. Slowly, the girl turned to look at Baziush-hun. When their eyes met, Baziush-hun's scalp started tingling so hard it felt like it was going to explode. At the same moment, a faint, bizarre voice was transmitted into his ear. Come play with me, big bro. All the hair on Baziush-hun's body stood on end. Turning around, he fled as fast as he could. Chapter 149, Whether Sect Uncle Bay wants it to or not. That's not a Bane soul, that's an evil ghost. Heart pounding with fear, Baziush-hun fled at top speed. Moments ago, when his gaze met the young girl's, he had instantly been filled with a sensation of deadly crisis. The feeling had been so intense that it felt like every inch of his flesh and every drop of his blood was screaming in terror. He was filled with the premonition that if he ran any slower, he would die. That deathly feeling left him shaking visibly, panting, his eyes bloodshot as he pushed forward faster and faster, flying ever deeper into the depths of the fallen sword world. The next day, he looked over his shoulder to confirm that he wasn't being chased by any Bane souls, especially the little girl. When he saw that he was alone, he let out a long sigh of relief. However, fear still lingered in his heart regarding the events of the previous day. Something was really fishy about that girl in the white dress. He thought, scowling miserably. At first she looked like all the other Bane souls, but after she ate that strange pill, her aura completely changed. Just where exactly did I go wrong with that batch of pills? He thought about giving up on the idea, but the truth was that his medicinal pill had attracted the Bane beasts. In the end, he couldn't just give up that easily. Gritting his teeth, he went out to find more Bane beasts to research. At the same time, he studied the medicine formula he had used. 3 days later, after making some adjustments, he steeled himself and once again pulled out a pill furnace to start concocting. This time, there wasn't any thunder, nor any other strange signs. 4 violet medicinal pills appeared, which he carefully took outside to test, preparing ahead of time for what to do if Bane Soul showed up. Soon, ripples filled the area as one Bane beast after another appeared. However, Baziush-hun didn't dare to make a move on them. He flew away at top speed, and then studied the area carefully. Before long, the medicinal pill had attracted over 20 Bane beasts, and not a single Bane Soul had appeared. Finally, Baziush-hun breathed a sigh of relief, and even started to get excited. It worked! He exclaimed, laughing loudly. As he removed the paper talismans he had stuck all over himself, the glow of the shields faded, and he hurried over to the Bane beasts. Soon, his wooden sword transformed into flashing beams of light as the fighting began. One Bane beast after another fell in death, and Baziush-hun's eyes shone with wild delight as the streams of earth-string energy flew into his Dao bottle. After slaughtering the entire group, he looked in satisfaction at the gray liquid inside the bottle. In a very short moment, he had added more liquid into the bottle than he had in the past several days. Taking a deep breath, he headed to another area. There, he threw out another medicinal pill and sure enough, Bane beasts began to flock to the area. Laughing heartily, Baziush-hun immediately began to cut them down. Time passed. Because of the medicinal pills, the gray liquid in Baziush-hun's Dao bottle continued to build up at a shocking rate. Now he was collecting earth-string energy far more quickly than anyone else. A few days later, it had been a full month since Baziush-hun entered the Fallen Sword world. As for his Dao bottle, it was now 80% full of earth-string energy. Only 20% to go. He thought, more excited than ever. He wasn't sure how others were faring in their collection efforts, but he doubted many of them had surpassed him. However, being the perfectionist that he was, it was at this point that he decided that the best thing would be able to fill 10% in a single shot. I need more Bane beasts. Licking his lips, he headed further down into the Fallen Sword world until he found a wide open plain. There, he took a deep breath and then pulled out 2 medicinal pills. Hoping to attract even more Bane beasts than before, he crushed the pills and then scattered them around. It didn't take long before the air rippled as numerous Bane beasts appeared. Baziush-hun immediately began to attack them, causing rumbling booms to fill the area. Every Bane beast he slew caused earth-string energy to stream into his Dao bottle. Because of how he had crushed the pills, and also because of the favorable position he had chosen, which was close to the deepest parts of the Fallen Sword world, there were plenty of slumbering Bane beasts in the area. Soon, it wasn't a group of dozens that was converging on the area, it was closer to 100. Almost all of them were mid-level, with a few here and there that were high-level, the type that would normally require an entire group of chosen to take down. Baziush-hun's speed in killing the Bane beasts couldn't match the speed with which new ones appeared on the scene. Soon, there were 200 gathered in the area, and their numbers only continued to grow. Any cultivator who managed to catch sight of such a huge number of Bane beasts would go wild with joy. In fact, some of the disciples of the 4 sects did notice what was happening, and gathered on the periphery to snag whatever beasts they could. One of them was a young man who attacked with utter ruthlessness, and immediately caused quite a stir among the nearby Pillstream sect disciples. Eventually, Baziush-hun noticed him, and recognized him as the #1 chosen from the Pillstream sect, Fang Lin. Baziush-hun wasn't too happy that he had drawn all these Bane beasts here only to have other people slaughter and take them. However, considering that he couldn't even keep up with the growing numbers, he simply gave a cold harumph and then ignored them. Gradually, a group of over 40 cultivators had gathered in the area. It was only at that point that they managed to get on equal footing with the Bane beasts. Elated, they began to join forces to make things go even faster. That was especially true of some of the Spirit Stream sect disciples. When they got close to Baziush-hun, he made sure to take care of them, ensuring that their harvest was even greater than before. Baziush-hun excitedly watched the earth-string liquid building up in his Dao bottle. Soon, it was 90% full. However, it was at that exact moment that more than 10 beams of light suddenly appeared up in the air. They wore matching robes, those of the Profound Stream sect, and leading them was a burly man surrounded by swirling electricity. The surrounding disciples' faces flickered, except for Fang Lin's. He simply continued to slaughter the Bane beasts, not even bothering to look over. Lei Shan. The #2 chosen of the Profound Stream sect. Damn it. If he came by himself it might not be a big deal, but look at how many people he has with him. Even as everyone looked on with mixed expressions, Lei Shan glanced out over all the Bane beasts, and his eyes lit up with joy. He'd heard from some fellow Profound Stream sect disciples that a strange tide of Bane beasts had appeared, which was why he had hurried over in this direction. Only 40% of my bottle is empty. When it's full, I can form the Earthstring Capture Crystal. I can probably do that by killing all of these Bane beasts here. Lei Shan threw his head back and laughed uproariously. When the Profound Stream sect disciples at his side realized what he intended to do, one of them, a long-faced young man, chuckled darkly and stepped forward. Listen up. he bellowed to the disciples in the area. If you're not from the Profound Stream sect, beat it immediately. This place is our territory now. The disciples from the other 3 sects bristled with rage, while the Profound Stream sect disciples began to laugh as they joined Lei Shan's group. By that point, they were roughly 30 strong. Under Lei Shan's leadership, the group of 30 prepared to drive everyone away, and fight with deadly force against any who resisted. Chaos quickly ensued. You have 10 breaths of time to get the hell out of here, and leave your Dao bottles behind. If you don't want to go, then be prepared to lose your life. As the Profound Stream sect disciples glared around them, the Bloodstream sect disciples exchanged glances and then began to fall back. Most of the Bloodstream sect were on their own, like lone wolves, and didn't want to provoke Lei Shan. The Pillstream sect disciples were at a bit of a loss, and had no other choice than to fall back. Lei Shan hesitated for a moment when he realized that Fang Lin was in the crowd. He still suspected that the terrifying magical massacre which had been carried out a month before had been enacted by Fang Lin, and thus, didn't wish to provoke him. Because of the terrifying nature of the battlefield he had come across, he decided to simply let the Pillstream sect disciples leave. As for Fang Lin, he resolved not to do anything to offend him personally. As the Bloodstream sect and Pillstream sect disciples fled, the Spiritstream sect disciples turned to see what Baiziashun would do. Baiziashun was incensed, but the group led by Lei Shan was simply too large. He only had about 10 people on his side, and if they got into a fight, he knew that while he might be able to make it out unscathed, they would have a harder time. There would likely be many serious injuries and even deaths. Alright, let's go, he said. It's just a flood of beasts, after all. Your sect uncle will go start another one for you. Gritting his teeth, he was just about to leave when Lei Shan looked over and suddenly laughed. The Bloodstream sect disciples were ferocious, and he didn't have any wish to tangle with them. As for Fang Lin from the Pillstream sect, he also preferred to steer clear of him. But when it came to the Spiritstream sect, once he realized it was Baiziashun he was dealing with, as well as a few ordinary disciples, he recalled the information from his sect about Baiziashun, and his expression became one of derision. You people from the Spiritstream sect can leave, he said, his eyes flickering with killing intent, but your Dao bottles stay behind. Comply, or don't even think about leaving. The Spiritstream sect disciples' faces fell, and Baiziashun's anger grew. You wanna steal my animals and then rob my Dao bottle? You people are nothing but bullies. With a cold snort, Lei Shan began to fly toward the Spiritstream sect disciples, joined by the rest of the Profound Stream sect, who were cackling viciously. If you're being bullied, you should blame the fact that you don't have any powerful experts on your side. Sect Uncle Bei. Sect Uncle Bei, what do we do now? The Spiritstream sect disciples were trembling in anxiety, and Baiziashun's eyes were completely bloodshot. Suddenly, he lifted his right hand, within which could be seen a black medicinal pill, the very same pill which could attract Bane souls. Expression somber, eyes bloodshot, he turned to the Spiritstream sect disciples and said, just wait until I throw out this medicinal pill, and then you guys. However, before he could finish speaking, the surrounding Spiritstream sect disciples gasped, the terror on their faces vastly exceeding their terror at seeing the Profound Stream sect closing in. They immediately began to flee at top speed. Is that the legendary aphrodisiac pill? Heavens! No wonder he can control the Bane beasts. Sect Uncle Bei is a god. The only thing that determines whether that pill works on the Bane beasts is whether Sect Uncle Bei wants it to or not. Let's get out of here. If we're too slow, we're dead. Chapter 150, Big Bro has something else to do. The Spiritstream sect fled in abject terror. The Profound Stream sect wanted to block their path, but no threat could cause them to tremble like Baiziashun's medicinal pills could. Baiziashun's jaw dropped at the sight of his fellow disciples fleeing in such a fashion. Worried that he had pulled out the wrong pill, he looked down to confirm which pill he was holding. Clearing his throat, he then gave a mighty shout as he launched the pill into the air. It shot up and then exploded, becoming swirling black mist that spread out in all directions. Lei Shan frowned, and the Profound Stream sect disciples scattered, worried that the mist might be toxic. As for the Bane beasts in the area, as soon as they caught a whiff of the destroyed medicinal pill, their eyes lit up with madness, and they began to howl. At the same time, Lei Shan's eyes flickered as if with lightning as he watched Baiziashun attempting to flee at high speed. Snorting coldly, he said, think you can leave just like that? Leave your Dao bottle behind. With that, he flicked his sleeve, causing thunder to boom, shoving the black mist away from him. Then he shot after Baiziashun, moving with incredible speed. Lightning danced around him, and flames burned beneath his feet. As he closed in, he waved his right finger through the air. Rumbling could be heard as a sea of flames appeared, which then rose up into a huge wall that blocked Baiziashun's path. Within a wall of flames, bolts of lightning appeared which then shot toward Baiziashun. When the Profound Stream sect disciples saw this, their eyes glittered with derision. As far as they were concerned, Bazius Hun was dreaming if he thought he could escape from Lei Shan. A rogue Foundation establishment cultivator once chased elder brother Lei Shan for 7 days but never caught him. Even eldest brother Nine Isles praised his speed before. And then there's his flame lightning magic. Elder brother Lei Shan has already reached the pinnacle. Nobody in this generation could possibly match up to him. Bazius Hun is courting death. Even as the Profound Stream sect mocked him, Bazius Hun's anxiety increased. He knew that the Bane souls could show up at any moment, and that the best thing to do was leave this place as quickly as possible. Seeing that his path was blocked, his eyes flickered, and he slammed into the incoming bolts of lightning. Boom! As soon as the lightning bolts made contact with him, they shattered into countless sparks of electricity that scattered in all directions. Bazius Hun, on the other hand, didn't seem to have even a mark on him. He continued on to the wall of flames, and when he hit that, it exploded too, and he passed right through. Impossible. Lei Shan said, his eyes widening with disbelief and shock. He was very familiar with his own magical techniques, and was confident that other than Nine Isles, Ghost Fang, San Ke and Fang Lin, there were no chi condensation disciples who could pass through his flame lightning unharmed. And yet, unexpectedly, Bazius Hun had done exactly that. This guy is before he could finish speaking, an indescribable sensation of deadly crisis washed over him. Looking over his shoulder, he saw the air rippling off in the distance as numerous Bane souls appeared, rushing in his direction with expressions of longing. Bane souls! He gasped. Just as he was preparing to flee, his heart was struck with deathly terror. There are so many. Heavens! There weren't just 3 or 4 Bane souls approaching. The air rippled with constant fluctuations as dozens of them closed in, with even more behind them. From the look of it, there might be 100 in total. Among the Bane souls was a sinister young girl in a white dress, holding a bear. Her eyes swirled with underworldly light, and although her face was expressionless, Lei Shan and the dozens of Profound Stream sect disciples with him could hear chuckling in their ears. It was a bizarre, sinister laughter that instantly set their hearts pounding. Further off among the crowd of Bane beasts, Fang Lin's eyes went wide, and he began to flee, panting. Bazius Hun was further off, running for his life. He could also hear the chuckling, and it left his scalp numb with fear. Wings appeared behind the black hawk on his back, and he blasted off at top speed. Humphrey! You think you can just steal my Bane beasts? Those are Lord Bay's Bane beasts. Nobody can just take them away. With a cold snort, he pushed forward even faster. Lei Shan swallowed hard, and his face was totally ashen. Having no time to pay any heed to his fellow disciples in the horde of beasts, he fled. About this time, the girl in the white dress shot out ahead of the horde of Bane souls to be the first to arrive in the area where the medicinal pill had exploded. There, she took a deep breath, causing the surrounding black mist to be sucked in through her eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. At the same time, the surrounding Bane beasts began to tremble and then explode, transforming into ash. As for the few dozen Profound Stream sect disciples, their bodies were completely beyond their own control. White mist began to seep out of their own eyes, ears, noses, and mouths, and was sucked away with the black mist by the girl. "Come play with me, big brothers," she said. No longer was her face expressionless. Her lips twitched into something like a smile, a terrifying smile that would cause any cultivator who saw it to tremble. Her voice reverberated through the air, matchlessly sinister, echoing out in all directions. The disciples of the Profound Stream sect felt as if their souls were being ripped out of their bodies. Their flesh and blood withered, and they became like stiff corpses which hopped over to the girl's side, where they began to lurch and dance as if they were playing with her. Their withered bodies and stiff limbs provided a bizarre scene, and from a distance, Lei Shan and Fang Lin looked on with ashen faces. Hearts trembling, they began to flee in terror. What kind of Bane soul is that? The sex information didn't list anything about Bane souls like that. It can even talk. That's impossible. Lei Shan and Fang Lin were both shaking as they fled in different directions, resorting to life-saving magics to flee as fast as possible. The other Bane souls around the little girl weren't able to absorb any of the black mist, and soon they calmed down, and began to float aimlessly with blank expressions on their faces. The little girl stood there in their midst, looking completely bizarre. By now, her eyes were pitch black. Momentarily ignoring the fleeing Lei Shan and Fang Lin, she slowly turned in the direction Bazius Hun had fled in. Then her lips twitched into something that almost looked like a smile, and she flew after Lei Shan. Deep in the fallen sword world, Bazius Hun flew along at top speed for 2 days before finally slowing down. That little girl in the white dress left him shivering in fear. However, as soon as he thought about how he had filled his Dao bottle by more than 90%, he realized that he only needed a bit more Earthstring energy to form the Earthstring capture crystal. Therefore, he began to carefully use his medicinal pills to attract more Bane beasts to collect the last bit of earth string energy he needed. 2 days later, he had gathered a few dozen Bane beasts in a remote location. After slaughtering the entire group, his Dao bottle was completely filled with earth string energy. The gray liquid began to bubble and boil, and then solidify. Soon, cracking sounds could be heard, and the bottle shattered. A gray crystal was revealed, which Baziush-hun grabbed. Almost instantly, he felt a connection between himself and the world around him, a resonance that he hadn't felt before. This crystal was like a key that unlocked the barrier between himself and the world. It worked! He exclaimed. He now felt more confident than ever that if he absorbed enough energy, he would be able to reach Foundation establishment. However, he knew that he shouldn't go about it carelessly. He needed to find a safe place to go through the process. After all, if someone interfered with the process, causing it to fail, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Foundation establishment. Foundation establishment. Ha ha ha. Suppressing his excitement, he was about to begin his search for a safe location when suddenly, he felt a chill run down his back and up his neck. Without even thinking about it, he looked over his shoulder, and saw a face directly behind him. It was a little girl's face, her lips twisted into a bizarre smile. Everything around him was deathly quiet. Baziush-hun's eyes widened, and his hair began to stand on end. The flame of his life force flickered a bit, as his intuition told him that this girl was extremely dangerous. "Come play with me, big bro," she said in a sinister voice. In that same instant, a cold wind blew past, and Baziush-hun suddenly realized that the girl wasn't holding the skinless, blood-colored bear anymore. She was holding something else, and when Baziush-hun realized what it was, his heart began to pound. It was a tiny cultivator, skinned like the bear had been. Although it wasn't easy to tell at first, it was none other than Lei Shan. The majestic number 2 chosen from the profound stream sect was being held in the arms of this little girl. Clearly, he wasn't dead either. He was trembling from the pain, and his tongue had been removed, making it impossible for him to speak. Baziush-hun's mouth and throat went dry, and he began to back away, shaking physically. All of a sudden, he realized that he had no idea how long the girl had been following him. Big bro has something else to do right now," he said, feeling like he was about to cry. "Why don't you go find somebody else to play with? There's a guy named Song K, and another called Nine Isles. Oh right. There's also Fang Lin. Why you can go play with them, alright?" However, the girl continued to advance on him, chuckling. As she neared, she suddenly began to breathe in deeply. Instantly, Baziush-hun's mind began to spin, and he felt his life force stirring, as though it were about to be ripped out of him. At that moment, any other person really would have lost their life force. But Baziush-hun's fleshly body was powerful. The silver light of the undying live forever technique flickered in resistance. Baziush-hun let out a piercing shriek as the sensation of imminent death washed over him. Without any hesitation, he pulled out his third strange pill and threw it off into the distance. In that instant, the girl's eyes flickered with mysterious light. Happily ignoring Baziush-hun, she went off after the medicinal pill. Face ashen, Baziush-hun took advantage of the moment to flee as fast as he could. The girl didn't chase him. After retrieving the medicinal pill, she put it in her mouth, and her eyes grew even blacker than before. A bizarre smile appeared on her face as she turned her head to look in the direction Baziush-hun had fled. Chapter 151, You Wanna Fight Me, Baziush-hun? 2 hours later, Baziush-hun was still fleeing, and simultaneously wallowing in self-pity. He already had his earth string capture crystal, and all he needed was a chance to hole up somewhere and use it, but the little girl wouldn't stop chasing him. When he thought back to the terror and danger he had just faced, his heart trembled. Around nightfall, he looked around and didn't see anyone in the area. Huffing and puffing, he finally found a cave in a mountain, where he sat down cross-legged. Looking around vigilantly, he was trying to decide if this really was the best place to make his attempt at Foundation establishment, when suddenly the air in front of him began to ripple. It lasted only a moment, and almost didn't seem to be something happening with the world around him, but rather, his own eyes. When things returned to normal, someone was standing right there in front of him. It was none other than the girl in the white dress, staring at him with her black eyes. "Don't go, big bro. Come play with me." Baziush-hun nearly collapsed. Eyes crimson, he performed an incarnation gesture, unleashing spiritual power to form a large violet cauldron which rumbled forward. Even as the ground quaked, he shot up into the air. When he looked down below, he found that the girl was nowhere to be seen. Apparently, everything from moments ago had been an illusion. "Damn it!" he growled, expression unsightly. Something about the whole situation seemed strange, and Baziush-hun was starting to speculate that perhaps the bizarre little girl had used some sort of magical technique on him. No longer in the mood to stay in place, he gritted his teeth and continued onward. After going along for about 2 hours, he saw 3 cultivators up ahead, engaged in fierce fighting. Suddenly, he stopped in place. A moment ago, when he caught sight of them, they had been alone. But now, he saw the girl in the white dress. She was staring at him with a slight smile, a smile that grew wider and wider until her mouth opened into a gaping maw as she shot toward him. Scalp going numb, he unleashed the power of his cultivation base. His right hand clenched into a fist, and the undying live forever technique erupted out. His fist strike caused everything to shake. However, the girl suddenly vanished, and the 3 cultivators off in the distance looked on in astonishment as Baziush-hun madly punched a nearby boulder. When they saw the boulder collapse into rubble, they gasped and took to flight. Baziush-hun stood there quietly for a moment before gritting his teeth and proceeding along. During the following 2 days, he saw the girl in the white dress over and over again. Even when he closed his eyes to meditate, he would see her. He was reaching a point of complete exhaustion. The situation only continued to grow worse. At first, he would see her every 2 hours or so. But now, it happened every 300 breaths of time. At this rate, he would never be able to reach Foundation establishment. During the 2 days which passed, he ran into other disciples, even ones from the Spirit Stream sect. However, the girl in the white dress would always show up, although no one else saw her. On evening of the 2nd day, Baziush-hun's eyes were completely bloodshot, and he could sense that he was reaching his limit. He even felt as if his life force were beyond his own control, and might float away at any time. He was lightheaded, and was so dizzy he felt like he might fall over. "It's gonna happen again at any moment," he murmured. Forgetting about fleeing, he sat down on a boulder and clenched his hands into fists. He had one more strange pill left, and yet he didn't dare to use it on the girl. For some reason, he had the feeling that the reason he wasn't dead yet was because of that very medicinal pill. If he threw it out and the girl got it, he might meet the same fate as Lei Shan. The mere thought of that seemed to be a powerful warning to him to not casually concoct pills anymore. "It's like I'm drifting between reality and illusion," he thought. "I guess I could treat it as if I've been poisoned. In that case, maybe I should make an antidote to heal myself." Even as he sat thinking about the matter, a beam of light appeared off in the distance. As it drew close to Baziush-hun, it slowed to halt, and a young man appeared. He was from the Bloodstream sect, and looked very much like a Silk Pants. Looking over at Baziush-hun with an excited expression, he looked down at the feng shui compass he held in his hand, the needle of which was pointing toward Baziush-hun and glowing with a bright light. "I can't believe you already collected enough Earth String energy to form an Earth String crystal. Ha ha ha. I guess it's destiny that I, Zuzio-shan, will be the first to reach Foundation establishment." This young man was none other than Zuzio-shan from the Bloodstream sect, and he was looking at Baziush-hun with visible excitement. Baziush-hun was already irritated, and based on his calculations, he knew it would only be about 10 breaths of time before the girl appeared again. "Mind your own business, asshole. I know you. You're Baziush-hun, the supposed trump card of the Spirit Stream sect. Well, you're obviously pretty weak right now. The flame of your life force looks like it might flicker out at any moment. That means Zuzio-shan has had a good opportunity handed right to him. Baziush-hun, I know you have an Earth String capture crystal. How about we work out a deal? Let me use that crystal for a bit, okay? What do you say?" Eyes flickering with greed, Zuzio-shan threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Speeding toward Baziush-hun, he performed an incantation gesture, causing 8 magical devices to appear around him. Glittering light radiated out as Zuzio-shan waved his hand, sending them shooting toward Baziush-hun. Baziush-hun looked up coldly at Zuzio-shan, and was just about to make a move when, all of a sudden, his eyes swam, and the girl in the white dress appeared, standing right next to Zuzio-shan. There she was, her smile widening into a gaping maw. It was at that very moment that Zuzio-shan suddenly screamed and backed up as fast as he could. Terror filled his eyes, and he began to tremble violently. A sentient Bane soul. Heavens! How could there possibly be sentient Bane souls here? Weren't they all exterminated? Damn it! That Bane soul's got its eye on you. No wonder you look so weak. You've been cursed. You're dead. Taking a deep breath, he backed up even more, simultaneously lifting his right hand to produce an ancient jade pendant that had an orange spot on it, which almost looked like a blood stain. As soon as Zuzio-shan pulled it out, he breathed a sigh of relief and then fell back further. Down below, Baziush-hun's eyes went wide, and he cried out, "You can see her too? Hey, what's that thing in your hand?" Baziush-hun had just witnessed the girl in the white dress turning to look at Zuzio-shan. However, as soon as Zuzio-shan took out the jade piece, the girl's expression flickered, and she fled in the opposite direction. Zuzio-shan didn't bother to respond to Baziush-hun, and instead focused on fleeing as quickly as possible. However, before he could get very far, Bazius-hun snapped into motion. His wings appeared behind him, and he shot forward to appear directly in front of Zuzio-shan, where he clenched his fist as if to unleash a punch. Zuzio-shan. How about we work out a deal? Why don't you let me use that jade piece for a bit? What do you say? Hands flashing with an incantation gesture, Zuzio-shan summoned 8 magical items, which he sent to defend himself. You're lucky I didn't take your stuff. How dare you try to rob me? You're cursed, hanging on death's door. What gives you the guts to make a move? Silver light flickered around Bazius-hun as his fist made contact with Zuzio-shan's magical items. A huge boom echoed out, and the magical items cracked into pieces. Bazius-hun was like a gale force wind speeding directly toward the shocked Zuzio-shan. Zuzio-shan viciously waved his hand, sending his beaded bracelet off of his wrist. Instantly, it transformed into 18 corpses, each one of which emanated power equivalent to the great circle of the 10th level of chi condensation. Bursting with ores of death, they simultaneously attacked. This was Bazius-hun's first time seeing corpse manipulation magic like this. Shockingly, all of these corpses had long gray hair that was black at the roots, as though the hair were slowly turning black. One each and every one seemed completely extraordinary. A massive boom echoed out as the big walk on Bazius-hun's back shattered. However, he received no injuries whatsoever. Instead, his hands waved through the air as a shocking control power appeared, filling the area, grabbing a hold of the corpses and making it impossible for them to move. They even began to tremble and emit cracking sounds. Zuzio-shan made a hissing sound as both of his hands waved through the air. His left hand summoned 9 bronze coffins. As they flew out, they grew large and larger, emanating intense pressure onto Bazius-hun. His right hand caused a bottle gourd to appear, which spit out a huge blast of gravel toward Bazius-hun. Next, he swung his head, causing his hair to flip out. Several small bells flew into the air, which transformed into shadowy figures that sped toward Bazius-hun. Most shocking of all was that he next opened his mouth and spat out a blood-colored fan. The fan waved through the air, causing a 300-meter-wide blood mist to spring up. It instantly transformed into a spell formation, which emanated intense roaring sounds as countless razor-sharp talons appeared and headed toward Bazius-hun. I have magical items and refined corpses. You want to fight me, Bazius-hun? Laughing complacently, Zuzio-shan slapped his bag of holding to produce more than 20 bottles of high-quality medicinal pills, which he swallowed in rapid succession, instantly restoring all of the spiritual energy he had just spent. If there had been a third person present to witness what was happening, that person would have been completely flabbergasted. However, it was at this point that the divine crane materialized around Bazius-hun, transforming into a buckler that swirled around him. Then, a black flash could be seen as black light spread out all over his body. He smacked his bag of holding, causing hundreds of paper talismans to appear, which he slapped all over himself. In the blink of an eye, over 100 shield layers had sprung up, creating a 150-meter-thick defense. I have plenty of defensive talismans, he said proudly. You dare to fight me with those crappy magical items of yours? The corpses were sent tumbling away. The blast of gravel couldn't even come close to penetrating the shields, and most of the gravel was sent rebounding away. The 9 bronze coffins were also sent crashing to the ground, completely incapable of causing any damage. Zuzio-shan's eyes went wide as he stared in complete astonishment. When he fought people, he always relied on the large numbers of magical items and refined corpses at his disposal. This was his first time ever meeting someone like Bazius-hun, someone who was actually on the same level as himself. Although he wasn't using magical items, when Zuzio-shan thought about how valuable those hundreds of paper talismans were, his heart trembled. The information said Bazius-hun was mysterious and powerful, but it never said he was rich. Zuzio-shan chuckled bitterly. He knew exactly how terrifying of a figure he himself was, so he naturally realized how terrifying Bazius-hun was. In fact, the sight of so many paper talismans left his eyes glowing with envy. After all, magical items required spiritual power to operate, whereas paper talismans required almost none at all. The power they needed was stored inside the talismans themselves. They were expensive, and only worked for a limited time. Even Zuzio-shan regarded them as a bit of a luxury. Blinking, he suddenly realized that Bazius-hun was truly formidable. In fact, he was even worthy of admiration to some degree. After a moment of thought, he tossed the jade pendant over to Bazius-hun. Damn it, Zuzio-shan has never given in to anyone. You're the first, Bazius-hun. I know you need this thing, so go ahead and take it. But it's not a gift. You have to give it back when you're done. Chapter 152, You're shameless. No, you're shameless. After throwing over the jade piece, Zuzio-shan turned to leave. He had already made up his mind that, after he got back to the sect, He would ask his father and mother for more capital with which to acquire paper talismans. In the future, that was how he would make a name for himself, not magical items. Using paper talismans would be far more awe-inspiring. Zuzio-shan was a natural-born silk pants. He didn't really care what his sect thought about what he did. If he liked someone, he made friends with them. If he didn't like them, he would beat them up. As far as Bazia-shun was concerned, he was reluctant to admit it, but he actually liked him. Of course, if he had overcome Bazia-shun in a fight, he wouldn't have hesitated for even a moment to rob him of his Earth String capture crystal. However, since he couldn't defeat him in combat, he decided that the next best thing was to try to con him. As soon as Bazia-shun grabbed the jade piece, a wonderful feeling swept through him. His exhaustion vanished, and he could see everything clearly. It was almost like he had been trapped underwater, unable to breathe, and had just burst out into the open air. However, it seemed odd that Zuzio-shan would simply give him the jade piece so casually. After a moment of thought, he realized that he might have been cheated in some way. Before Zuzio-shan could get very far away, Bazia-shun called out, "Hold on. I don't like taking advantage of people. Let me give you these two little treasures in exchange." Slapping his bag of holding, he produced two flying swords that both had twofold spirit enhancements. Secretly spreading some of the aura of the final strange pill onto them, he tossed them over. They're not worth much, but hey, have fun with them. The twofold spirit-enhanced swords flew over to Zuzio-shan, whose eyes went wide as soon as he grabbed them. Twofold spirit enhancements? He thought, swallowing hard. And he hands them over just like that? Have fun with them. Although he didn't view twofold spirit-enhanced magical items as something completely priceless, they were still relatively rare among chi condensation cultivators. The most telling thing was how casually Bazia-shun had tossed them over to him, which made it very obvious how deep his pockets were. Suddenly Zuzio-shan realized he had even more to learn from Bazia-shun than he had initially realized. To casually hand out spirit-enhanced magical items was a truly impressive way to make a name for oneself. Having reached this point in his train of thought, he looked more closely at Bazia-shun, and realized that he liked him even more. He sighed. "Alright, look, Bazia-shun. Considering how nice you've been, I feel bad for trying to con you. If you use that jade pendant by itself, it's pretty much useless. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, it will simply stop working, and even have a backlash effect." With another sigh, he tossed a second jade pendant to Bazia-shun. "Use them together and you'll have a long-term solution to that Bane Soul's curse." Catching the second jade pendant, Bazia-shun narrowed his eyes at how devious and cunning Zuzio-shan was. As he watched him turn to leave, Bazia-shun suddenly thought to himself that despite everything that had just occurred, Zuzio-shan didn't really seem to be a bad person. Gritting his teeth, he called out, "Hey, hold on. Alright, listen, Zuzio-shan. Since you've been so nice, I feel bad for conning you. Give me back those two flying swords." Zuzio-shan stopped in his tracks, his eyes widening. Pulling out the two flying swords, he examined them carefully, but couldn't find anything about them that seemed out of the ordinary. However, not daring to hold on to them for any longer, he threw them back to Bazia-shun. Bazia-shun cleared his throat and then produced another set of two swords, which he threw back to Zuzio-shan. Zuzio-shan had an odd expression on his face as he looked over at Bazia-shun. He wasn't sure exactly what was wrong with the first set of swords, but he could well imagine that, if Bazia-shun hadn't said anything, he might have ended up walking into a disaster. Bazia-shun blinked a few times as he and Zuzio-shan looked at each other. After another long moment passed, Zuzio-shan sighed, eyes shining brightly. Earlier, he had only been pretending to like Bazia-shun, but by this point, he really did like him. "It's not very often that I get along with someone as well as I do with you. Alright, listen, Bazia-shun. There's actually a mnemonic that goes along with those two jade pendants, which is the only way to use them properly. Without the mnemonic, they'll create a field of light that will protect you from that Bane Soul, but after a while, the light will fade away and leave a sealing mark on your cultivation base that will prevent you from using it for a whole month." With a wry smile, Zuzio-shan tossed a jade slip over to Bazia-shun. "You scoundrel!" Bazia-shun said with a gasp. If he had used the jade pendants in the middle of trying to reach Foundation Establishment, only to have his cultivation base sealed, he would have lost an entire month of time. He might even have lost his chance at Foundation Establishment. "You're just as bad," Zuzio-shan replied. Then he coughed dryly. "Well, I'm from the Bloodstream sect and you're from the Spirit Stream sect. We're supposed to be against each other." By this point, he was being completely honest, which was a rare thing for him. The truth was that he had never encountered anyone like Bazia-shun before. "Alright," Bazia-shun said. "Since you're being so honest, then I'll stop conning you. You know those magical items you used against me in the fight? I stained him all with a medicinal aroma that will attract Bane souls. Feeling a bit awkward, he lowered his voice and concluded, you should probably change your clothes too. Zhu Xiaoshan's eyes went wide. After quickly checking his bag of holding and his clothing, he looked back at Bei Ziushan with gritted teeth. Why you? You're completely shameless. You're just as bad. Bei Ziushan said, glaring back at him. The two of them looked at each other for a moment, then both of them burst out laughing. I hope we meet again soon, Zhu Xiaoshan said with sincerity. Then he turned and sped off into the distance. Once he was out of sight, he changed clothes, his heart thumping with lingering fear. As far as he was concerned, Bei Ziushan was as much of a scoundrel as himself, which meant that he had to be very careful dealing with him in the future. Bei Ziushan was also sighing. Although Zhu Xiaoshan was from the Bloodstream sect, he still seemed like a good person to be friends with. Except, he's profoundly crafty, definitely not as honest as me. I really have to be careful dealing with him in the future. I guess I'm just too honest. Shaking his head, he swished his sleeve and sped off. After inspecting the jade pendants thoroughly, he used a mnemonic from the jade slip to unleash their power. Moments later, a shimmering field of light appeared around him. The field of light soon became invisible, and could only be detected via divine sense. However, as far as Bane souls were concerned, it made it completely impossible to approach Bei Ziushan. Over the course of the following 6 hours, the girl in the white dress appeared several times. However, every time she got close, she was repelled. Her face distorted with rage, and she screamed shrilly, but it was still impossible to get close to Bei Ziushan. After so many failures, she begrudgingly faded away and didn't return. At that point, Bei Ziushan breathed a sigh of relief. Convinced that the jade pendants had actually worked, he sank to the bottom of a remote lake and dug out a temporary immortal's cave. There, he sat down cross-legged to meditate. After performing one final test to make sure that the jade pendants would drive away the Bane souls, his eyes flickered with anticipation, and he pulled out the gray earth string capture crystal. Although I'm starting a few days later than I'd planned, I can still be the first person to reach Earthstring Foundation establishment. With that, he unleashed the spiritual power of the Great Circle of the 10th level of Chi condensation, circulated it once, and then sent it surging into the gray crystal. The crystal was like a bottomless pit that sucked in all of his spiritual power. Then, it began to emit a gray glow which grew more intense by the moment, and soon caused powerful rumbling sounds to emanate out. The crystal began to slowly burn, transforming into a gray mist that Bei Ziushan absorbed through his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. After more than 30 breaths of time, the crystal shook slightly and then vanished, causing massive amounts of gray mist to surge into Bei Ziushan's body. His eyes were beginning to grow bloodshot as the gray mist poured into him, permeating his chi vessels, swirling throughout his entire body. At the same time, pain ripped through him. The gray mist almost seemed to be taking shape, like iron chains that scraped against his flesh and blood. The pain caused him to shudder, but compared to the pain he had endured when cultivating the undying live forever technique, it wasn't worth mentioning. Bei Ziushan didn't so much as let out a cold snort. Gritting his teeth, he waited until the final bit of mist poured into him. When the tail end of the mist connected with the mist which had first entered him, it created something like a circle. The moment that circle formed, rumbling sounds filled Bei Ziushan's mind, shaking him down to his soul. The spiritual river that was his cultivation base began to churn, blasting through all parts of his body, seemingly chaotic and without shape. However, closer examination revealed that the spiritual power was actually transforming into a whirlpool. That whirlpool was none other than the beginning of a tide flow. This was the most critical aspect of Earthstring Foundation establishment. Spiritual power flowed, transforming into a tide flow. The mist became liquid, the Earthstring Dao Foundation was formed, and mortality was severed away. Bei Ziushan suddenly looked up, blue veins bulging out on his neck and face. Trembling, he hoarsely shouted, "Tide flow!" Instantly, the whirlpool began to rotate with more intensity, transforming into something like a black hole that sucked away all of the Earthstring energy inside of him. Of course, that little bit wasn't even 1/1000th of what was required. However, as long as that whirlpool was formed, it would automatically absorb the Earthstring energy which had built up over the past 60-year cycle in the Fallen Sword world. Instantly, streams of Earthstring energy began to emerge from the walls of the Immortal's cave and rush toward Bei Ziushan. Soon, the lake above him was bubbling and boiling as massive amounts of Earthstring energy began to surge into motion. The sky of the Fallen Sword world trembled as Earthstring energy flowed toward Bei Ziushan from all directions. The disciples of the four sects who were in various locations in the Fallen Sword world all looked up. Some were confused, others shocked, others shaken. All sorts of mixed emotions could be seen, even disbelief. A tide flow. Heavens! That's an Earthstring Foundation establishment tide flow. Who is it? It's barely been a month, and someone's already formed an Earthstring capture crystal and begun Foundation establishment? Is it Sankei? Ghost Fang? Nine Isles? Or is it Fang Lin? Chapter 153, Let the Tide Flow Begin. The lake above Baziash Hun seethed and churned as it became a huge whirlpool, tugging relentlessly at the energy in the sky and the land of the world around him. Endless quantities of Earthstring energy poured into it, causing the whirlpool to grow larger and larger until it was like a massive tornado rising all the way up into the heavens. From a distance, the tornado looked so awe-inspiring that anyone who caught sight of it gasped in astonishment. In the moment that the tornado connected with the sky above, a spinning vortex formed that was the telltale sign of a tide flow. Baziash Hun. Not too far away from where Baziash Hun was in the middle of reaching Foundation establishment, Zhu Xiaoshan stopped in midair and looked at the surging Earthstring energy. Only a tide flow could cause heaven and earth to react in such a way. Zhu Xiaoshan took a deep breath, and his eyes began to glitter brightly. So, he is the first one who actually completed his Earthstring capture crystal. Deep within the fallen sword world, Shangguantaniu stood there, 9 flying swords swirling around him in a sword formation. His right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and the 9 swords pierced through the air, delivering a powerful killing blow that instantly cut down a high-level Bane beast. Ignoring the finger-thick stream of Earthstring energy that flew into his Dao bottle, he stared off into the distance at the churning streams of Earthstring energy. Who is it? He thought. Damn it. If Fang Lin and I hadn't fought each other and both ended up injured, I definitely could have been faster. Eyes bloodshot, he looked down at his Dao bottle, which was now 80% full. Gritting his teeth, he gave up on searching for Bane beasts and instead began to hunt disciples from the other 3 sects. The provocation of someone reaching Foundation establishment before him left Shangguantaniu in a killing mood. At the same time, in another area, Fang Lin from the Pill Stream sect noiselessly appeared in front of the Profound Stream sect disciple. The disciple's eyes went wide for only a moment before his head exploded. Fang Lin took his Dao bottle, then looked over at the conglomeration of Earthstring energy. His eyes shone with a bright light. I got Lei Shan's Dao bottle after he was taken by the Bane Souls, as well as the bottles of everyone I've ambushed. And yet, this guy beat me to it. He looked down at his Dao bottle, which was almost full, and his eyes glittered. With that, he sped off into the distance, preparing to select a place for his own Foundation establishment. In another area was the number 1 chosen from the Profound Stream sect, 9 Isles. His hands were dripping with blood, and he was surrounded by 7 or 8 corpses, all of whom were other disciples that he had personally slain. These should be enough. Other than those handful of chosen who everyone despaired of ever surpassing, there were a few other disciples within the fallen sword world who were also motivated enough to pick up their speed. And the only way to do that was by killing other disciples. It only took a moment for Baziash Hun's tide flow to transform the entire fallen sword world into a battleground. Almost instantly, fierce fighting broke out everywhere. The death toll grew, and blood-curdling screams echoed out everywhere. Originally, there had been about 400 people present, but by now that number had already been reduced by about half. Hu Yunfei was spattered in blood, his hair in complete disarray. In the fallen sword world, he was not considered to be one of the spectacular chosen, but rather, just an ordinary disciple. However, that didn't mean he was any less vicious than anyone else. During the course of the past month, he had cut down over 10 enemy disciples. Working with other Spirit Stream sect disciples, he had killed many Bane beasts as well. As a result, his Dao bottle was more than 70% full. When he saw the Earthstring energy surging in the distance, he took a deep breath. Is that you, Xiaoshan? You're definitely going to succeed in your Foundation establishment. I have to work harder. With that, he turned and sped off into the distance. Bane Lao was in the middle region of the fallen sword world, where he was fighting like a fiend. His battle with Lei Shan had caused his name to rise in shocking fashion, until almost everyone knew who he was. Although he hadn't been able to secure a clear victory, the battle ensured that his name was sent rocketing to new heights. He was the new black horse among the 4 sects, just like certain other rising stars from the other 3 sects. They were quickly becoming the type that ordinary disciples had no hope of ever catching up to. Of course, no one knew how bitterly Bane Lai had toiled to acquire such glory. The truth was that without Baziash Hun, he wouldn't be what he was now. I'm definitely going to reach Earthstring Foundation establishment, and wipe away all the humiliation. Howling inwardly, he selected another target and began to fight fiercely. By this point in the trial by fire, there were no weaklings among the surviving disciples. All of them had various powerful techniques and tactics to use, and soon, the fighting grew even more intense. Within the depths of the fallen sword world, in an area filled with swirling mists and countless Bane beasts, as well as numerous cultivators, 2 figures could be seen locked in combat. A closer look revealed that they were both young women. One was Gong Sunwaner, and the other was Zhaoer from the Pillstream sect. Both of them were exquisite beauties, but right now, both of them were in bad shape. Murderous auras surrounded them as they fought what was already their 7th battle. During the past month, they had fought each other every time they met, almost as if they had a personal grudge with each other. Although neither could gain the upper hand, they weren't willing to see the other capture any more Earthstring energy, which had resulted in the current deadlock. Eyes flashing with killing intent, Zhaoer said, Gong Sunwaner, both of us have half-filled Dao bottles. This time, only one of us is going to come out alive, and with a full bottle at that. With that, she launched another attack. Gong Sunwaner's face was pale white, and her phoenix was seriously injured. However, she gritted her beautiful teeth and counterattacked. Although their battle seemed ordinary in nature, both of them were unleashing powerful illusion magics against each other. The slightest misstep by either of them would result in death. The sky shook and the ground quaked. Even as everyone was driven to new heights of madness by Bazius Hun's Earthstring Foundation establishment, he was under the lake, shivering in fear. Although he couldn't see what was happening to the lake up above, he was sure that the rumbling flow of Earthstring energy had surely created a massive, funnel-like vortex. What do I do if people try to interfere? Instantly, beads of sweat popped out on his forehead. In his preparations for Foundation establishment, he had arranged some defensive measures, but now he wasn't sure they would be enough. Gritting his teeth as the inner whirlpool sucked in massive amounts of Earthstring energy, he managed to reach over with his right hand and slap his bag of holding, producing a stack of over 1,000 paper talismans, which he sent flying out around him. He didn't activate them, but all it would take to do so was a thought on his part. The Divine Crane Shield flew out, ready to be used at a moment's notice. At the same time, he activated the defensive treasure Li King had given him, which spread out, covering his undying silver skin. There was little he could do aside from that. Gritting his teeth, he gave an inward shout, causing the whirlpool inside of him to spin even faster. Earthstring energy was sucked relentlessly inward, not merging with the spiritual power inside of him, but tangling together with it. As it flowed through him, the whirlpool grew stronger and stronger, leaving him trembling violently. The so-called tide flow consisted of capturing Earthstring energy and then combining it with spiritual power to explosive effect. It would temper the flesh and blood, the chi passageways, and the soul. It would temper everything. For every 1 part of spiritual power, 100 parts of Earthstring energy were required. That explosive combination created a liquid which changed the mist of the Earthstring energy into a spiritual sea. That spiritual sea had another name, the Dao Foundation. Every full tide flow would create 1 spiritual sea, and 1 Dao Foundation. 9 tide flows meant 9 spiritual seas and 9 Dao Foundations. Each additional level would be many times larger than the previous level, like an inverted pagoda. Time passed. 2 hours later, and the vortex in the lake above Bazius Hun was even larger than before. As heaven and earth shook, Bazius Hun let out a powerful roar, causing the vortex to increase in size yet again. Rumbling like thunder echoed out as the whirlpool inside of him reached its capacity. Everything that he had built up over the past 2 hours was what would shape his first tide flow. As soon as the first tide flow was ready to complete, the whirlpool inside of him began to shrink down in size. As the Earthstring energy and spiritual power which formed the whirlpool flowed through his chi passageways, the whirlpool shrank, and cracking sounds echoed out from within him. The whirlpool was soon nothing more than a black dot which caused his chi passageways, his flesh and blood, and even his soul, to shake violently. Tide flow. His mind filled with rumbling sounds as the combination of Earthstring energy and spiritual power spread out. As he roared, his chi passageways grew larger, and his flesh and blood stronger. His bones, his soul, everything about him grew more powerful. Also in that moment, with the aid of the tide flow, the Earthstring energy and spiritual power finally merged together to form a spiritual liquid that raced through him, entering the misty sea in his Danshan region. It was like a drop of water that, upon landing, exploded with heaven-rending, earth-crushing force. Bazius Hun shuddered violently as his Danshan region exploded into countless fragments, which then reformed into a sea. His Dao Foundation had been established, and his spiritual sea had been formed. At the same time, his chi passageways, and especially his soul, were violently shaken and ripped away from that which was mortal. However, the sea was very small, seemingly only about 300 meters wide. Within it could be seen a violet cauldron, covered with countless magical symbols. As it rose up out of the sea, it unleashed a shocking energy which caused Bazius Hun's cultivation base to rise rapidly. However, he had not finished his ascension to Foundation establishment. All of the preparation and hard work he had put into this moment had yet to be drawn upon. There were 2 main factors which determined how many tide flows a person could achieve: first, latent talent, and second, the techniques they had cultivated in the chi condensation stage. Techniques provoked the tide flow, and latent talent provided the power to actually withstand the force of it. With strong latent talent, one could endure multiple tide flows. With weaker latent talent, it would be difficult to do the same, even if one had cultivated numerous techniques. In fact, attempting to force too many tide flows could shatter the Tao foundation and result in death. At the same time, someone with ordinary techniques and high latent talent would be equally confounded. As such, it was only the combination of techniques and latent talent that could lead to success. Both were required. Bazius Hun's first spiritual sea contained a cauldron, which represented the first technique he had cultivated, the Violet Chi Cauldron Control Art. Chapter 154, Striving for a Great Tao. There were few limitations when it came to the techniques which could be used to create a tide flow. In all the years which had passed since ancient times, only 3 rules had come to be identified in that regard. The first rule was that the techniques used for the tide flow had to be completely mastered down to the tiniest detail. Without that level of success, the tide flow would be a failure. It wasn't easy to master a technique to that level, it required a significant expenditure of both physical resources and mental energy. The second rule was that with every tide flow, only one technique of any given level of power could be used effectively. Adding in extra techniques would not help successfully achieve the tide flow. The third rule was that each successive tide flow was more difficult, and the requirements for success were thus more stringent. In most sects, there were few techniques that could propel a disciple past the 5th tide flow and into the 6th. Such techniques were essentially secret magics, and the foundation of the true power of the sect. Therefore, the real test was how the sect distributed its techniques, and how deep their resources went. For example, in the Spirit Stream sect, the South Bank's Violet Chi Cauldron Control Art and the North Bank's Heaven's Pan Elephant Control Art had to be cultivated to the point of mastering Violet Chi Cauldron Summoning or the Heaven's Pan Elephant Body respectively, otherwise only the first tide flow would be successful. Only Violet Chi Cauldron Summoning and the Heaven's Pan Elephant Body would suffice for the second tide flow. At the same time, because Violet Cauldron Peak on the South Bank and Sunset Peak on the North Bank were the home to those 2 techniques, as long as disciples from there had other powerful techniques to call upon, they could reach the 3rd through 5th tide flows. However, after that point, it would be easier to find a phoenix feather or a Kylan horn than to find ordinary techniques which could help. At that point, only secret magics could be called upon. As for the disciples from the other mountain peaks, after reaching the 8th level of chi condensation and joining the inner sect, they would have access to a second, more powerful technique that they could use to prepare for further tide flows. Whichever technique the disciple chose to branch out into was extremely important, and was one of the key factors determining how many tide flows they could achieve. Generally speaking, the very minimum was 2 tide flows, although 3 was also possible. Depending on the circumstances, 4 wasn't out of the question. Even the weakest of disciples were usually able to reach 3 tide flows during Earthstring Foundation establishment. In some extreme circumstances, some powerful disciples would reach 6. However, from ancient times until the present, only 9 disciples from the Spirit Stream sect had ever reached 6 tide flows by cultivating a second technique. Of course, those 9 disciples all went on to be unique and stunning figures during their time. Unfortunately, after cultivating that second technique, there was nothing else that could be used for further tide flows. Only secret magics could be used, which was how the 10 great secret magics of the Spirit Stream sect came to be. The 10 secret magics could be used for the 5th tide flow on. There were even some secret magics, such as Ghosts Hunt the Night and the Water Swamp Kingdom, which on rare occasions could actually form more than 1 tide flow. As a result, Spirit Stream sect disciples with outstanding latent talent all had the chance to reach 8 tide flows. Even the weakest disciples could get 4. That showed the power and resources of the Spirit Stream sect. Of course, the other 3 sects were similar. In the end, the true question was which of the disciples of the various generations would be able to reach the absolute pinnacle. As for 9 tide flows, that was the legendary peak of Earthstring Foundation establishment. Among all of the 4 great sects, there had only been one person in the last 10,000 years who had done such a thing. That person was Master Limitless from the Bloodstream sect, who succeeded 800 years ago. The peak of Earthstring Foundation establishment was a realm of incredible power that was incredibly difficult to reach, but not impossible. Although Heavenstring Foundation establishment surpassed Earthstring Foundation establishment, it was something that could only be acquired by random chance and luck. No path existed which could be followed to that end. Bazius Hun took a deep breath, and his eyes shone with bright light. He had studied up on the tide flows already, and could sense that the Sea of Mist had collapsed and formed his first spiritual sea. If he wanted to, he could abandon further tide flows, and instantly end his Earthstring Foundation establishment as a success. He would get his 200 years of longevity, but unfortunately, would be incredibly weak among Earthstring Foundation establishment cultivators. Bazius had no desire whatsoever to be weak. In the cultivation world, the law of the jungle prevailed. Regardless of whether or not he liked it, he knew that it was unavoidable. He didn't like fighting and killing, but sometimes, there was no other option. Because I mastered the Violet Chi Cauldron summoning of the Violet Chi Cauldron control art, I can use that for my second tide flow. Bazius took a deep breath, and suddenly, his spiritual sea began to rotate rapidly. The surrounding earth string energy instantly began to rumble in his direction once again, shaking everything around him as a second whirlpool formed inside of him. The lake up above crashed and seethed as a second vortex appeared up above. It was merely an outline at first, but it was clearly larger than the first vortex, ensuring that numerous disciples looked up to watch. The second tide flow. Presumably, all of the people here should be able to reach at least 3 or 4 tide flows. Each one will be bigger than the one before, and will require even more earth string energy. Damn it. This guy is reaching foundation establishment too quickly. That means there's going to be less earth string energy, maybe not even enough for me to reach foundation establishment. Even as everyone else in the fallen sword world grew more and more anxious, another massive rumbling sound echoed out from another direction. There, in the middle of a distant mountain range, another tornado rose up into the sky to connect with the heavens. Another vortex was forming. As the vortex expanded, the earth string energy in the world began to rush toward it. Now Bazius was sharing the earth string energy with a second person. In that distant mountain range was an immortal's cave, where Fang Lin sat, an expression of extreme focus on his face. Everyone was shocked by this new development. None of them could ever have imagined that a second person would begin a tide flow within only 2 hours or so of the first. Bloodshot eyes could be seen as everyone began to fight even more fiercely for earth string energy. It wasn't that none of them had considered trying to kill the two who were in the middle of foundation establishment. At the moment, the others hadn't reached a state of despair, and simply didn't want to waste time on such an effort. 2 hours later, powerful rumbling sounds echoed out from Fang Lin's region as his first tide flow ended, and the second began. Another 2 hours after that, the lake above Bazius exploded as his second tide flow ended. As that happened, a second spiritual sea appeared above the first one, and his energy skyrocketed, making him like a burning fire on a dark night. He took a deep breath as he realized that he had reached the limits of the Violet Chi Cauldron control art. It would not be enough for a third tide flow. Closing his eyes, he cast his senses inward, and saw a towering violet cauldron within each of his 2 spiritual seas. Both of them emanated powerful pressure. For my third tide flow, I'll have to use the dragon mammoth sea-forming scripture. His eyes flickered as the roars of a dragon and a mammoth could be heard echoing out from the lake to fill the area. His third tide flow had begun. A third whirlpool appeared inside of him, which exerted even stronger force than the first 2. As that force spread out into the world, massive amounts of earth string energy were sucked toward him. Gradually, a third vortex appeared in the sky, within which a swirling dragon could be seen. When the disciples in the other parts of the world looked over, they instantly caught sight of the dragon. What technique is that? That's the dragon mammoth sea-forming scripture. The first person to reach foundation establishment is from the Spirit Stream sect. Heavens! I can't believe it's the Spirit Stream sect. Who is it? Ghost Fang maybe? Shangguantaniu? Is it Bazius? The disciples from all 4 of the sects were shocked, but among the Spirit Stream sect disciples, there was a stir of excitement. Shangguantaniu looked up with bloodshot eyes and let out a maddened roar as he stared at the huge dragon in the vortex connecting to the heavens. That's not Ghost Fang. It's Bazius. Gnashing his teeth, he turned to find more enemy disciples to slaughter. Another 2 hours passed, and Fang Lin finished his second tide flow. Another vortex appeared above him, within which was a huge cauldron. It was bronze, and covered with carvings of suns, moons, and stars. It seemed profoundly ancient, as if it were capable of melting all of heaven and earth. It was none other than the heaven-earth furnace cauldron. As soon as the cauldron became visible, everyone knew who it was that had reached foundation establishment second. It's Fang Lin from the Pillstream sect. It was at that very moment that a third tornado suddenly shot up into the sky to connect to the heavens. A third person was reaching foundation establishment. Almost immediately, the vortex turned the color of blood. From the look of things, it had to be Song K. Heavens! Song K from the Bloodstream sect. He can kill foundation establishment cultivators, and is the first person to provoke a strange sign with his first tide flow. I heard that Master Limitless did the same thing 800 years ago. Maybe Song K is going to follow the example of Master Limitless, and reach the peak of Earthstring Foundation establishment, 9 tide flows. Now, 3 vortexes were vying for the Earthstring energy, sending it surging in 3 different directions. But then, a 4th tornado sprang up in the depths of the fallen sword world. Chapter 155, Breaking the First Shackle. The fourth tornado sprang up in a plain, where a grand spell formation had been set up. Glittering light spread out in all directions from the formation, in the middle of which sat a lone chi condensation disciple. He was a handsome young man wearing the robes of the Profound Stream sect. As he performed his breathing exercises, magical symbols flowed back and forth across his body, each one of which seemed to carry incredible destructive power. Occasionally they would converge into something that looked like an iron chain wrapped around him. The pulsing energy of destruction that seemed to radiate from the young man was none other than a sign of the exterminating obliteration technique. That young man was none other than the number one chosen from the Profound Stream sect, the first person in the past 3,000 years to successfully cultivate the exterminating obliteration technique, 9 Isles. He was able to unleash a force of obliteration that could exterminate all living things. It could wipe out anything and everything, and could even form obliteration threads. According to the information compiled by the other sects, such threads were as powerful as Mortal Tao Foundation establishment. In that battle with Ghost Fang, neither of us came out on top. Just wait until after Foundation establishment. I'll fight with you again, and then I'll completely destroy one of the number one chosen in the Spirit Stream sect. Killing intent flickered in 9 Isles' eyes as he took a deep breath and performed a double-handed incantation gesture. Instantly, a whirlpool formed inside of him, exploding with gravitational force as a tornado shot up into the heavens. There, an enormous vortex appeared. Rumbling sounds filled the air as enormous quantities of earth-string energy flowed toward it. As of this moment, 4 enormous vortexes could be seen in 4 different areas, splitting the Fallen Sword world into 4 parts. The rest of the disciples in the Fallen Sword world were getting very anxious. 4 people were in the middle of Foundation establishment, and vast quantities of earth-string energy was being gobbled up. Everyone knew that the earth-string energy was limited, and if they didn't hurry, their own chances at Foundation establishment would be dashed, and they would be nothing but minor players compared to those who had succeeded. The fighting grew more brutal, and almost instantly, casualties mounted. Even as the disciples fell upon each other with bloodshot eyes, the lake above Baziush-hun exploded with a crashing sound as he concluded his third tide flow. Up in the heavens, the dragon roared, and inside Baziush-hun, a third spiritual sea appeared above his second. This spiritual sea was even larger than the previous one. The power of the dragon has ended. Now it's time for the power of the mammoth. Baziush-hun took a deep breath. Eyes crimson, he let out a powerful roar as an enormous mammoth appeared around him. It lifted its front feet up, and then slammed them back down into the ground. Boom. A fourth whirlpool appeared inside of him, even larger and more shocking than the third. Up above in the sky, the third vortex had grown still, but now a fourth, even larger vortex could be seen. Within that vortex was the image of an enormous mammoth, bellowing as the surrounding vortex spun rapidly. 2 hours later, Fang Li followed closely behind with his own fourth tide flow vortex. As for Sankei and 9 Isles, they were approaching the conclusion of their own third tide flows. After 2 more hours passed, they began their fourth. Sankei was putting on a particularly stunning performance. An enormous face could be seen in the vortex of his fourth tide flow, a face with a blood moon on its forehead. Clearly, the speed with which he was absorbing the earth-string energy surpassed everyone else. Sankei is already on his fourth tide flow. I can't believe how quickly he's absorbing the earth-string energy. It's terrifying. Damn it. Is he really going to try to do the same thing as Master Limitless? Is he going to reach the peak of Earthstring Foundation establishment with 9 tide flows? This is bad. If someone reaches 8 tide flows, they'll absorb so much Earthstring energy that it will be difficult for anyone else to succeed. I have to get more Earthstring energy as quickly as possible. Deep anxiety filled all hearts. As of this point, 20 hours had passed since Baziush-hun began stepping into Foundation establishment. It was at this point that, all of a sudden, a 5th tornado shot up into the heavens. As it grew larger, it formed a vortex, beneath which was a mass of black mist. Within that mist was none other than Ghost Fang. The sight of 5 vortexes spinning in the sky caused all necks to crane as the disciples looked up at them. Time passed. It didn't take long before Ghost Fang's first and second tide flows were finished. When his third tide flow vortex appeared, a huge mountain ghost appeared, revealing his identity to all. Ghost Fang. It's Ghost Fang from the Spirit Stream sect. He obviously cultivates the mountain ghost god-dazing magic. Baziush-hun. Fang Lin. Sankei. 9 Isles. Ghost Fang. As of this moment, 5 inhuman cultivators had risen up from the crowd of cultivators from the 4 sects. They were definitely the first wave who would reach Foundation establishment. Baziush-hun was in the lead. His fourth tide flow was almost half completed. Next was Fang Lin, who was only about 2 hours behind Baziush-hun. Sankei and 9 Isles were next, being about 4 hours behind Baziush-hun. In last place was Ghost Fang, who was slower by 20 hours. Currently, Bazius Hun's fourth whirlpool was spinning rapidly, absorbing massive amounts of earth string energy. The power of the mammoth was pushing his fleshly body inexorably toward the first of the 5 shackles of mortality. With every blast of power, he would shake visibly. He had already cultivated the dragon mammoth sea-forming scripture to the point where he could make contact with the first shackle. But now, because of his undying live forever technique, he was not just at the point of making contact with it, he could break through it. He was about to break through the first shackle. By borrowing the might of the mammoth and the earth string energy, I can break through the first shackle during my fourth tide flow. Eyes crimson, he let out a shout and once again unleashed a surge of power. Thunderous crashing resounded in his mind as he battered away at the shackle over and over again. His body hovered on the brink of crumbling, but he hung on. After a few more hours passed, there were only about 8 hours left before the fourth tide flow would end. By now, massive amounts of tide flow power were exploding out inside of him. Boom! Blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth, and cracks appeared all over his skin. His attack on the first shackle was actually proving to be much more difficult than he'd imagined. Even by borrowing the earth string energy in the form of the tide flow, he still hadn't succeeded in breaking through it, not even after thousands upon thousands of attempts. Using earth string energy to try to break through the first shackle of mortality was completely unheard of. In fact, nobody other than Bazius Hun had ever attempted to do such a thing. I can definitely break through, he thought. Gritting his teeth, he took a deep breath and then drew in more earth string energy. However, he didn't use it to blast the shackle, but instead began building it up inside of him. 8 hours later, and the fourth tide flow was almost complete. Bazius Hun's eyes were shining with lightning-like brightness. Break. Come on, break. Roaring, he unleashed the tide flow he had been building up for the past 8 hours. Massive rumbling sounds echoed out as it turned into something like an enormous battering ram. His body was like a wall, which the battering ram then slammed into. Once. Twice. 3 times. One blast after another came in quick succession. Soon, cracks spread out in that wall, until at last, the power of the fourth tide flow crushed the wall. Cracking sounds filled the air, and at the same time, Bazius Hun shook visibly. All of a sudden, he felt something like 5 enormous mountains resting on his shoulders. Those 5 mountains began inside of him, but stretched out high above him. They emitted intense pressure that made him gasp, and it was only at this moment that he could sense them clearly. All of a sudden, he had the urge to destroy those 5 mountains, to remove the pressure that was weighing down on him. Those 5 mountains are the 5 shackles of mortality. Roaring, he sent heaven shaking, earth-shattering energy to slam into the first of the 5 mountains. Under the explosive barrage, the shackle suddenly crumbled. In that moment, blood sprayed out of Bazius Hun's mouth. His chi passageways, his flesh and blood, and every other part of him crumbled, and then instantly reformed. He was left trembling as an aura began to spread out from him that surpassed anything from the mortal world. It thrived within his flesh and blood, filled his body, and made the entire world suddenly seem completely different. There seemed to be more colors, more luster, and at the same time, he felt lighter and more free. Moments before, he had been shouldering the weight of 5 enormous mountains, but now, one of them had been destroyed. He had broken through the first shackle of mortality. When it happened, his fleshly body power erupted with explosive force. He instantly surpassed the fleshly body limit of chi condensation cultivators, and entered Foundation establishment. His flesh and blood, his chi passageways, his bones, all of it surpassed what was mortal. He threw his head back and let loose a long cry which echoed out in all directions. The lake churned, and the 4th vortex up above went still. Moments later, a 5th vortex appeared. Within that 5th vortex was a crumbling mountain. This 5th tide flow was not provoked by the dragon mammoth sea-forming scripture. This mountain had nothing to do with that. It was a natural result of Bazius Hun breaking through the first shackle of mortality. By this point, Fang Lin, Song Kei, and Nine Isles had all reached the end of their own 4th tide flows. At the same time, Ghost Fang completed his 3rd. Meanwhile, hours upon hours of intense fighting had passed for the other disciples of the 4 sects. It was then that the second wave of disciples managed to form their earth string capture crystals. The first of that second wave was Shangguan Taniu. Virtually simultaneously, Zhu Xiaoshan's vortex also appeared in the sky. The next was none other than Bane Lai, the dark horse of the fallen sword world. Last was Zhao Er from the Pillstream sect. She sat cross-legged in a valley, and standing protectively in front of her was Gong Sunwaner, whose face was dripping with blood. Shockingly, Gong Sunwaner didn't have a single scrap of life force upon her. She was dead, and yet, her corpse could still move. Although she was a bit stiff, toxic mist pulsed out from inside of her, and countless poisonous centipedes squirmed in and out of her eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. If some powerful expert were to come along, they would be able to tell that Gong Sunwaner's brain was gone, and inside of her head was a spider with a human face, controlling her corpse. Gong Sunwaner had been transformed into a poison puppet. Gong Sunwaner, you are the first poison puppet I've created. Don't worry, soon I'll turn your brother into the second. Eyes sparkling with vicious enmity, Zhaoer began to meditate, and the vortex up above her rumbled into motion. Chapter 156, Wanna Kill Me? 9 enormous vortexes swirled in the sky of the fallen sword world, slowly eating away at any hope which remained in the hearts of the disciples down below. In any Foundation establishment Holy Land, Earthstring energy was limited, and could only be used by so many cultivators to reach Foundation establishment. Furthermore, the number of cultivators who could succeed was not fixed. If someone reached 8 tide flows, they would absorb even more Earthstring energy than usual, significantly reducing the overall amount in the world, and would force some people to end their own tide flows prematurely. Of course, someone reaching 8 tide flows wasn't the most terrifying scenario. The worst was if some prodigy came along among the chosen who managed to reach 9 tide flows. Once someone reached the peak of Earthstring Foundation establishment, they would most certainly slaughter the people from the other sects who had tried to interfere, and prevent them from succeeding. In fact, even people from that person's own sect who had interfered might also be killed. Such a thing had only ever occurred once, 800 years before with Master Limitless. A scene of madness had played out at that time, in which the Pillstream sect was completely wiped out, and only a few people from the Profound Stream sect and the Spirit Stream sect escaped with their lives. Even many people from the Bloodstream sect were slaughtered by the enraged Master Limitless. For the disciples from the 4 sects who hadn't formed their Earthstring capture crystals yet, they either had to resign themselves to their fates, or go on a killing rampage, resorting to any tactics possible to succeed. Sometimes that would even mean ambushing fellow disciples. It was all for the chance to get the Earthstring capture crystal and then reach Earthstring Foundation establishment. Time passed. The second wave, which consisted of Shangguan Danyu, Zhu Xiaoshan, Bainwulai and Zhaoer, had all completed their first 3 tide flows. As for Ghost Fang, he had already completed his 4th, and was moving on to his 5th. Song Ke and Nine Isles were already halfway through their 5th. Beziash Hun was the fastest of them all. He was almost finished with his 5th tide flow. Earthstring energy was rushing into the vortex, and a 5th spiritual sea was forming inside of him. 4 hours later, a tremor ran through him as the 5th whirlpool inside of him expanded. Tide flow power erupted, and his 5th spirit sea was completed in his Danshan region. His 5th tide flow was over. Now for the 6th. He said, his eyes glimmering with intense focus. Having reached this point in the process, he had no desire to give up. He wanted to know what his limit was. He wanted to know how far he could go. He wanted to know how many tide flows he was capable of. The Violet Chi Cauldron control art was the basis of my first tide flow. Violet Chi Cauldron summoning was the second. As for my 3rd and 4th, that came from the power of the dragon and mammoth. The 5th tide flow should have been from the magic of sea forming. However, because I broke through the first shackle of mortality, that turned into my 5th tide flow. Therefore, it's now time to continue on with sea forming magic and start my 6th tide flow. Taking a deep breath, he again called upon the explosive power of the dragon mammoth sea forming scripture. Having already used the power of the dragon and the mammoth, it was now time to use the power of sea forming. The so-called sea forming was actually a method of creating a spiritual sea, of forming a Tao foundation. Almost immediately, a 6th vortex formed up in the sky, within which was a majestic, roiling sea. Although the vortex was a spectacular sight, it was somewhat unstable, and didn't absorb energy very quickly. Beziash Hun had the Water Swamp Kingdom, but didn't want to use that yet. Since he could use the power of sea forming, he didn't want to waste his powerful secret magic. When the other cultivators saw what was happening, they began to sigh with relief. Beziash Hun's 6th tide flow is unstable. From the look of it, he's already reached his limit, and won't be able to last much longer. That crumbling mountain in the 5th tide flow must have been his only secret magic. 6 tide flows is already pretty amazing. More than that would be spectacular. It was at this point that Fang Lin and Nine Isles also breathed sighs of relief. They were completely on guard, and keeping close track of everyone else's progress. Beziash Hun's already reached the end, so there's no need to worry about him anymore. That was what both of them were thinking. Ghost Fang frowned. Considering that he knew Beziash Hun hadn't used his secret magic yet, he could tell that something strange was going on. As for Song Ke, he looked on, eyes glittering thoughtfully. Time passed. Beziash Hun's 6th tide flow slowly sucked in Earthstring energy, and although the vortex wasn't stable, it didn't collapse. Gradually, there were a few other disciples who managed to form their Earthstring capture crystals and begin their tide flows. One of them was Hu Yunfei. It was after the 60-hour mark passed that Bazius-Hun's sixth tide flow finished. Most people present assumed that he was finished. In the little immortal's cave he carved out beneath the lake, his eyes glittered as his sixth spiritual sea formed inside of him. Then, he took a deep breath and suddenly stretched both arms out in front of him. Secret magic. Water-swamped kingdom. Water vapor filled the immortal's cave, growing more and more dense until it began to seep out into the lake water itself. The lake began to seethe, and in the blink of an eye, expanded rapidly. Within a few breaths of time, it grew so rapidly that it became less like a lake and more like a sea. Up above in the sky, Bazius-Hun's sixth vortex had stopped moving. However, instead of vanishing, it seemed to be building up energy. Then, a faint pressure began to weigh down in the fallen sword world, to the surprise and shock of everyone. Even Nine Isles and the other top chosen were all astonished. Bazius-Hun raised his hands up above him, then shoved them back down. Instantly, huge waves roiled out across the surface of the lake up above, along with intense rumbling sounds. The sixth vortex began to ripple and distort, then spin like mad. Gasps rang out in the fallen sword world as a seventh vortex appeared. However, that wasn't the end of it. In the same instant that the seventh vortex appeared, the air above it began to twist and turn. Countless clouds seethed as an eighth vortex appeared. The seventh and eighth vortexes appeared at the same time, accompanied by thunderous rumbling that struck shock into the hearts of all the cultivators present. Impossible. He clearly used a secret magic for his fifth tide flow. Secret magic. That's a secret magic. Heavens. What he used before wasn't actually a secret magic. I can't believe two vortexes appeared at the same time. Is that the Spirit Stream sect's spectacular secret magic, the water-swamped kingdom? Or is it ghosts haunt the night? Question mark. Soon, the cries of shock turned into bellows of rage. 8 tide flows. He's reached 8 tide flows. If he succeeds, a vast amount of Earthstring energy will be sucked away. Stop him. The entire sky shook as the 7th and 8th vortexes began to spin rapidly. The power of the tide flow that erupted out to absorb Earthstring energy was vastly stronger than anything before, greater by dozens of times over. It was like the power of an enormous black hole, reaching out into the entire world and tugging at all the Earthstring energy in it. The vortexes belonging to the other disciples began to twist and distort, and even slow down their own absorption. It was at this point that Fang Lin opened his eyes, then spoke in a voice that rose up into the vortex above him and spread out to fill the entire area. Fill Stream Sect disciples, heed my command, kill Bazius-Hun. Stop him from completing his 8th tide flow. All who comply will receive special compensation from me upon returning to the sect. I'll acquire Foundation Establishment pills for all of you, and take care of you for your whole life. At the same time, Nine Isles sat in his spell formation, his eyes flickering with killing intent. Profound Stream Sect disciples, heed my command, exterminate Bazius-Hun. Kill him, and his Earthstring energy will disperse back into the world. That will benefit me, you, and everyone. Even as Nine Isles' words echoed out, Song Ke opened his eyes. After a moment of thought, he said, Bloodstream Sect, heed my command, kill Bazius-Hun and put an end to his tide flow. Hu Yanfei was starting to get nervous, but being in the middle of his own Foundation establishment, could do nothing to help. Shang Guantanyu's eyes flickered, and a cold smile appeared on his face. He had been shaken by the fact that Bazius-Hun started his 7th and 8th tide flows simultaneously, but now he wasn't so nervous. You're simply courting death, he murmured. You can't blame us for that. With that, he closed his eyes and proceeded with his own tide flow. Ghost Fang's eyes glittered. Although he felt no ill will toward Bazius-Hun, at the moment, he couldn't help him even if he wanted to. Bane Lai hesitated for a moment. By this point, he wasn't sure how he felt about Bazius-Hun. He hated him, and even wanted to kill him. But as more time passed, he had reached a point where he didn't want Bazius-Hun to die at the hands of anyone except himself. Despicable wretches! He shouted. However, he was powerless to offer any assistance at the moment. As the number 1 chosen from the various sects issued their orders, the other disciples in the fallen sword world looked on with bloodshot eyes. Kill Bazius-Hun. If he dies, then his Earthstring energy will disperse, and we'll have a chance to succeed. That's right. Song Ke, Nine Isles and even Fang Lin are people we can't risk provoking. But according to the sect's information, Bazius-Hun isn't the strongest here. We can definitely take him down. I think each sect has different information about Bazius-Hun. But now's not the time to worry about that. Kill him, and we'll all have a chance to reach Foundation Establishment. He doesn't qualify to reach 8 tide flows. Eyes crimson, disciples sped from all directions toward Bazius-Hun's lake. The Spirit Stream Sect disciples were starting to get nervous, but considering that all of the disciples from the other 3 sects were joining forces, they were completely outnumbered. They were able to stop some of them, but not all. Soon, disciples from all three sects were closing in on Bazius Hun. It was at that point that Bazius Hun's eyes snapped open. "Wanna kill me?" Chapter 157, Fighting Back. Bazius Hun's eyes shone with piercing light, and yet, inside, his heart was pounding. He had known all along that his attempt at Foundation establishment couldn't be made without interference. Unless he immediately ended his 7th and 8th tide flows, people would definitely try to kill him. Song K. 9 Isles. Fang Lin. You're all despicable. I'm not taking away your Earthstring energy, yet you send your fellow disciples to try to stop me? Just wait until I'm in Foundation establishment, then you'll know how awesome I am. Gritting his teeth, he temporarily suppressed the hatred in his heart. He knew that he was in a moment of deep crisis, and that the slightest carelessness could result in utter catastrophe. The people coming at him weren't just trying to prevent him from proceeding with his Foundation establishment, they were trying to kill him and steal the Earthstring energy that existed in his spiritual seas. Because of the life or death danger, a vicious, maddened look appeared on his face. All of a sudden, he felt like he was back in mountains being chased by the Luotian clan. Rumbling sounds echoed out above the lake as dozens of disciples from the three sects closed in. However, even as they neared his Immortal's Cave, Bazius Hun activated 200 of the more than 1,000 paper talismans he'd set up at the entrance of the cave. As they ignited, an enormous shield dozens of meters thick appeared, causing the lake water to churn violently. As for the incoming disciples, they were completely blocked by the glittering shield. Each one of those defensive paper talismans is extremely expensive. Bazius Hun is down to his last line of defense. Destroy these shields, and we'll be able to get into his Immortal's Cave. Kill Bazius Hun, and the Earthstring energy inside of him will return to the world around us. We'll finally get a chance at Foundation establishment. The dozens of disciples that had arrived viciously unleashed numerous powerful attacks onto the shields. One by one, the shields began to distort and then shatter. Bazius Hun took a deep breath. The 7th and 8th vortexes spun rapidly, filling heaven and earth with rumbling sounds, causing massive amounts of Earthstring energy to rush toward him. When about half of the 200 paper talisman shields had been destroyed, Fang Lin of the Pillstream sect completed his tide flow, despite the pressure which had been weighing down on his vortex. Without hesitating, he began his 7th tide flow. Next was 9 Isles. After that, Song K. Soon, all of them were in the middle of their 7th tide flow. Ghost Fang had begun 20 hours later than Bazius Hun, and was now about half finished with his 6th tide flow. Even still, it took all of them added together to match the speed with which Bazius Hun was absorbing Earthstring energy. The Earthstring energy in the fallen sword world was rapidly diminishing, causing the disciples of the three sects to grow even more anxious. More and more of them chose to try to kill Bazius Hun. After all, the overall Earthstring energy that remained was now almost half gone, and the only way to reverse the situation was to kill Bazius Hun. More and more disciples showed up to attack him. By this point, the lake was destroyed, and Bazius Hun's defensive shields were almost gone. The nearly 100 disciples who had gathered in the area were starting to get very excited. Come on. One big blast should destroy those shields. Hurry up. Bazius Hun's shields are almost gone. However, even as hope flickered in their eyes, Bazius Hun ignited another 400 paper talismans. Instantly, the shields were hundreds of meters thick, a dazzling display that provoked cries of shock among the attacking disciples. Damn it. He had more? How many paper talismans does Bazius Hun have? I refuse to believe this. This has definitely got to be his final line of defense. Booms echoed out as nearly 100 disciples attacked with bloodshot eyes and even greater killing intent. As one shield layer after another shattered, Bazius Hun pushed the vortexes even harder, madly absorbing as much Earthstring energy as he could. Faster, he growled. Must go faster. Time passed, and soon the active paper talismans had been whittled down from 400 to 100. At that point, hissing sounds could be heard as the 7th vortex transformed into a full tide flow, and a 7th spiritual sea appeared in his Danshan region. Bazius Hun could clearly sense how much more powerful he was with that boundless 7th spiritual sea. At the same time, his 8th vortex began to spin even faster. It was at this point that Fang Lin trembled and finished his 7th tide flow. However, he was incapable of beginning an 8th and, in fact, anyone who could have examined him closely would have been able to tell that his 7th tide flow wasn't complete. Bazius Hun was essentially in control of half of the Earthstring energy in the world, and Fang Lin simply wasn't as well prepared as everyone else. Lower-level tide flows didn't require as much Earthstring energy, but in the 7th, it was quite the opposite, and Fang Lin simply couldn't compete with everyone else. He was totally spent. Bazius Hun. Eyes raging with killing intent, he had no choice but to end his Foundation establishment with a partially completed 7th spiritual sea. When the vortex above Fang Lin faded away, less of the earth string energy was being absorbed, and the overall tension in the fallen sword world eased up a bit. Not long after that, Song Ke and Nine Isles completed their 7th tide flows. Then, it was with great difficulty but no hesitation that they called upon the power of their secret magics to begin their 8th tide flows. Rumbling filled the entire world as unstable vortexes appeared above each of them. It seemed that for both of them, the 8th tide flow could fail at any moment. Apparently, the earth string energy in the world was barely enough to sustain 2 such vortexes. However, both of them struggled to hang on even longer. I can definitely reach 8 tide flows. Nine Isles howled. My goal isn't 8, it's 9. Song Ke's eyes were completely bloodshot as he performed a double-handed incantation gesture, causing his chest to wither up, and yet simultaneously unleashing a bizarre power that poured into the 8th tide flow vortex, resulting in it accelerating rapidly. The acceleration of Song Ke's vortex seemed to exert incredible pressure onto Nine Isles' vortex. Nine Isles began to tremble as his vortex slowly withered. There's still hope. Nine Isles bit the tip of his tongue and then spit out a mouthful of blood, which transformed into a magical symbol that settled down onto him. As it did, the chain of magical symbols that surrounded him began to emit dazzling light, causing the whirlpool inside of him to speed up. Soon, he was catching up to Song Ke. However, it was at this point that Ghost Fang completed his 7th tide flow and began his 8th. Instantly, Nine Isles, who had already been teetering unstably, let loose a cry of despair. Moments later, Nine Isles' vortex shuddered, and then ground to a halt. No. Nine Isles howled, his eyes shining with madness. However, there was nothing he could do. His 8th tide flow was a failure. Now that both he and Fang Lin had ceased to absorb earthstring energy, the pressure in the fallen sword world had eased significantly. With 2 less tide flow vortexes in the picture, Song Ke's 8th tide flow stabilized even further. As for Ghost Fang, he also had a better chance than before, and was catching up relentlessly. Although he was also teetering on the verge of failure, he was still hanging on, and the question was how long he could continue to do so. Of course, Bezish Hun also benefited, and began to advance even more rapidly. It was a dazzling scene as 3 people proceeded through their 8 tide flow, Bezish Hun, Song Ke, and Ghost Fang. 2 people had failed so far, Fang Lin and Nine Isles. As for Shangguan Taniu, Bain Lai, Zhao and Zhu Xiaoshan, they were in the 2nd wave. Because so much earthstring energy had been absorbed by the disciples in the 1st wave, their speed was significantly slower. All of them had just begun their 4th tide flows. Hu Yunfei and some of the other miscellaneous chosen were in the 3rd wave, and had just begun their 2nd tide flows. As far as Hu Yunfei was concerned, considering his latent talent and expectations, even reaching 1 tide flow in Earthstring Foundation establishment was a significant accomplishment. By this point, the rest of the disciples had no hope whatsoever of finishing their Earthstring capture crystals, and therefore, no chance to even achieve a single tide flow. In their despair, such disciples killing intent soared, and their eyes came focus on the 3 vortexes up above that represented the disciples in their 8th tide flows. Ghost Fang just started his 8th tide flow, and isn't completely stabilized. He has a lot of earthstring energy, but not as much as Song Ke and Bezish Hun. Song Ke is super famous, and has a shocking murderous aura. Plus, it's never a good idea to provoke people from the bloodstream sect. Furthermore, he probably doesn't have as much earthstring energy as Bezish Hun. Bezish Hun is already being besieged by quite a few people. We should take advantage of the moment to kill him. If he dies, his earthstring energy will disperse back into the world. After analyzing the situation, most of the disciples chose to target Bezish Hun. In that same moment, Fang Lin finalized his foundation establishment and solidified his spiritual seize. Rumbling sounds echoed out as he flew up into the air, emanating the crushing pressure of foundation establishment. His hair whipped about as a mighty wind swirled around him. At the same time, the image of the heaven-earth furnace cauldron appeared behind him. Clearly, he was far superior to any chi condensation cultivator. He was the first person to reach foundation establishment, and was now the most powerful person in the fallen sword world. Since I got 7 tide flows, the rest of you better not even dream of finishing your 8th. Eyes flickering with killing intent, he looked around at Song Ke, Ghost Fang, and Bezish Hun. Then, he shot toward Bezish Hun like a bolt of lightning. I'll kill you first, and absorb your earthstring energy. Maybe I can still reach 8 tide flows after all. When using tide flow power to reach Earthstring Foundation establishment, it was possible for someone to interrupt any one of their first 8 tide flows and prematurely reach Foundation establishment. Furthermore, because the Tao Foundation wasn't complete in such a situation, it was possible to continue after the interruption, as long as too much time didn't go by. However, because of the huge amount of Earthstring energy required, it was usually too difficult to do such a thing. In contrast, Once a ninth tide flow began, one had to choose to either complete it, or die trying. Chapter 158, Spirit Stream Sect, Defend Baziashun. Almost in the same moment that Fang Lin headed toward Baziashun, rumbling sounds could be heard as Nine Isles rose up into the air like a bedeviled god. His hair whipped about him as the magical symbols which were wrapped around him loosened, creating a band of magical symbols 30 meters wide. They were black, and pulsed with the power of the exterminating obliteration technique, causing a whirl of extermination to fill the entire area. From the energy radiating off of him, he seemed even more powerful than Fang Lin. Since Fang Lin is taking out Baziashun, I'm going to kill Ghost Fang. Ghost Fang, if it weren't for the delay caused by our interference, I wouldn't have been the fourth in line to begin Foundation establishment. Because I started so late, I wasn't able to complete my 8th tide flow. But I still have a chance if I kill you and absorb your earth string energy. Nine Isles threw his head back and roared, radiating hatred. He hated Baziashun, but he hated Ghost Fang even more. In the end, he attributed his failure to the sudden rise of Ghost Fang. Of course, he hated Song K just as much, and planned to get revenge on him as well. However, his plan was to first take out Ghost Fang. Radiating the might of Foundation establishment, he blurred into motion as he shot through the air toward Ghost Fang. With an inward sigh of relief, Song K focused fully on his 8th vortex. Nine Isles and Fang Lin don't qualify to tangle with me. Only Baziashun and Ghost Fang do. However, if they get interrupted, that will be my greatest chance to succeed. There was nothing left of the lake above Baziashun, there was only a huge crater, at the bottom of which was the Immortal's cave he had created. There, glittering shields were being constantly bombarded by disciples from the 3 sects. At the moment, there were only 100 shield layers left, which was when Fang Lin appeared like a bolt of lightning. He was a blur of motion that sped toward the shields and then waved his hand, causing the heaven-earth furnace cauldron to rapidly grow larger and then smash downward. Break! He shouted in a deafening roar that caused the other disciples to back up in astonishment. Many of them even coughed up mouthfuls of blood due to Fang Lin's Foundation establishment might. The stunning power of the heaven-earth furnace cauldron was such that all 100 shields shattered from a single blow. Baziashun. Fang Lin's eyes flickered with killing intent as he prepared to enter the Immortal's cave. However, it was at that moment that Baziashun looked up, his eyes completely bloodshot. Fang Lin. He growled, and then his final 600 paper talismans all ignited. Popping sounds filled the air as 600 shields appeared to block Fang Lin's path. Damn it, I can't believe he still has paper talismans left. Fang Lin frowned. He had just stepped into Foundation establishment, and had not yet fully acclimated, and was thus unable to unleash the full potential of his battle prowess. The other disciples from the 3 sects all stared with wide eyes at what they were seeing. Gasps could be heard as they were shaken by the incredible display of wealth put on by Baziashun. They all knew how expensive paper talismans were, and a quick calculation revealed that he had just used over 1,000 of them. Instantly, exclamations of shock could be heard. How many paper talismans does he actually have? Damn it. Most people use spell formations or magical techniques to defend themselves during Foundation establishment. I can't believe he's relying entirely on paper talismans. Even if he has more of them, it won't do him any good. He might as well forget about succeeding with his 8th tide flow. Fang Lin's eyes flickered as he let loose another attack. The booming sounds caused Baziashun to grow even more nervous, but at the same time, furious. Without Fang Lin, the situation wouldn't have been so nerve-wracking. But considering the power of Foundation establishment was now in the mix, Baziashun knew that his defenses couldn't hold out for very long. He just entered Foundation establishment, and probably isn't completely used to it yet. I still have a chance. Gritting his teeth, he ignored the booming sounds and focused fully on rotating the whirlpool inside of him. As it spun faster and faster, the shields were broken away layer by layer. Fang Lin and the other disciples continued to unleash attacks, and time ticked away. Soon, half of the shields were gone, and yet Fang Lin was starting to get very nervous. Not good. It was at that very moment that Baziashun's 8th vortex suddenly stopped moving. His 8th tide flow was a success. An 8th spiritual sea appeared within him, just above the 7th. At the same time, it seemed like a 9th vortex was about to appear up above in the sky. My 9th tide flow will be my undying live forever technique. Baziashun's expression was one of madness as he put everything on the line. As he called upon the undying live forever technique, silver light spread out, within which faint traces of gold were already visible. As he did, a 9th vortex appeared overhead. His eyes were clamped shut, as though he didn't even have the power to open them. He almost seemed like he was on the verge of exploding. As for everyone else in the fallen sword world, it didn't matter what they were doing, their hearts trembled, and their jaws dropped. A 9th Tide flow. I can't believe that 9 tide flows have appeared. The last time this happened was 800 years ago. Heavens. Outside Bezius Hun's Immortal's cave, Fang Lin's eyes went wide, and he shivered. He couldn't even complete 7 tide flows, and yet here someone was working on their 9th. In the middle of unleashing an attack on Ghost Fang's location, Nine Isles trembled and turned to look in Bezius Hun's direction. Panting, he said, the Spirit Stream sect has started a 9th tide flow. We can't let that 9th tide flow succeed. Abandoning his enmity with Ghost Fang, he began to speed toward Bezius Hun. At the same time, Song Ke was panting, his eyes gleaming with a desire to do battle. Because Bezius Hun had begun his 9th tide flow, Song Ke's 8th tide flow now seemed to be on the verge of falling apart. Expression 1 of utter determination, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture and then slapped his hands down onto the ground, causing a boom to echo out. Moments later, cracking sounds could be heard from 9 locations within the Fallen Sword world, as Earthstring energy was apparently forcibly extracted using some special technique. Moments later, Song Ke's 8th tide flow stabilized. Ghost Fang observed silently as 9 Isles sped off into the distance. His expression was one of disappointment. He didn't want to admit it, but he could sense that his 8th tide flow was rapidly destabilizing. Because of the appearance of a 9th tide flow, it would soon shatter. Shangguan Danyu was in the middle of his 5th tide flow, and as soon as he sensed that Bezius Hun had started a 9th tide flow, all of his confidence and pride was shattered. Never educated by his parents, and always pulling off freakish stunts. The shameless son of a bitch. I can't believe he got to 9 tide flows. What a massive joke. All of a sudden, Shangguan Danyu let loose a stream of shrill laughter. Bain Lai bitterly clenched his fists. Despite the endless frustrations caused by Bezius Hun, he had never given up hope that he could surpass him. As of this moment, he gritted his teeth, and felt more strongly than ever that he had to do just that. Everyone in the Fallen Sword world experienced a short moment of reflective silence. But then, the voices of Fang Lin and 9 Isles echoed out in all directions. Our 3 sects will never tolerate the appearance of 9 tide flows. You people know what we have to do. Kill Bezius Hun. Stop the 9th tide flow, and return the Earthstring energy to the world around us. Profound Stream Sect. Bloodstream Sect. Fill Stream Sect. If we don't attack him together now, when will we? Question mark. A moment later, Song Ke's voice rang out, grim and sinister. Kill Bezius Hun. The truth was that the 3 of them didn't even need to say anything. All of the non-Foundation establishment cultivators in the Fallen Sword Abyss were terrified, and began to speed toward Bezius Hun, killing intent raging. Hu Yunfei had completed his 3rd tide flow, and was in the middle of his 4th. Suddenly, he smiled happily and said, Ziush Hun, you defended me from the Luotian clan, and now, I'm going to defend you. His 4th tide flow began to fade as he chose to enter Foundation establishment at that very moment. He knew that Bezius Hun would be in a very weak state, and was about to be attacked by a whole horde of enemies. Therefore, he would defend Bezius Hun. Even as his tide flow ended, he cried out, Spirit Stream Sect disciples, it's me, Hu Yunfei. I just finished my own Foundation establishment, and I'm going to defend Bezius Hun. Who's with me? After a moment of silence, the voices of numerous Spirit Stream Sect disciples could be heard shouting in response. Sect Uncle Bei had our backs when we entered this place. I'm going to stand as his Dharma protector. Bezius Hun might be naughty and mischievous, but he's one of us. 9 tide flows. That's a sign that the Spirit Stream Sect is going to rise to prominence. You people want to kill Sect Uncle Bei? I don't think so. Virtually all of the Spirit Stream Sect disciples gritted their teeth and began to speed in Bezius Hun's direction. Ghost Fang couldn't hold on any longer. As his 8th tide flow faded away in failure, he thought for a moment, and then completely ignored Bezius Hun in favor of going to interfere with Song Ke. Apparently, he viewed Bezius Hun's success or failure as having nothing to do with himself. Bain Lai let out a powerful roar. Suppressing the rage he felt toward Bezius Hun, he ended his 5th tide flow and chose to enter Foundation establishment immediately. Then, he stepped out to act as Dharma protector for Bezius Hun. This isn't for you, Bezius Hun, it's for the Spirit Stream Sect. There were a few other Spirit Stream Sect disciples who similarly gritted their teeth and then ended their tide flows to join their fellows. Soon, in the entire Spirit Stream Sect, the only person other than Bezius Hun who was still continuing with a tide flow was Shangguan Danyu. Eyes bloodshot, he was completely ignoring everything else other than his own wavering 5th tide flow. Fierce fighting instantly broke out as the disciples charged in the direction of Bezius Hun. Soon, the area outside of Bezius Hun's Immortal's cave was the scene of a bitter battle as only a few dozen Spirit Stream Sect stood against a crowd of over 100. Time passed, and the fighting only grew more intense. Under the combined attacks of Fang Lin and Nine Isles, Hu Yunfei was already seriously injured, as was Bane Lai. The Spirit Stream sect disciples were shoved back over and over again, and Bazia's Hun shields continued to be whittled away. Bazia's Hun could sense what was happening outside, and he was left trembling. He wanted to end the tide flow, but quickly realized that he had no control over it. It was impossible to end it himself, and in fact, he wasn't even capable of opening his eyes. After all, the ninth tide flow represented the peak of Earthstring Foundation establishment. Unless the process were somehow interfered with, there were only 3 ways it could be ended. One was to succeed, which would naturally end the tide flow. The second way it might end was if the fallen sword world ran out of Earthstring energy, causing the tide flow to fade away. The final method was if the person undergoing their ninth tide flow was killed. Although his eyes were closed, they were completely bloodshot. He could sense that his fellow disciples were fighting for him, and he could tell that they were bleeding and injured, maybe even dying. His mind felt like it was being torn apart. He wanted to open his eyes, to end the tide flow. But he couldn't. This ninth tide flow either needs to fail, or hurry up and finish. Og. Trembling physically, he let out a protracted inner howl. Chapter 159, Undying Gold Skin. To everyone else, this was a rare occasion to see the peak of Earthstring Foundation establishment, something that, in the past several thousand years, had only occurred once, 800 years ago with Master Limitless of the Bloodstream sect. However, to Bazia's Hun, it was more than that. It was also a chance to make incredible progress with his Undying Live Forever technique. It was an opportunity to advance from Undying Silver Skin to Undying Gold Skin. With a life-saving magical item given to him by Li King, his entire body was covered by a layer of blackness, and yet not even that could prevent a faint gold light from glittering around him. As of this moment, Bazia's Hun had successfully cultivated the full first level of the Undying Codex. He had successfully broken through the first shackle of mortality, something no one else had been able to accomplish for countless years. Of course, a few people had accomplished that task in the past. After all, the point of the first volume of the Undying Codex was to break through that first shackle. But Bazia's Hun was the first person to ever make additional progress even after breaking through the shackle. Generally speaking, there wasn't much in between the different layers that were the 5 shackles of mortality. They were like circles with a fixed size and shape. However, with Bazia's Hun, that fixed circle appeared to be expanding rapidly. It was completely and utterly shocking. Rumbling sounds filled his body as the golden color of his skin grew more and more intense. The Undying Live Forever technique was in full operation, and because he had broken through the first shackle, the ninth vortex up above began to spin even more quickly, causing his ninth tide flow to absorb Earthstring energy at a shocking rate. It was a harmonious cycle. The more Earthstring energy that came to form his ninth spiritual sea, the more golden light shone from his undying skin. That in turn caused the ninth tide flow to speed up even more. It was a seemingly unending cycle that only continued to accelerate as the moments passed. At the same time, Sankei was calling upon everything he had at his disposal, including secret magics of the Bloodstream sect and the energy nodes he had connected to earlier, to also absorb Earthstring energy at a shocking rate. For most people, the time it took to complete a tide flow was set, but Bazia's Hun and Sankei were completely breaking that trend. Both of them were sucking in as much Earthstring energy as other people might take a month to absorb. As for Sankei, massive rumbling sounds filled the area surrounding him as Ghost Fang did everything he could to interfere. And yet, Sankei still managed to succeed with his 8th tide flow. As the power of the 8th tide flow surged through him, Sankei's eyes shone with madness and excitement. 9th tide flow. He howled. Outside, Ghost Fang's face flickered as he saw a 9th vortex spring into being in the sky above. According to an old saying, there can never be 2 suns in the sky at the same time. However, as of this moment, the 2 vortexes which could be seen in the fallen sword world were both that of the 9th tide flow, and everyone who could see them was shocked to the core. Even Shangguantanyu felt completely shaken. As for the disciples who were still trying to hang on to their own tide flows, their faces went ashen with despair. They could only watch helplessly as their tide flows faded away into nothing. There was simply no way to compete with the 2 king-like disciples who were in the middle of their 9th tide flows. No one could absorb any Earthstring energy with those vortexes in existence. I refuse to accept this, Shangguantanyu said through gritted teeth. However, his 5th tide flow was halted, and he had no other choice but to enter Foundation establishment. Killing intent surging in his eyes, he exploded into motion, not in Bazia's Hun's direction, but to join Ghost Fang in resisting Sankei. Inwardly, he howled, Bazia's Hun, I hope you die, and I hope you do too, Sankei. Zhao also had no choice but to give up in the middle of her 5th tide flow, and it was the same with Zhu Xiaoshan. As for everyone else, they were in their 2nd or 3rd tide flows. As of this moment, The only people still in the middle of reaching Earthstring Foundation establishment in the Fallen Sword world were Baziush-hun and Song-K. The other disciples who had been interrupted wrathfully chose to either attack Baziush-hun or Song-K. Considering that Baziush-hun had been the biggest hindrance to everyone, it was no surprise that most people chose to attack him. As such, the disciples who were defending Baziush-hun were already in imminent danger. Just as Zhao was about to go attack Baziush-hun, she noticed that, somehow, the poison puppet she had created to defend herself, Gong Sunwaner, was nowhere to be found. There wasn't a single trace left behind to indicate where she might have gone. Zhao's heart trembled, but there was no time to ponder the matter carefully. Without any further hesitation, she shot toward Baziush-hun. Baziush-hun's eyes were closed, but they were more bloodshot than ever. "Must go faster," he murmured. Anxiety filled him. He didn't have any desire for the fellow disciples outside his Immortal's Cave to die trying to defend him. It was at this moment that the entire Immortal's Cave suddenly trembled violently as the final paper talisman shields outside were destroyed. Baziush-hun had used so many paper talismans that his defenses far exceeded those of the spell formations used by the other chosen. But now, they had been completely destroyed. As soon as that happened, the disciples of the other three sects unleashed all of their divine abilities in Baziush-hun's direction. Thankfully, Fang Lin and Nine Isles were being held off by Hu Yunfei, Bane Lai, and two other Spirit Stream sect disciples who had reached Earthstring Foundation establishment, making it temporarily impossible for them to join in. Therefore, most of the people attacking Baziush-hun were Chi Condensation disciples. Numerous cultivators unleashed magical techniques, all of which were blocked by Baziush-hun's Divine Crane Shield. In the Chi Condensation stage, neither Hu Yunfei nor Bane Lai had been on the same level as Fang Lin and Nine Isles. Now that they were in Foundation establishment, it was no different. Despite having the advantage of numbers, they were still in extreme danger, and were being injured repeatedly. Blood sprayed out of Hu Yunfei's mouth, and yet he continued to block the way, seemingly maddened. Bane Lai hesitated for a moment. He was soaked with blood and covered with wounds, and as such, began to back up. He had come to help Baziush-hun, but wouldn't give his life for him. Seeing that the Immortal's Cave was on the verge of being destroyed, he decided that now was the time to retreat. Fang Lin didn't chase him. Instead, he shot toward Baziush-hun, joining the Chi Condensation disciples to try and destroy the Divine Crane Shield. "Are you looking to die?" Nine Isles barked, eyes flickering with killing intent. Considering he had just stepped into Foundation establishment, he didn't dare to unleash too much of his cultivation base, for fear that his Dao Foundation was not stable. However, Hu Yunfei didn't seem to care at all about his Dao Foundation, and was fighting like a madman, making it very difficult to keep him under control. Roaring in fury, Nine Isles launched an attack with the power of obliteration, which instantly slammed into Hu Yunfei, who didn't even have a chance to dodge. Blood sprayed out of his mouth as he was sent tumbling backward, bone snapping left and right inside of him. After he landed hard on the ground, he struggled to rise to his feet, but couldn't. All he could do was lay there helplessly as over 100 cultivators unleashed countless attacks onto Baziush-hun. "Ziush-hun," he murmured, "this is my fault for being so useless." The other Spirit Stream sect disciples were all seriously injured. Thankfully, the disciples from the other three sects were focused on killing Baziush-hun, and weren't trying to kill them. Of course, each and every enemy disciple wanted to be the one to land the killing blow. After all, whoever was closest to Baziush-hun when he died would benefit the most from the resulting blast of Earthstring energy that would spread out. By now, none of the Spirit Stream sect disciples had any energy left to fight, and could only bitterly watch Baziush-hun being bombarded. Massive booms echoed out constantly. Fang Lin and Nine Isles were already top chosen, and were now 7 Tide Flows Earthstring Foundation establishment cultivators. Under their leadership, the bombardment of all the Chi Condensation disciples caused cracks to spread out all over Baziush-hun's Divine Crane Shield. "Time to die, Baziush-hun. Return your Earthstring energy to the world around you," Fang Lin said. "Maybe I can't continue with my tide flow, but at least some of my fellow Killstream sect disciples will reach Earthstring Foundation establishment. Baziush-hun, there's no way we'll let you succeed." As the crowd roared, the Divine Crane Shield finally exploded. The magical item which Baziush-hun's elder brother sect leader had given him shattered. As it did, the soul of the Divine Crane flew out and settled down around Baziush-hun, providing one last measure of defense. However, it only took moments for it to begin to fade away. In that instant, the entire group of disciples from the other three sects stormed in. It was also at that point that the final wave of disciples who had reached Foundation establishment joined the crowd. The most powerful among them had reached 5 tide flows, and the weakest, 1. However, they were still Earthstring Foundation establishment cultivators, and their attacks caused the Divine Crane to let out a piercing cry as it disappeared. Zhao from the Pillstream sect attacked with particular viciousness, and as soon as the crane vanished, she reached out to touch Bazish Hun's forehead. It doesn't matter that you're an 8 Tide Flows Foundation establishment expert, you won't be able to escape death this time. All Spirit Stream sect disciples must die. Zhao's beauty was twisted by venomous rage as her finger made contact with Bazish Hun's forehead. Just as she was expecting his head to explode, a powerful force slammed back into her, shoving her backward several meters. At the same time, the attacks from the other disciples also rebounded. Booms rang out, but a black glow emanated from Bazish Hun, defending against everything. Damn it. He still has more defenses? This Bazish Hun has profound defensive preparations. He must have known that reaching 9 tide flows would provoke widespread rage. That was why he prepared so well ahead of time. It doesn't matter how many defensive layers he has. However much Earthstring energy he's absorbed, that's how much he is going to spit back out. The glow of magical techniques rose high into the air as 7 or 8 Foundation establishment cultivators and more than 100 Chi condensation disciples unleashed attacks. The life-saving magical item from leaking began to distort, and after a few moments, a popping sound could be heard as it reverted into a bracelet, which was now covered with cracks. If it weren't for the fact that the new Foundation establishment cultivators didn't dare to fully call upon all their power, it would have already been destroyed. When the black glow vanished, Bazish Hun was revealed, shining with boundless golden light. Die. Zhao said excitedly. She once again reached out with her index finger, and yet, before she could get close, Bazish Hun's eyes snapped open. They looked like the eyes of a wild beast, filled with boundless madness and infinitely burning rage. The entire world seemed to suddenly freeze in place. Chapter 160, Slaughtering Chosen. When Bazish Hun opened his eyes, he saw Nineil's vicious expression, Fang Lin's cruel smile, and other Foundation establishment cultivators, including Zhao, whose beautiful face was twisted with venomous rage as she reached out toward his forehead. Everything around him was moving incredibly slowly, as if time had suddenly been locked in place. He could sense that his 9th tide flow had ended, and that a 9th spiritual sea existed in his Danshan region. He now had a total of 9 spiritual seas, each one larger and more magnificent than the one beneath it. Boundless spiritual power surged inside of him, pouring through his body. As his spiritual seas grew more and more stable, his Tao foundation was formed. He also realized something that none of the other disciples would be aware of. The peak of Earthstring Foundation establishment, 9 tide flows, didn't require a long period of stabilization like the other levels did. It stabilized almost instantly, filling him with a sensation of unprecedented power. He had never experienced this level of spiritual power, this much vital energy. He could clearly sense the terrifying life force that radiated out from him, as well as the signs that his longevity was increasing. In addition to all that, his undying skin had already broken through to the next level. Instead of undying silver skin, he now had undying gold skin. He had advanced by leaps and bounds, had become more powerful in all aspects. He had reached a new level of life that was completely different from before. As of this moment, he was no longer a part of the mortal world, but was a true cultivator who had shed his mortality. However, the price he had to pay was immense, and he was well aware of that. He understood that only the fit survived, and he understood the law of the jungle. He knew that on the path to living forever, it didn't matter if he hated fighting and killing. The path was narrow and cramped, and although he was willing to walk it along with others, there were many who didn't share such sentiments. He knew now more than ever that sometimes, even if he didn't feel like killing someone, that person might want to kill him. In that case, he could either close his eyes and die, or unleash his rage and fight. He saw the shattered battleground that was the area outside his immortal's cave. He saw the injured Spirit Stream sect disciples, and he saw the bloodied and unconscious Huyanfei. He was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. These were his own fellow disciples, like his family. Each and every Spirit Stream sect disciple was a person he would never be able to forget. He saw some of the Spirit Stream sect disciples who were now nothing more than corpses, and it filled his heart with pain. Their end came much like Zhu Yao Dao's, and that idea filled Bazish Hun with so much rage that his eyes turned red. How his fury burned. He was furious that he had been besieged, and furious that Spirit Stream sect disciples had died defending him. He was furious that, despite not having provoked any of these other sects, they had came to take his life. I practice cultivation because I want to live forever. I don't like fighting and killing. But I can if I have to. To Bazish Hun, the world had turned as crimson as blood. Everything had slowed down to the point where it wasn't moving. My fellow Spirit Stream sect disciples died protecting me. So now, I'll make sure the survivors reach Foundation establishment. Each and every Spirit Stream sect disciple here is going to get to Earthstring Foundation establishment. Rage burning in his heart, he spoke the words like an oath, and then, Everything seemed to return to normal. Zhao looked just as ferocious as she had moments ago. As her index finger closed in on his forehead, it suddenly lurched to a stop. At some unknown point, Baziush-hun had raised his own right hand, and before Zhao even realized what had happened, he clamped his hand down onto her wrist. "No!" she screamed. She was about to attempt to sever her own arm to get away, but Baziush-hun's eyes flickered with killing intent, and he squeezed his hand down. A popping sound could be heard, along with a bitter scream as Zhao's entire arm exploded. At the same time, Baziush-hun rose to his feet and took a step forward, slamming bodily into her. Her chest caved in and blood sprayed out of her mouth, along with a choked shriek. Even as she attempted to turn and flee, her entire body exploded. At the same time, her Dao foundation was destroyed. She had just stepped into foundation establishment, and the earth string energy inside of her hadn't completely solidified. As she died, massive quantities of earth string energy erupted out in all directions. Baziush-hun quickly waved his sleeve, sending it in the direction of the spirit stream sect disciples. Everything happened in the briefest of moments. Baziush-hun's hair flew around him as he took another step forward, appearing in front of a disciple from the profound stream sect who had experienced 2 tide flows. Before the disciple even realized what was happening, Baziush-hun grabbed his neck and squeezed his hand down. Crack! Baziush-hun threw the body toward the spirit stream sect disciples, and as it exploded, large quantities of earth string energy surged out. He took another step forward, ending up in front of a disciple from the bloodstream sect who had experienced 3 tide flows. A single fist strike, and the disciple exploded. One more step put him in front of a disciple from the Pillstream sect with a single tide flow cultivation base. Baziush-hun waved his hand, and the aura of the Water Swamp Kingdom appeared. It was merely the aura, nothing more, and yet the Pillstream sect disciples' eyes went bloodshot, and exploded into bits. Just like before, earth-string energy flowed out toward the Spirit Stream sect disciples. At that point, Baziush-hun stopped in place. Only a brief moment had elapsed since he had stepped forward to kill Zhao. As he stood there, surrounded by rumbling sounds, the crowds of attacking disciples from the other sects were shocked to find that the person who had been sitting cross-legged in meditation had vanished, and now stood right in front of them. Zhao had been killed, and Foundation Establishment cultivators from the Pillstream sect, Profound Stream sect, and Bloodstream sect had all been cut down. At the same time, a huge amount of earthstring energy was swirling toward the Spirit Stream sect disciples, who were just as shocked as everyone else. Voice booming like thunder, Baziush-hun roared, "Friends from the Spirit Stream sect, the time has come to reach Earthstring Foundation Establishment, and I will be your Dharma protector." Trembling, the Spirit Stream sect disciples quickly sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the Earthstring energy. Because this Earthstring energy came directly from slaughtered Foundation Establishment cultivators, there was no need for an Earthstring capture crystal to be able to absorb it. Everything happened so quickly that the minds of the onlookers were left reeling, and their scalps went numb. Gasps could be heard as all of them were filled with intense sensations of deadly crisis. Nine Isles' eyes were wide with disbelief. Fang Lin was shaking visibly, and felt as if every drop of blood inside of him were screaming at him that Baziush-hun was more terrifying than he could possibly imagine. Impossible. Even as everyone reeled in shock, killing intent flickered in Baziush-hun's eyes, and he took another step forward, placing him in front of Nine Isles. A single punch caused blood to spray out of Nine Isles' mouth. Screaming, he called upon all of the power of the exterminating obliteration technique to defend himself. Then, face ashen, he fled without the slightest hesitation. Baziush-hun's eyes flickered. He had sensed a strange power in Nine Isles just now, something that protected his life force. Even though it wasn't a full match for Baziush-hun, it was still powerful. Baziush-hun let Nine Isles flee, and flickered into motion, appearing in front of Fang Lin. Instantly, 2 fingers shot out toward Fang Lin's throat. It didn't matter how Fang Lin tried to defend himself. It didn't matter what magical techniques or magical items he called up. Everything was crushed by Baziush-hun's fingers. They destroyed everything like a hammer crushing an ice cube, speeding forward to latch onto Fang Lin's throat. Throat-crushing grasp. A cracking sound rang out, and Fang Lin's eyes went wide. Blood oozed out of his mouth as his 7-layered Dao foundation collapsed. He wasn't even able to scream. Baziush-hun tossed his body off to the side, releasing earthstring energy 10 times stronger than anything before. The Spirit Stream sect disciples trembled as they madly absorbed it. "I never thought you'd be so much weaker than Nine Isles," Baziush-hun said, eyes flashing. It was at that very moment that a black soul fire flew out from Fang Lin's body, but before it could get very far, Baziush-hun took a step forward and grabbed it. A face was visible inside of the soul fire, but it wasn't Fang Lin's. It was a sinister face which was half covered by a black birthmark. It stared at Baziush-hun, and then began to chuckle. Being able to find someone interesting like you among all these people makes dying worth it. Maybe we'll have a chance to meet again someday. With that, the soul fire faded away. Although no one else was able to observe what had happened, Baziush-hun could hear the voice clearly in his head. Parlor tricks. Baziush-hun said, snorting coldly. It was only at around this time that the other disciples in the area began to react. Miserable screams rang out as the terrified disciples attempted to flee in all directions. As far as they were concerned, Baziush-hun had turned into a devil. Zhao's dead. Fanglin's dead. Nine Isles has fled. Heavens! Is this the peak of Earthstring Foundation establishment? 800 years ago, Master Limitless of the Bloodstream sect reached the peak, and almost all of the disciples from the other three sects were wiped out. Screaming, the more than 100 disciples in the area began to flee as if they had gone mad. Their minds were trembling, and they were completely and utterly shaken by the terror that was Baziush-hun. At the same time, the Spirit Stream sect disciples were shivering in excitement. Bain Lai was panting as he looked at Baziush-hun, his feelings even more complicated than before. However, his determination to surpass him only continued to grow stronger. Baziush-hun didn't chase any of the fleeing disciples. He quickly went over to Hu Yunfei and placed his palm onto his chest. Earthstring energy poured into him, restoring his Tao foundation. A moment later, the signs of a tide flow once again appeared. Hu Yunfei slowly opened his eyes, and when he saw Baziush-hun, he smiled. Baziush-hun looked around at the other Spirit Stream sect disciples as they reached Earthstring Foundation establishment. None of them would be able to achieve 3 tide flows, only 2 at the most. After all, even with Baziush-hun helping them, there still wasn't much Earthstring energy left to split between everyone. Despite that, everyone was profoundly shaken. Not enough Earthstring energy. Baziush-hun thought as he watched Hu Yunfei absorbing the energy. Then he looked up toward the lone remaining vortex up in the sky. It was none other than Song Ke, in the middle of his 9th tide flow. You sent people to kill me and stop my 9 tide flows. Well, Baziush-hun isn't the type of person who gets hit and doesn't hit back. If I stop your tide flow, Big Bro who will have more Earthstring energy for himself. His eyes flashed with cold light, but then he hesitated, as he remembered that there were many disciples here who needed someone to stand for them as Dharma protector. Bain Lai took a deep breath as he sensed that his own fated tide flow was on the verge of resuming. Baziush-hun, you go. We might have a beef with each other, but I have no desire for a second Master Limitless to arise in the Bloodstream sect. You go stop Song Ke. I'll defend everyone here. Baziush-hun gave him a deep look, his heart filled with regret. After clasping hands and bowing deeply, he transformed into a beam of light that shot up towards Song Ke. Chapter 161, Wreck Your Tide Flow. Ghost Fang and Shangwen Danyu were already in the process of bombarding Song Ke's spell formation. Although the spell formation was cracked and crumbling, it still held. Song Ke's 9th vortex spun rapidly overhead, sucking in Earthstring energy from all over the fallen sword world. His eyes were closed, but they were still completely bloodshot. As he sat there cross-legged, he went all out with every resource at his disposal, which included absorbing Earthstring energy via the energy nodes throughout the fallen sword world, which he had linked together as a spell formation. Although no one could see those nodes, cracks were now starting form on them, especially the node in the location where Baziush-hun had first met Song Ke outside the body of the sword. As the cracks spread out, the surface of the enormous, otherworldly sword began to destabilize to the point where it was starting to crumble. However, the signs of the potential destruction of the sword were impossible to detect, even by Uang outside on Mount Flame Crane. Must go faster. Song Ke howled inwardly. His hands were splayed on the ground in front of him, and his hair whipped about his head as he absorbed huge quantities of Earthstring energy. As the vortex spun, he got closer and closer to completing his 9th tide flow, and the world around him trembled. Even the sky seemed to be weakening. In fact, there was another trend that could not be detected except by someone sitting exactly where Song Ke was sitting. In the very middle of the vortex up above in the weakening sky, there was a strand of energy. That was so faint nobody would ever notice it. It was completely different than Earthstring energy, something that existed on a higher level. A completely shocking type of energy. Only someone sitting exactly where Song Ke was sitting would be able to detect it, the reason being that he was sitting on last energy node in the fallen sword world. Song Ke had selected this location to reach Foundation establishment for a very specific reason. As soon as Song Ke sensed the energy, his heart began to beat with excitement. He had been waiting for this day for a very long time. The peak of Earthstring Foundation establishment doesn't count for anything. That's just the first step. What I'm really here for is Heavendao Foundation establishment. Only then will I have the power to crush anyone in my path after I get back to the sect. Then I can finally compete with Ansong Jun and that damned Zumai to be the Blood Master of Middle Peak. As one of the 4 great blood masters, I would rank even higher than the Grand Elders in the Bloodstream sect. Song Ke was already starting to get excited. In terms of seniority, the blood masters of the Bloodstream sect were on equal footing with the sect leader. From that peak level of power, all they had to do was take one more step to reach Ancestor Peak, which was an incredibly high position. However, just as Song Ke was about to complete his 9th tide flow, a beam of light shot up toward him, which was none other than Bazius Hun. His eyes were completely bloodshot, and he radiated a murderous aura. A pair of wings could be seen behind him, every flap of which propelled him forward with incredible speed. Combined with the power of 9 tide flows, he could move infinitely faster than anyone in the chi condensation stage, and it only took him a moment to reach Song Ke's spell formation. Almost instantly, incredible pressure exploded out from Bazius Hun, becoming a crushing force that caused Ghost Fang's pupils to constrict. Worried that his own Dao foundation might be destabilized, he gave a cold harumph and then backed up. Shangguan Tenyu didn't even measure up to Ghost Fang, and with the power of only 5 tide flows, had no choice but to back up begrudgingly, chuckling bitterly. As Bazius Hun approached like a blazing sun, Shangguan Tenyu felt himself trembling from the pressure that naturally weighed down from the peak of Earthstring Foundation establishment. Song Ke. Bazius Hun roared. Inside the spell formation, a tremor ran through Song Ke, but he wasn't capable of opening his eyes. He felt a sensation of imminent danger, and his heart began to pound. Filled with a sensation of madness, he tried to get his tide flow to end as quickly as possible. But Bazius Hun's voice was like thunder from the heavens. As it stepped into the perimeter of the spell formation, everything trembled. Then, he lifted his foot and stepped down onto the spell formation itself. The ground quaked, and more than half of the spell formation shattered. Off to the side, Shangguan Tenyu's heart was pounding, and Ghost Fang had to work hard to suppress his desire to fight. Considering you tried to interrupt my 9th tide flow, did you really think I would let you succeed in yours? He lifted his right hand, and golden light glittered as his fleshly body power erupted. Calling upon all the force of his undying gold skin, he unleashed a fist strike. The spell formation trembled, clearly on the verge of shattering. Bazius Hun took another step forward, and unleashed another fist strike. Then another, and another. All 4 fist strikes were backed by the full power of his undying gold skin. Each punch was filled with force which came from breaking through the first shackle of mortality, and burned with Bazius Hun's rage and fury. After 4 such fist strikes, the spell formation protecting Song Ke collapsed. Finally, Song Ke was revealed, sitting there cross-legged in meditation, completely unable to move even a muscle. Bazius Hun didn't stop. He strode forward and then swished his sleeve, causing violet chi to stream out and form the shape of a huge violet cauldron. It seemed almost completely corporeal, its surface covered with magical symbols and designs of birds and beasts. Under Bazius Hun's control, the magical symbols began to swirl around the cauldron, and the birds and beasts began to move as if they were alive. At the same time, the violet cauldron smashed downward towards Song Ke. Since you can't end the 9th tide flow on your own, I'll help you. Massive rumbling sounds echoed out as the violet cauldron descended with tens of thousands of kilograms of force. Rumbling sounds echoed out as Song Ke's personal defenses attempted to protect him. When the cauldron hit the line of his defenses, they shattered. Then, streams of magical items flew out, but they were just as easily crushed. Finally, the cauldron actually slammed into Song Ke. A blood-curdling scream echoed out of his mouth, and his eyes opened. He had just been on the verge of finishing his 9th tide flow, but had been ripped away from it by Bazius Hun's interference. The partially complete 9th Dao foundation in his Danshan region shattered into pieces. At the same time, the earth-string energy that had been brought together by the 9th tide flow began to flow away from Song Ke, rapidly spreading out and merging back into the world around it. However, for some unknown reason, Song Ke managed to force the escaping earth-string energy into a column of light that shot up into the clouds, making it merge back into the world even more quickly than before. At the same time, the 9th vortex up above him not only ceased moving, it actually shattered into pieces. All of the rest of the disciples throughout the fallen sword world were completely shocked and began to cry out in surprise. Song Ke failed. Bazius Hun interrupted his 9th tide flow. Heavens! Bazius Hun couldn't get Song Ke to hate him more even if he killed him. He's destroyed his Dao. Everyone was so shocked that they were going mad. Zhu Xiaoshan had been rushing over from off in the distance, but as soon as he saw what was happening, he stopped in place and didn't dare to get any closer. Further off in the distance, Nine Isles was wiping the blood off of his mouth and rotating his cultivation base. When he sensed what was happening, his eyes shone with terror. Bazius Hun is invincible. Ghost Fang clenched his fists tightly. He wasn't a person who was easily affected by emotions, but as of the moment, he was filled with countless indecipherable feelings. Shangguan was left gasping. He felt like his heart had been bitten by a poisonous viper, and madness and envy filled him completely. Baziush-hun. If it weren't for you, all of it would be mine. As everyone was shaken, Song Ke fell back at top speed, blood spraying out of his mouth. His eyes were crimson, and his hair was in disarray. Looking like he wanted to eat Baziush-hun alive, he let out a miserable howl. Baziush-hun. His ninth tide flow was a failure, leaving him with only 8 tide flows. As his Dao foundation stabilized, his cultivation base became that of the foundation establishment stage. Even as he retreated, his power increased far beyond what it had been before. Baziush-hun's eyes flickered, and he blurred into motion, appearing a moment later directly in front of Song Ke. Then, his 2 fingers shot out like lightning. Throat-crushing grasp. Just before they landed on Song Ke performed a double-handed incantation gesture. Then he opened his mouth and spit out a fingernail-sized blood sphere. Despite being at the peak of Earthstring Foundation establishment, Baziush-hun instantly sensed that he was in incredible danger. The spiritual power within that blood sphere was terrifying. For some reason, there was something familiar about this crisis, although Baziush-hun wasn't sure exactly what it was. When his 2 fingers made contact with the blood sphere, a shockwave blasted out in all directions, along with a deafening boom. As the force of the shockwave spread out in all directions, Ghost Fang and Shangguan were forced backward, and the lands down below were crushed. Blood oozed out of the corners of Baziush-hun's mouth as he staggered backward several steps, reeling in shock. Despite the fact that he had his undying gold skin, the blast from the blood sphere had actually injured him. Although the injuries weren't serious, they were shocking nonetheless. The sense of familiarity he had experienced moments ago had grown even more intense when he made contact with the blood sphere. And yet, he still couldn't figure out why that was. Why does this seem so familiar? Just what exactly is that blood sphere? Baziush-hun looked up to see Song Ke flying backward like a kite with its string cut, blood spraying out of his mouth, his chest caved in. Clearly, his injuries were much more serious than Baziush-hun's. Because he had been interrupted in the middle of his 9th tide flow, his cultivation base was still in the process of stabilizing. He was definitely less powerful than Baziush-hun, and furthermore, he had suffered a backlash injury because of the blood sphere. Even still, he looked up with maddened viciousness at Baziush-hun. Baziush-hun was just about to launch another attack when Song Ke turned and fled. Even as he sped away, he produced a priceless teleportation jade amulet, which he crushed. A moment later, teleportation power snatched him up, and he vanished. When he reappeared, he was hundreds of kilometers away, fleeing at top speed. I hope he didn't notice, Song Ke murmured through gritted teeth. Damn it, he showed up just a moment too soon. 1 step away, just 1 step. Oh well, it doesn't matter. Even if I didn't reach the peak of Earthstring Foundation establishment, I can still surpass Baziush-hun. And once I do, he's dead. With that, he produced a feng shui compass which featured 9 glowing dots of light. Those were none other than the energy nodes he had activated throughout the Fallen Sword world. Chapter 162, Heavenstring Energy. Baziush-hun's eyes glittered at the sight of Song Ke's precious jade amulet of teleportation. Just when he was about to give chase, he suddenly paused and looked down. The ground down below had been completely flattened by the exploding blood sphere. Hold on a second. Baziush-hun said, looking more than a little suspicious. If Song Ke had a jade amulet of teleportation, then it would have made more sense for him to use it the moment I interrupted his 9th tide flow. After the collapse of the vortex, he was in the worst position possible. But instead of using the jade amulet, he used that blood sphere to fight me. He even got injured in the process. Although it seemed like he was really pissed off, now that I think about it, it seems more like he was trying to erase evidence down below. After analyzing the matter a bit more, his eyes glittered. After I interrupted him, 2 things happened. The first was that his 9th tide flow was destroyed, and the Earthstring energy scattered. That was normal. But what was abnormal was how his Earthstring energy formed a column of light that shot up into the sky and dispersed even more rapidly than before. Although it might seem innocuous at first, those 2 things together are very suspicious. He is hiding something. He is hiding something that has to do with the sky, and with his spell formation on the ground. To figure out what it is he's hiding, I should compare things now with how they were before. Maybe then I can deduce the answer. Looking up into the sky, he confirmed that the tide flow vortex had indeed dissipated. Because of how Song Ke had directly returned the Earthstring energy, some smaller, residual vortexes remained, but they were nothing like the larger vortex from before. Because of the 9th tide flow vortex, and the waning Earthstring energy, the sky grew weak. After confirming this by observing a few different locations up above, he looked back down at the ground. Ghost Fang and Shangguan were still there off to the side. Ghost Fang looked suspiciously at what Baziush-hun was doing, whereas Shangwantanu laughed coldly in his heart, then turned and left. Baziush-hun ignored Shangwantanu as he studied the ground below. This normally wouldn't be a good place for Foundation establishment. But Song-K selected this location for a reason. Then he wiped out the evidence when he left. Frowning, Baziush-hun began to walk along, taking time to look up into the sky with every step. Soon, he was standing in the exact spot where Song-K had been sitting cross-legged. There, he looked up into the sky again, and was just about to take another step, when suddenly his expression flickered. He stopped and stood there, staring up into the sky. At first, everything seemed normal, even calm compared to before. But then, he sensed something. He couldn't be sure if it was real or not, but based on his 9 tide flows cultivation base, the peak of Earthstring Foundation establishment, he suddenly got the feeling that there was something up there so powerful that it was terrifying even to himself. It was a pressure that filled him with intense desire, something that seemed connected to his 9 spiritual seas. That's... At first he couldn't believe it, but then he began to tremble and even panned. Without another thought, he leaped up into the air and flew off into the distance. Ghost Fang frowned as he watched Baziush-hun leaving. Then he headed over to the same spot where Baziush-hun had just been standing, and looked up into the sky. However, he didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Only someone like Song-K, with a special magical item, and who had activated numerous energy nodes, would be able to do so. Or someone at the peak of Earthstring Foundation establishment, with the power of 9 tide flows. In fact, the latter would find it even easier to sense what was above, and with more clarity. Eventually, Ghost Fang shook his head and left. Not too much time passed before Baziush-hun returned, looking very excited, Hu Yunfei in tow. Hu Yunfei was just beginning to resume his tide flow. Big bro Hu, start your tide flow here. I'll help you speed things along. I suspect that the sky above this point has a unique aura. Hu Yunfei smiled. Considering the utter faith he had in Baziush-hun, he didn't feel the need to ask any further questions, and quickly sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Standing behind him, Baziush-hun reached out and placed his palm onto his back. His 9 spiritual seas began to rotate as he poured power into Hu Yunfei to help speed up his tide flow. Before long, his 4th tide flow appeared, creating a vortex that connected with the sky above. Soon, Earthstring energy was surging toward him from all directions. Baziush-hun wasn't happy with the speed, though, so he continued to rotate his cultivation base and use the tide flow power of the peak of Earthstring Foundation establishment to push Hu Yunfei faster and faster. Soon a 5th and 6th tide flow also appeared. Baziush-hun was the only person who could do something like this, using the special power of 9 tide flows. He also had to pay a steep price for it. Considering he was only helping one person, it was a price he could pay. If he were helping 2 people, he would slip from his spot at the peak of Earthstring Foundation establishment. In any case, he had planned to help Hu Yunfei all along. Hu Yunfei's heart trembled. He knew that what he was experiencing now was unimaginable good fortune, as 3 tide flows simultaneously sucked in Earthstring energy from everywhere. Baziush-hun, Hu Yunfei said, his heart filled with warmth. Baziush-hun smiled. Worried that Hu Yunfei would read too much into the situation, he quickly said, brothers like us always help each other. Besides, I need this Earthstring energy cleared away so I can see things clearly. However, Hu Yunfei knew that even if that were true, Baziush-hun still could have chosen to take advantage of the situation for himself in some way. It was definitely not in vain that Hu Yunfei had chosen to defend Baziush-hun earlier. Baziush-hun wanted to help Hu Yunfei form a 7th tide flow, but Hu Yunfei had reached his limit. Furthermore, his 3 combined tide flows had caused the sky to once again grow weak. As it did, Baziush-hun could clearly sense a very faint aura which was quickly becoming more clear. It was an aura that seemed holy, as if a great Tao were opening its eyes, causing all of the world, all of this heaven and earth, to prostrate in worship. After double and then triple checking, Baziush-hun began to tremble, and his eyes shone with madness. Heaven. Heaven string energy. The sect leader was right. The fallen sword world really does have a strand of heaven string energy. That means that Heavendal Foundation establishment is possible. Heavendal Foundation establishment can add 500 years of longevity. Baziush-hun almost looked as if he had been struck by lightning, his flesh and blood were trembling with excitement. At the same time, a few hundred kilometers away, Song-K had sat down cross-legged in a mountainous valley, where he was fiddling with his feng shui compass. After a moment, his expression flickered, and he looked over in Baziush-hun's direction, and the rapidly weakening sky. His eyes went wide, and his mind began to spin. Not good, he said, suddenly feeling racked with anxiety. The Bloodstream sect had spent years investigating that strand of heaven string energy. Generation after generation of disciples had provided information, all the way down until Master Limitless reached the peak of Earthstring Foundation establishment. Only then was the information completed. Overall, the sect had spent several thousand years performing auguries and other calculations to ascertain the method to reveal the heaven string energy. Because of that, Song Kei's generation was one of the most important in recent history, and he was one of the most important disciples of that generation. He had paid an unimaginable price to win this chance from Master Limitless. He had made countless preparations, including activating all of the energy nodes, which had taken a huge amount of time. All of that was to ensure that he could collect that strand of heaven string energy. The previous plan had been to reach Foundation establishment on the energy node where he had begun his tide flows. After the 9th tide flow ended, he would use its power along with the support of the Feng Shui compass to capture the heaven string energy, absorb it, and then reach Heaven Dao Foundation establishment. But then Beziash Han interrupted him, and he'd been forced to wipe away the evidence and head to a slightly inferior energy node. The new plan was to rely completely on the Feng Shui compass to slowly capture the heaven string energy. How could he ever have imagined that Beziash Han would piece together the clues and provoke the descent of the strand of heaven string energy? Although Beziash Han was the only one who could sense it at the moment, as the energy continued to descend, all of the cultivators in the fallen sword world would be able to detect it. Damn it, damn it, damn it! He raged, his hair flying around in disarray. I can't mess with any more advanced preparations, and I can't wait any longer. By the time that strand of heaven string energy fixes onto a landing spot down below, it will be too late. I don't care if everybody notices, I need to capture that heaven string energy before it descends completely. Seemingly teetering on the edge of insanity, Song Kei bit the tip of his tongue and spat some blood onto the Feng Shui compass. Then his hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture as he pushed down onto the compass and howled. Heaven string energy, descend here. As soon as the blood splashed onto the Feng Shui compass, a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering power erupted out, piercing through the air as it shot up into the sky. There, it connected with the heaven string energy, and began to pull it down. Moments ago, the heaven string energy had been slowly descending, but now, it appeared in the open and began to drop down. The entire sky immediately turned golden, and shafts of dazzling light shot down from the location of the energy strand. It almost looked like a sun descending. That strand of energy existed above all other things, it radiated the might of a heavenly Tao, and instantly caught the attention of everyone present. It was completely and utterly unique within the fallen sword world. It was something uncharacteristically rare in the world of cultivation, something stunning and breathtaking that few people would ever have a chance to lay eyes on. It was 500 years of longevity, something above earth-string energy, and the ultimate peak of all Foundation establishment. As it took corporeal form, it became something like a wisp of golden smoke that radiated the will of a heavenly Tao, which spread out to fill all of the fallen sword world. All cultivators began to tremble violently as they were filled with an instinctive hunger, something which vastly surpassed that which was mortal. It was something that came from deep within their blood. It was a hope that surpassed reason. It was insanity. Heaven. Heaven string energy. That's heaven string energy. It's mine. In the blink of an eye, virtually all of the cultivators began to howl with unprecedented excitement and madness. The wounded Nine Isles began to tremble as he threw his head back and roared. Heaven string energy. Ghost Fang, Shangguan Taniu, and all of the other Foundation establishment cultivators were going completely mad, and the Qi condensation cultivators were the same. All of them sprang into action, converging from all directions. As of this moment, sex didn't matter, everyone devolved into chaotic fighting. Chapter 163, No Quarter Asked, None Given. For most cultivators, when it came to heaven string energy, there was no such thing as cooperation with fellow disciples. There was only competition. Regardless of whether someone had already reached Foundation establishment or not, as long as you got heaven string energy, you could use it to reach Heaven Dao Foundation establishment. Even the weakest level of Heaven Dao Foundation establishment was above the peak of Earthstring Foundation establishment. To cultivators, reaching that stage was like entering the heavens with a single bound. If Song Kei acquired it, then considering he already had an 8 tide flows Earthstring cultivation base, then when he reached Heaven Dao, then he would be nearly at the peak of power. On the other hand, if Beziash Han acquired it, then he would become something that hadn't appeared in the eastern lower reaches of the Heaven Span River in thousands of years. A 9 tide flows Earthstring Heaven Dao Foundation establishment expert. He would be the most powerful type of Heaven Dao Foundation establishment cultivator there could be. However, what mattered most to Beziash Han was not how powerful he would become, it was the 500 years of longevity. Mortal Dao Foundation establishment came with 100 years. Earthstring Foundation establishment came with 200 years. Heaven Dao Foundation establishment came with 500 years. In the cultivation world, which had a history that stretched back tens of thousands of years into the past, 500 years didn't seem like very much. But to mortals, that was equivalent to 10 generations. Furthermore, it was exactly what Bazish-hun constantly dreamed about. How could he not go crazy about it? He wasn't the only one. Most people present were driven mad. There were only a few cultivators who were in the middle of tide flows, or who perhaps had other reasons, suppressed their excitement. Hueyanfei was one of them, as well as the other spirit stream sect disciples whom Bazish-hun had helped to acquire earth string energy. They chose to stand aside. But everyone else didn't harbor even a single thought of giving up. Instantly, the 100 or so remaining survivors in the fallen sword world all sprang into actions. Hoarse shouts rose up as they flew into the sky toward the descending strand of golden heaven string energy. Bazish-hun was the fastest to react. Just before taking to flight, he slapped his chest, causing a black light to flash off of his wrist and gather near his chest. It transformed into a black pearl, which was the life-saving magical item Li King had given him. After pushing the pearl down onto Hueyanfei's back, it melted, and spread out to cover him, which would protect him as he completed his foundation establishment. With that, Bazish-hun flew up into the air. That heaven string energy is mine. He howled. He seemed to have gone just as mad as everyone else, and he only had one thought in his mind. He had to get that heaven string energy, no matter who he had to fight to do so. That heaven string energy was essentially his own life. If you steal that heaven string energy, you're stealing my longevity. He growled. He flew at top speed up into the sky, moving so quickly that he was the first to close in on the heaven string energy and reach out to grab it. However, just when he was about to grab it, Song Ke emerged from the immortal's cave he had carved out. Blinding light shot out from his feng shui compass, which altered the course of the heaven string energy. Just as Bazish-hun's hand was about close down onto it, it split apart into two pieces and slipped through his fingers. One part, the smaller half, changed directions and headed towards Song Ke, while the larger part sped off into the distance. Bazish-hun's eyes were bright red as he ignored the smaller strand of energy and focused on the larger one. Rushing after it, he was just about to reach out and grab it when Ghost Fang threw his head back and roared, causing Ghost Chi to surge around him. Disregarding any potential negative ramifications to his cultivation base, he caused a powerful mist to rise up around him, within which echoed ghostly weeping and howling. At the same time, a ghostly hand stretched out from the mist, radiating an intense, murderous aura. Back when he had been opposing Song Ke and trying to destroy his spell formation, he had been worried about the instability of his Dao foundation, and hadn't resorted to going all out. But now he didn't seem to care about that. He drew upon all the power he was capable of, causing his battle prowess to rise dramatically. Beat it! He howled, shooting up into the air to fight with Bazish-hun over the heaven string energy. In the blink of an eye, they slammed into each other. Ghost Fang attacked with deadly force, causing rumbling sounds to fill heaven and earth. Shockingly, 10 enormous ghost hands could be seen within the mist, each one of which radiated the power of foundation establishment as they bore down on Bazish-hun. You think I'll just back down like that? Bazish-hun retorted. Waving his sleeve, he caused violet chi to swirl out and form a huge cauldron that shot toward the 10 ghost hands. Bolstered by the power of 9 tide flows, the enormous violet cauldron was more powerful than ever, to a terrifying level. Rumbling sounds rose up as Ghost Fang's 10 ghost hands collapsed into pieces. Blood sprayed out of Ghost Fang's mouth as he was shoved backward by a powerful force. Bazish-hun's undying gold skin glittered with radiant light, making him look like a celestial warrior. Although he seemed unfazed by the encounter just now, the truth was that his chi and blood were in chaos. Ghost Fang had reached 7 tide flows, only 2 less than him. Plus, they had been relatively evenly matched in chi condensation. Thankfully, Bazish-hun had broken through the first shackle of mortality, and was thus able to crush him. After forcing Ghost Fang away, Bazish-hun sped forward and reached out toward the strand of heaven string energy. However, it was at that moment that a howl of fury tore through the air. Bazish-hun. A beam of shocking sword light shot through the air heading directly toward Bazish-hun. Within the light was Shangguan Danyu, who was ignoring any potential danger to his Dao foundation, and was even calling upon a secret magic to loosen the reincarnation seal inside of him. A murderous sword appeared which seemed capable of slicing apart the heavens, and it was stabbing directly toward Bazish-hun. Bazish-hun's face flickered from the sense of danger he felt because of Shangguan Danyu's sword. As the sword chi closed in, his eyes began to shine, and he performed a double-handed incantation gesture. Waving both hands out to either side, he summoned the image of an enormous dragon, which howled as it charged toward the sword chi. At the same time, a gigantic mammoth appeared behind him, which reared up on its hind legs before smashing its feet down toward Shangguan Danyu. It was none other than the manifestation of the dragon mammoth sea-forming scripture, which had become a divine ability after he had fully mastered it. When the divine ability slammed into Shangguan, ear-splitting rumbling sounds spread out. Bezier Shun stopped in place as the dragon and the mammoth collapsed, and a powerful force slammed into him. However, golden light flickered, and the power was suppressed. As for Shangguan, he coughed up mouthful after mouthful of blood as he staggered backward. At the same time, his body withered visibly. Obviously, the sword attack he had just unleashed had come at a hefty price. Because of the delays, the heaven string energy was now far off in the distance, where a dozen or so disciples from the other three sects were already starting to fight over it. Ghost Fang gritted his teeth and abandoned any attempts to attack Bezier Shun, opting instead to pursue the heaven string energy. Shangguan did the same. Eyes bloodshot, Bezier Shun flapped his wings and pierced through the air, easily passing them up. As he blasted into the group of fighting cultivators, he waved his sleeve, sending power bursting out, which transformed into an attack that sent everyone in the area tumbling backward. Finally, Bezier Shun's hand closed around the strand of heaven string energy. This time, he was ready, and as soon as he grabbed the heaven string energy, he began absorbing it into his right index finger. Seeing that Bezier Shun had taken the heaven string energy caused killing intent to surge among everyone present. He can't absorb it immediately. Cut off his finger and take the energy away. Kill him. There were a dozen or so cultivators from the other three sects, and all of them attacked like mad. Quite a few were in the Foundation establishment stage, which ensured that their attacks shook everything in the area. The Bloodstream sect disciples unleashed particularly bizarre magical techniques. One of them even summoned a gargoyle, which lunged toward Bezier Shun as if it wanted to consume him. Another of the Bloodstream sect disciples who seemed particularly strong attacked by summoning the illusory image of a huge hand. It seemed very familiar to Bezier Shun, but he had no time to think about it at the moment. Being besieged by a dozen or so people, all of them attacking from different directions, caused his eyes to erupt with killing intent. Although he feared death, the events with the Luotian clan had long since impressed upon Bezier Shun the fact that sometimes the only way to make sure he didn't die was to kill the people who were a threat. On this day, if these people didn't die, then he would. When it came to heaven string energy, there were no reasonable discussions, only the seizing of opportunities. All of you are seeking your own deaths, he growled. Other than the people he killed upon first stepping into Foundation establishment, he hadn't harbored any desire to kill anyone else in the Fallen Sword Abyss, not even the disciples of the other three sects. But now, it was time to unleash a slaughter. Even as his voice echoed out, he pushed his undying gold skin to its limit. A boom echoed out as he sloughed off the divine abilities they had launched against him. His chi and blood were roiling, and blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth. However, he moved so quickly that he only left after images behind as he unleashed a fist strike against each of the people besieging him. Boom! Each fist strike was backed with killing intent. He had already broken through the first shackle of mortality, and was at the peak of Earthstring Foundation establishment. His blows were like a deadly wind that slammed into the surrounding disciples of the three sects. All of them trembled, and then dissolved into mists of blood. Ghost Fang and Shangguan had no other option than to retreat in the face of such ferocity. One of the Bloodstream sect disciples, in the moment before he exploded, unleashed some unknown divine ability that allowed his soul to flee his body, leaving behind nothing but a husk. As his body died, his face rippled, and a mask was revealed. The soul entered the mask, and instantly attempted to flee, but Bezier Shun noticed and grabbed it. After squeezing the mask hard, he realized he couldn't destroy it, so he poured some cultivation base power into it to seal it, then threw it into his bag of holding. By this point, all of the dozen or so disciples who had attacked him were dead. And yet, more disciples were closing in from off in the distance. One among their number shot out in front of the pack. "Leave that heaven string energy and get out of here, Bezier Shun." It was none other than Zhu Xiaoshan. Mixed emotions could be seen on his face as he waved his hand, causing 9 huge coffins to appear. Based on the sealing marks on the coffins, they could only be opened by someone in the Foundation establishment stage. Moments later, Zhu Xiaoshan's Foundation establishment cultivation base erupted with power, and the stone coffins began to open. An aura of death spread out, and 9 zombies appeared, all of them sporting long, black hair. Each and every one had the aura of Foundation establishment. Chapter 164, So What? Bezier Shun had tangled with the Bloodstream sect before, and even back then, he could tell that their magical techniques were like the name of their sect, something akin to a devilish Tao. Assuming that the Spirit Stream sect's information about the Bloodstream sect was correct and not an exaggeration, then their magical techniques really were bizarre to the extreme. Whether it was the huge hand that appeared behind the body refinement cultivator, which Bezier Shun found so strangely familiar, or the gargoyles, or the corpse refining magic of Zhu Xiaoshan, all of them seemed to abound with intensely murderous auras. As Zhu Xiaoshan closed in, he waved his finger at Bai Zichun, and the 9 black-haired zombies shot toward Bai Zichun like 9 meteors. The aura of death they exuded rose high into the air, and they let out piercing cries that locked down the entire area around Bai Zichun. Bai Zichun's eyes glittered as he sprang into motion, golden light shining around him. His 2 fingers flickered like lightning as they shot out and crushed down onto the neck of one of the black-haired zombies. A cracking sound could be heard, and the zombie's head tilted to the side, but it wasn't dead. It punched out at Bai Zichun, who leapt to the side, hair flying around him as he shoved out with his palm. That motion was backed by the explosive power of 9 tide flows, creating a gale force wind that swept out in all directions. The power of the dragon and mammoth also appeared, becoming a powerful attack which shoved all of the black-haired zombies away. Then, Bai Zichun launched himself toward Zhu Xiaoshan. Zhu Xiaoshan's pupils constricted as Bai Zichun unleashed a fist strike. A boom rang out, and Zhu Xiaoshan coughed up a mouthful of blood, simultaneously unleashing a host of defensive magical items. Despite all of his defenses, he was still seriously injured and thrown back several hundred meters by the power of the fist. At the same time, Ghost Fang and Shangguantan Yu unleashed a combined attack. Bai Zichun didn't pause for even a moment. Turning, he unleashed all possible speed to escape. He knew he couldn't easily defeat Ghost Fang, Zhu Xiaoshan, and Shangguantan Yu at the same time, and also didn't want to let them fire off any truly deadly attacks. Even as he fled, the disciples from the other 3 sects closed in. Although they all coveted the heaven string energy, considering that Bai Zichun had it, they didn't dare to try to attack him on their own. However, as a group, they were confident enough to try to slow him down and give Ghost Fang, Zhu Xiaoshan and Shangguantan Yu a chance go at him. If that happened, it wouldn't necessarily be impossible for them to get the heaven string energy in the end. Many of the profound stream sect disciples also possessed shadow projections. They could unleash illusory images, some weak, some strong, that allowed them to attack Bai Zichun from a distance. The pill stream sect disciples also had their own unique methods of attack, including poisons, exploding pills, and the like. The glow of magical techniques surrounded Bai Zichun constantly, and booms filled the air. A grave expression could be seen on his face. Even with his undying gold skin, the bombardment was a big headache. You people really are looking to die. Killing intent flickered in his eyes as he suddenly transformed into a long streak of light that shot toward the surrounding disciples. In the blink of an eye, he slammed into one of the profound stream sect disciples, who spun off to the side and then exploded. With that, Bai Zichun emerged from the blockade, but even as he did, a voice could be heard coming from up ahead. Bai Zichun, we might be from the same sect, but that doesn't mean we can't fight over heaven string energy. It was Bain Lai, striding forward with a burning sun held in his outstretched hand, a sun which was rapidly turning black. Apparently, this was his sunset incantation. Bain Lai. Bai Zichun said, frowning. Almost at the same moment that Bain Lai attacked, a beam of light appeared off in the distance, sending a screaming wind blasting out in all directions, which was filled with the power of the exterminating obliteration technique. It was none other than Nine Isles. He didn't care that he was injured, or that Bai Zichun was unnaturally powerful. He still was ready to fight. He unleashed his attack in almost perfect unison with Bain Lai. Magical symbols of obliteration exploded out, joining the pitch-black sun to race toward Bai Zichun. The massive explosion made it impossible for Bai Zichun to proceed forward. Moments later, Ghost Fang, Zhu Xiaoshan, and Shangguantan Yu arrived, and soon he was dealing with 5 besiegers. Each and every one of those 5 people was a spectacular chosen among chosen, and when they joined forces, their power was beyond description. The other disciples in the area now felt a bit of hope. More than 100 people closed in from all sides, joining forces to try to kill Bai Zichun and snatch the heaven string energy. Bai Zichun, you might be strong, but you can't beat all of us together. Hand over that heaven string energy. Bai Zichun, Heaven Dao Foundation establishment is too important. We'd fight anybody who had that energy. There is no such thing as a fellow disciple in this situation. It's survival of the fittest. Give up that heaven string energy. Even as people shouted out, Ghost Fang blurred into motion, exploding with energy as he unleashed the power of his cultivation base. Shockingly, he transformed into a ghost finger. Although it was only a finger, it was huge compared to the ghost hand from before. It filled half the sky, and caused everything to shake violently as it crushed down toward Bai Zichun. Shangguantan Yu's eyes flickered with intense killing intent. After taking a deep breath, he sent sword chi streaming out of all of the pores on his body. It was almost as if his own chi, blood, soul, and cultivation base were manifesting externally, transforming into an enormous heavenly sword that slashed down toward Bai Zichun. Zhu Xiaoshan let out a powerful roar as his forehead split open. Unexpectedly, a beam of blood-colored light shot out, which transformed into a black-haired zombie. It seemed ancient, and as soon as it appeared, an aura of death spread out that distorted the entire area. Brandishing its long, claw-like fingernails and razor-sharp fangs, it leaped toward Baziush-hun. Things weren't over yet, though. Bainlai gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, causing black flames to erupt off of him. They covered his body, spreading wider and wider as he transformed into a black sun which soared up into the air and then dropped down toward Baziush-hun. Then there was Nine Isles. A piercing whistling sound could be heard as he performed a double-handed incantation gesture. Magical symbols streamed out, each one of which burst with the power of the exterminating obliteration technique. The magical symbols then rapidly formed together into a single thread that seemed capable of slicing through anything and everything. Nine Isles was left ashen-faced and coughing up blood. He even seemed to age visibly. 5 top chosen were all attacking simultaneously. In addition to them were a host of chi condensation disciples, all of whom launched their most powerful magical techniques. The entire area lit up with colorful lights as countless divine abilities bore down on Baziush-hun. The intense danger of the situation caused Baziush-hun to gasp. By this point, he had already assimilated about half of the heaven string energy, and it was coursing through his chi passageways into his 9 spiritual seas. If he tried to stop the process at this point, it could have serious negative ramifications. Besides, he wasn't willing to give up the heaven string energy after just having acquired it. Furthermore, when it came to 5 top chosen attacking him at the same time, he had one reaction: so what? Eyes glittering, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Even as the countless divine abilities and magical techniques rumbled toward him, he lifted both hands into the air and then murmured 2 words. Water Swamp Kingdom. This would be his first time unleashing the complete Water Swamp Kingdom with a foundation establishment cultivation base. As soon as the words left his mouth, everything in the area turned hazy. In the blink of an eye, heaven and earth vanished, and the area became a huge watery swamp. Water vapor filled the area, to the point where hair and clothes alike dripped with moisture. An indescribably powerful aura roiled out, something that far exceeded early foundation establishment. This was more like mid-foundation establishment. A magical technique like this, which seemingly broke past the level of one's cultivation base, was a secret magic. Of course, there were weak secret magics and strong ones. And although the Water Swamp Kingdom and Ghosts Hunt the Night were equally famous, Baziush-hun was at the peak of Earthstring Foundation establishment. He had already gained enlightenment of his life essence spirit, and had even broken through the first shackle of mortality. Because of all those reasons, his Water Swamp Kingdom vastly exceeded Ghost Fang's Ghosts Haunt the Night. When he unleashed it, it could destroy the heavens and crush the earth. The faces of the 5 great chosen all fell, and the reaction of the other cultivators was exactly the same. In that very instant, all of their magics were locked down and began to tremble on the verge of destruction. We can't let him keep this up. Attack! Everyone was crying out in alarm. At the same time, the magical techniques of the 5 great chosen sped up. Rumbling sounds could be heard as they descended upon Baziush-hun. However, that was when Baziush-hun's eyes suddenly snapped open. Instantly, an enormous mountain peak appeared that could shake heaven and earth. It rose up from the 30,000-meter wide water swamp, superseding the world, rising high up into the sky. The mountain peak was vastly enormous, and erupted with a shocking aura that could topple mountains and drain seas. Indescribable pressure pushed down onto everything, crushing everything in its path. It was as if it wished to flatten everything in existence. The magical techniques of the 5 great chosen were destroyed like dried weeds. Blood sprayed out of the mouths of the 5 chosen, and expressions of astonishment could be seen on their faces. They were sent flying away, their bodies completely beyond their own control. As for the chi condensation cultivators, they let out blood-curdling screams as the pressure crushed down onto them. One by one, they began to explode, blood spraying out like blooming flowers. They were being crushed out of existence, destroyed in body and soul. Chapter 165, Seizing Heaven String Energy. That mountain was actually an indescribably gigantic beast. In fact, it was so large that no one could even see what it looked like. All they could make out in the 30,000-meter water swamp was a gigantic bone spur. Even more terrifying was that the base of the spur wasn't even visible. 30,000 meters wasn't big enough for the entirety of the spur to be revealed. It was difficult to imagine exactly how large that beast was. This is the Water Swamp Kingdom? Impossible. The Water Swamp Kingdom is a secret magic of the Spirit Stream sect, but Baziush-hun's version is completely shocking. The 5 chosen were completely shaken. Ghost Fang and Bainlai had it a bit better off than the others. They had been prepared for something like this. Even still, they were astonished by what was happening. As for Nine Isles and Zuzioshan, they had never seen anything like the Water Swamp Kingdom before, and were so terrified that their scalps were numb. Most shocked of all was Shangwen Taniu. His hair was completely disheveled, and blood was oozing out of his mouth. He was so scared he looked like a wooden chicken. Never in Indiana 10000 years would he be willing to admit that Bazius Hun was stronger than him. And yet, he had no choice. Bazius Hun was far, far more powerful than he was. Back in the chosen battles, we weren't that far apart from each other. But now, things are so different. As of this moment, the sky was going dark, and the lands were quaking. Within the 30,000-meter water swamp, there was only the enormous bone spur. Compared to that spur, the cultivators were like bugs, whereas Bazius Hun was like an immortal being with the world in his hands. Massive rumbling stretched from the highest heavens to the deepest depths of the earth. Not too far away, Song-K was in the middle of absorbing the bit of heaven string energy that he'd snatched. But now, his mind was trembling. Earlier, he had intentionally split the heaven string energy, hoping that while Bazius Hun and the others fought over the larger strand, he would be free to make away with the bit he had. But now, the fluctuations speeding out from Bazius Hun's location left him gasping. Damn it! Those fluctuations! Shocked, he tried to speed up the absorption process. Bazius Hun was slaughtering everyone near him. He had never slaughtered people like this before. His eyes shone with a fierce light, and he was trembling a bit, both visibly and mentally. His reaction had been instinctive. Despite being at the peak of Earthstring Foundation establishment with 9 tide flows, he still feared death. Therefore, he had no choice but to resort to fighting and killing in this situation. That was especially true considering that so many people had been trying to rob him of his heaven string energy. To him, that was the same as robbing him of his life, leaving him no choice other than to go all out. The shocking water swamp kingdom caused the 5 great chosen to fall back, blood spraying out of their mouths, their expressions those of shock and astonishment. Virtually all of the chi condensation disciples exploded, creating haunting flowers of blood that filled the area. There were a dozen or so people off in the distance who were outside of the range of Bazius Hun's water swamp kingdom. Their faces were ashen as they observed the devilish spectacle playing out in front of them. As of this moment, they were left gasping, and the frenzy they had felt because of the heaven string energy faded away. Cold sweat popped out all over their bodies as they backed up. He's so brutal. Is he really from the Spirit Stream sect? He is even more violent than the Bloodstream sect people. How vicious. That attack wounded the 5 great chosen, and killed dozens and dozens of chi condensation disciples. Finally, Bazius Hun took to motion, speeding off into the distance. Ghost Fang and the other chosen had faces as pale as death as they watched him leave. None of them dared to chase him. As they thought back to what had just occurred, they were sure that they had just had a brush with the aura of Heavendal Foundation establishment, leaving them no choice but to quash any desire they had to try to steal the heaven string energy. The lingering fear they felt in their hearts forced them to admit that even if they tried to defeat him, they would fail. Bazius Hun sped along for a bit, trembling and coughing up blood. His face was also pale, despite being at the peak of Earthstring Foundation establishment. Crushing 5 chosen and a host of chi condensation disciples couldn't be accomplished without being injured himself. Without his undying gold skin, those injuries would have been even more serious. Thankfully, the Undying Live Forever technique gave him regenerative capabilities that far exceeded any ordinary disciple, and his body was already repairing itself. Last but not least, Song-K. He grabbed the smaller strand of heaven string energy and went in this direction. Bazius Hun's eyes were completely bloodshot. By this point, he had already absorbed quite a bit of the heaven string energy into his spiritual seas, and his aura was already beginning to change. However, he could tell that the amount he had wasn't enough to fuel a full Heavendal Foundation establishment. Furthermore, he could clearly sense the smaller strand of heaven string energy up ahead. It was like a bright fire burning on a moonless night. Song-K was prepared for the heaven string energy to split apart. Maybe he even made it happen. Without pausing for even a moment, Bazius Hun sped along. In the beginning, about 400 people had entered the Fallen Sword Abyss. Now, there weren't even 60 people left, and the majority of them were Spirit Stream sect disciples. The Pill Stream sect forces had virtually been wiped out, having only 5 disciples remaining. The Profound Stream sect only had about 10 disciples left, and the Bloodstream sect, a bit more than that. Although the Spirit Stream sect disciples had sustained severe casualties, after Bazius Hun completed his tide flows, few died. Even those who had besieged him earlier because of the heaven string energy only ended up getting injured, not killed. At the moment, there were more than 30 Spirit Stream sect disciples left. By this point, the brutality in the Fallen Sword world could only be exceeded by the events 800 years ago with Master Limitless of the Bloodstream sect. Now, Bazius Hun was getting close to matching that event. Rumbling filled the sky as he sped towards Song-K. As for Song-K, he was in his temporary immortal's cave, hair disheveled, Hands pushed down onto his feng shui compass. Strands of heaven string energy were rising up from the compass and entering his ears, nose, and mouth, to stream toward his 8 spiritual seas. Song Ke knew that the heaven string energy was not stabilized inside of him. If he were to be seriously injured, it would spill back out. The only way to stabilize it was through the passage of time, or by adding more heaven string energy. Furthermore, he had to absorb another portion to reach Heaven Dao Foundation establishment. Bazius Hun. When the last bit of heaven string energy entered into him, he looked up, eyes radiating with madness. Some distance away, a beam of light approached, getting closer and closer until suddenly, an enormous violet cauldron appeared up above, which then shot down towards Song Ke. A deafening boom echoed out as the immortal's cave was destroyed. Howling at the top of his lungs, Song Ke burst out into the air, slamming into Bazius Hun. Neither of them could run from this battle. Each of them needed the portion of heaven string energy that was contained within the other's body. As of this point, they had to call on their trump cards. This guy's definitely fully prepared, Bazius Hun thought. I have to find an opportunity to get that heaven string energy out of him. If the fight drags on for too long, too many things could go wrong. Without any hesitation, he attacked with even greater speed than before. Song Ke's right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and he stabbed his finger toward Bazius Hun. Instantly, a blood seal appeared beneath Bazius Hun, which then exploded upward in an attack. Simultaneously, strands of blood chi swirled out of Song Ke, forming together in front of him into a blood-colored sword tip. Bazius Hun performed another incantation gesture, summoning a violet cauldron, as well as projections of a dragon and a mammoth. Closing in on Song Ke, he unleashed the power of his fleshly body in the form of punches and kicks that contain mountain-toppling, sea-draining power. Both the golden crow sword and his little wooden sword appeared, whistling through the air with incredible power. He also unleashed 2 swords with threefold spirit enhancement designs. Sword chi raged. Black mist roiled out of the little wooden sword, and as for the golden crow sword, because Bazius Hun was now in Foundation establishment, the golden crow that materialized raged with flames far exceeding the previous version. Within a few short moments, the two of them exchanged hundreds of volleys, and the fight only grew more and more brutal. Song Ke had the power of 8 tide flows, so when he attacked, it resulted in terrifying, thunderous booms. Bazius Hun was equally extraordinary. He had his undying gold skin, and had broken through the first shackle of mortality. He had the power of 9 tide flows, which placed him on a higher level than Song Ke. But he was injured, which put him in a worse position. Of course, Song Ke had also been injured. Each blow struck by one would result in some heaven string energy leaking out of the other, which would then be quickly absorbed by their opponent. Overall, Song Ke seemed to be losing more heaven string energy. He had already lost about 50% of his original amount, while Bazius Hun had only lost 30. As they fought back and forth, Bazius Hun only continued to absorb more and more. Divine ability after divine ability was unleashed. Although Song Ke was at a disadvantage, he had a huge reserve of blood chi. Soon, he was summoning an enormous blood sword that filled Bazius Hun with a sensation of deadly crisis. Furthermore, his undying gold skin was starting to grow dim, as if he couldn't sustain its use for much longer. Bazius Hun could already tell what Song Ke was doing. He knew that he wasn't a match for Bazius Hun, and yet took him on anyway. That meant that, in addition to the maddened way he was fighting, he definitely had another trump card up his sleeve. After all, Song Ke was one of the most powerful chosen from the Bloodstream sect, a sect which shook all 3 other sects. Although there might be other more powerful chosen from his sect, none of them were here now, and now that he was forced into fighting, he would definitely surpass any ordinary cultivator. Song Ke didn't seem to be in a good position. However, it was at this point that he opened his mouth and spat out a blood sphere. Bazius Hun had been waiting for this to happen, and immediately fell back. As he did, the blood sphere exploded, unleashing devastating force in all directions. The sky shook, and a gale force wind dripped over the lands below. A huge, 300-meter area was completely flattened down below, and at the same time, blood oozed out of the corners of Bazius Hun's mouth. Song Ke also coughed up some blood, but then he took a deep breath, and his body withered visibly. That in turn restored his power levels. Expression vicious, he began to advance toward Bazius Hun. Die! He cried, reaching back and grabbing the blood chi sword, which he slashed viciously toward Bazius Hun. The sword darted through the air, making it look like a blood-colored crescent moon. This was his trump card. The secret magic from Middle Peak in the Bloodstream sect, the Blood Annihilation World. Chapter 166, Heaven Dao Foundation Establishment. The Blood Annihilation World was a legacy magic from the Bloodstream sect's Middle Peak, and could only be fully unleashed by a Foundation Establishment cultivator. However, even when Song Ke was only a Chi condensation disciple, he had still been able to use some of its might. Now that he had reached Earthstring Foundation establishment, he was able to fully unleash it. Even the first form was terrifying. The sword slashed down, and the beam of blood-colored sword light seemed to surpass everything around it, becoming the only thing in heaven and earth as it slashed down toward Baziush-hun. Close examination would reveal that the blood sword was a stream of sword chi, bright and scintillating, seemingly capable of slicing through anything and everything. When Baziush-hun's little wooden sword blocked its path, it shattered into pieces. It didn't matter that the little wooden sword had a threefold spirit enhancement, completely transforming its base material, it was destroyed in an instant. The Golden Crow sword was of higher quality, and had also benefited from the fundamental transformation of a threefold spirit enhancement. When the blood sword hit it, it was flung off to the side. Song Ke howled, madness filling his eyes, as well as supreme self-confidence. Back in his first fight with Baziush-hun, he hadn't resorted to using this inverse blood sword form, mostly because his cultivation base was insufficient. But now he could use it. This was his most powerful trump card, and in order to ensure that it was successful, he had even used his final precious blood sphere to injure Baziush-hun. Only then did he resort to the inverse blood sword form. Only then was he absolutely certain he would succeed. Give me that heaven string energy or die. When cultivators fought, it was often important to resort to scheming and tricks. But sometimes, it wasn't necessary to put too much thought into such things. Sometimes, you just needed to find the right moment to weaken your opponent, and then unleash your most powerful attack. Song Ke was also supremely confident that his secret magic of restoration would heal his wounds in a very short time. Once he returned to his full battle prowess, he was sure that he would have no trouble seizing victory. However, even as his sword descended, a strange look flickered through Baziush-hun's eyes. There was something very strange about this blood sword, and yet, there was no time to ponder the matter at the moment. Suddenly, the fading golden light that emanated from him increased in intensity as he reached his two fingers out towards Song Ke's throat. Apparently, he was willing to end the battle in mutual defeat. Song Ke's face flickered, but then twisted with vicious ferocity. Instead of evading, he sped up. The blood sword slashed down onto Baziush-hun's shoulder, and at the same time, Baziush-hun's two fingers closed in on Song Ke's throat. A cracking sound rang out. Song Ke's neck suddenly turned blurry, and an afterimage appeared. As a result, Baziush-hun's attack hit nothing but thin air. At the same time, as Song Ke's sword lashed into Baziush-hun's shoulder, golden light exploded up. All of the power of his undying gold skin focused on fighting back against the sword. Apparently, the sword was completely neutralized. Apparently, the power of the sword couldn't match Baziush-hun's defensive power. Both Song Ke and Baziush-hun were stunned. However, neither hesitated. Both of them were aware that the other was certainly fully prepared, and as such, unleashed their follow-up techniques. Inverse blood seal. Song Ke howled. His blood chi sword collapsed, transforming into countless blood-colored sealing marks, which then flew out toward Baziush-hun and then exploded. At the same time, Baziush-hun's throat-crushing grasp transformed into an incantation gesture. Waving his finger at Song Ke, he unleashed the might of the Violet Chi Cauldron control art. He didn't utilize Violet Chi Cauldron summoning, nor lightness and heaviness. Instead, he used something that he had failed at over and over again, but had never abandoned. The human-controlling grand magic. Back on the North Bank, he had never been able to perfect his human-controlling grand magic. He had never been able to exert full control even over the small animals. At best, he had produced some random effects on their limbs. However, at this moment, he didn't need full control, he wanted a random effect. As the control magic was unleashed, Song Ke's arms and legs suddenly didn't seem to be coordinating with each other. He felt like someone had pushed him hard from behind, and he staggered and almost fell over. His expression flickered as he realized that his body was under the influence of something else. Furthermore, the next attack was heading, not toward his throat, but his Danshan region. All of this takes some time to describe, but actually occurred in the time it takes a spark to fly off of a piece of flint. Rumbling sounds filled the air as the blood seals exploded around Baziush-hun, causing him to cough up several mouthfuls of blood. At the same time, he unleashed the throat-crushing grasp in the direction of Song Ke's abdomen, where his Danshan region was. Song Ke was scared out of his mind. The Danshan region was extremely important. Although a blow there wouldn't necessarily be fatal, it was the location of his spiritual seas, as well as the heaven string energy. He tried to spin to the side, but Baziush-hun's throat-crushing grasp suddenly erupted with a powerful gravitational force. Instantly, Baziush-hun's right hand, backed by the power of the throat-crushing grasp, stabbed into Song Ke's abdomen, piercing deep into the flesh and blood, all the way into the spiritual seas in his Danshan. Song Ke let out an agonized shriek. If Bazius Hun squeezed his fingers down with the power of the throat-crushing grasp, then the Sankei spiritual seas could be destroyed. Any ordinary person in such circumstances wouldn't have the clarity of mind to defend themselves. They would be unable to escape the fate of having their spiritual seas destroyed. But Sankei was widely regarded as the #1 chosen of the Bloodstream sect. He was anything but ordinary. It was a moment of profound crisis, and yet he was profoundly decisive. Therefore, he immediately flushed all of the heaven string energy in his body directly toward his Danshan region and Bazius Hun's right hand. He was using the heaven string energy as an attack. Intense power battered his Danshan region, causing cracking sounds to emanate out as fractures spread out through all of his 8 spiritual seas. However, at the same time, massive force exploded onto Bazius Hun's right hand. Sankei was abandoning the heaven string energy and even damaging his spiritual seas, all to shove Bazius Hun's hand away. Thankfully for him, his spiritual seas weren't destroyed. Face ashen, coughing up blood, he didn't hesitate to flee at top speed. Despite his pain and how weak he was, he produced a jade slip which he then viciously crushed. Instantly, all of the energy nodes he had linked together through the fallen sword world began to crack apart. Those cracks rapidly began to spread across the surface of the entire sword. Originally, Sankei would never have been able to do such a thing. However, the reason why the enormous sword had remained intact for so long was because of the heaven string energy. Now that the heaven string energy was gone, its powers were fading. The sword had already been tilted on its side, but now that the strange spell formation created by the Bloodstream sect had been activated, the entire sword was collapsing. Bazius Hun's eyes flickered as he examined the complete strand of heaven string energy in his hand. Without any further hesitation, he began to absorb it through his palm. As it coursed into his Danshan region and combined with the previous portion of heaven string energy, a heaven-shaking, earth-toppling energy surged out inside of him. A heaven Tao aura erupted out, something profoundly holy, something that could destroy mountains and dry up seas. It filled the world, causing the scattered remnants of the disciples of the 4 sects to be completely and utterly shaken. Shockingly, an enormous face had appeared up in midair, in the same direction the aura was coming from. That face belonged to Bazius Hun. Bazius Hun reached Heaven Tao Foundation establishment. Off in the distance, Sankei spit more blood out of his mouth as he sped along. When he saw what was happening, he looked up hatefully at the enormous version of Bazius Hun's face. Eyes bloodshot, he clenched his hands into fists so hard that his fingernails dug into his own skin. Blood started dripping down, and yet, he didn't notice. Bei. Zhao. Chun. Even as everyone watched, shaken, filled with mixed emotions, the aura of Heaven Tao in Bazius Hun's Danshan region grew stronger and stronger. His 9 spiritual seas were rapidly turning golden, although the process would clearly take a few days to complete. Once that happened, and they were completely gold, that would mean that Bazius Hun had truly reached Heaven Tao Foundation establishment. As of this moment, his cultivation base, his latent power, his longevity, were all rising rapidly. At the same time, he could sense that something momentous was occurring within the fallen sword world. Even more astonishing was that, for some reason, he had the feeling that further up beyond the current sky, there was an even more ancient heaven and earth, something profoundly primordial. The feeling vanished only a moment later. At first, Bazius Hun had been on the verge of chasing after Sankei, to take advantage of his moment of weakness to kill him. But once Sankei smashed the jade slip, destroying the energy nodes, everything in the entire fallen sword world changed. Intense cracking sounds rang out, as loud as claps of thunder. Huge crevices appeared, spreading out across sky and land alike. Mountains began to crumble, and plains split apart. Everything started crumbling. The disciples present were completely shaken. The whole world was falling apart. This is bad. What's happening? Heavens! Don't tell me the fallen sword world is going to collapse? Meanwhile, outside of the fallen sword abyss, Master Snakescale, Uangji, and the elders from the Prown Stream sect and Pill Stream sect were all sitting there cross-legged in meditation. There was still 1 more month left before the Holy Land was to be opened up. Suddenly, all of their faces flickered as they looked over toward the huge sword. Already, massive cracks could be seen spreading out over its surface. What happened? The fallen sword is breaking apart. Damn it, not even we can get inside. All of them were shocked, and almost couldn't believe that the enormous sword would really collapse. They even tried to enter, but it was impossible. All 4 of them were thinking the same thing. Back when the sword was discovered, the patriarchs of the 4 sects set up teleportation formations. If the world collapses, they'll be activated. However, we have no way of knowing if the disciples will be sent back to the sect, or somewhere else in the vicinity. Back in the fallen sword world, the ground continued to crumble. At the same time, Four enormous spell formations appeared, and the power of teleportation exploded out, spreading to touch all of the disciples. Because the disciples of the different sects cultivated different techniques, their auras were different, and as such, they were teleported out by different formations. One by one, the disciples were enveloped by teleportation power and whisked away. Baziushun was among them. As he looked around at the shocking catastrophe, he thought back to what Uenji had said, and did nothing to resist the power. In the blink of an eye, his vision went dark, and the power of teleportation was pulling him away. However, at that very moment, a little hand reached out, as if to prevent him from leaving. "Big bro, why don't you stay and play with me?" Chapter 167, 9 Serenity's Ghost Domain. Baziushun's scalp tingled in fear, and his eyes went wide. A pale hand reached out, belonging to a young girl in a white dress. She wore a ferocious, enigmatic smile on her face. Her face was half covered by her long black hair, making her look even more terrifying than she might have normally. An aura of death pulsed off of her, transforming into something that looked like vipers seeking to bore into Baziushun's eyes, ears, nose, mouth, and even his pores. However, just when the hand was about to touch him, his 9 spiritual seas erupted with a heaven Dao aura, and the aura of death collapsed. The hissing snakes were wiped away, and the girl's hand withered, revealing dead skin and sticky, dripping blood. It was terrifying to the extreme. The girl let out a begrudging howl that echoed out into the air. At the same time, the teleportation power surrounding Baziushun exploded out with full force, and he vanished from the Fallen Sword World. After all of the disciples from the 4 sects were gone, the Fallen Sword World continued to collapse. But then, something else happened. Massive amounts of hazy gray mist billowed out and began to fill the world. It was rife with an aura of death, and smelled like rot. Even the 4 powerful teleportation formations crumbled into ruins because of the rotting aura. In the blink of an eye, the entire world became a domain of ghosts. Howls rose up from within the mists. Apparently, all of the Bane souls which had existed in the world were now beginning to awaken. Strangely, the huge sword stopped crumbling. In the outside world, Uenji and the others saw the sword cease crumbling, and watched as black mist began to pulse out of it. They exchanged dismayed glances. However, a moment later, they tried once again to enter the sword, and this time had no problem doing so. As they entered, they could still sense a fading holy aura. That aura. Heaven string energy. That's heaven string energy. Even as their faces flickered with shock, the sinister voice of a young girl rose up from the mists below. It sounded bizarre and cruel, and filled the entire world. "The heaven string energy hath been harvested by your disciples. Henceforth, this place shall be called the 9 Serenity's Ghost Domain. In the future, do not set foot in this place. Any who violate this prescript will have their entire sect exterminated." As soon as the voice rang out, Uenji and the others coughed up mouthfuls of blood. The voice crashed in their ears like thunder as they were forcefully ejected from the world. "Bane Spirit!" They cried in alarm. The pressure they felt was something that exceeded the nascent soul's stage. Trembling, hearts battered by waves of shock, they retreated at full speed, simultaneously sending word back to their sects. The Fallen Sword World has been transformed into the 9 Serenity's Ghost Domain. Furthermore, one of the Bane souls awakened and became a Bane Spirit. The heaven string energy was taken away? Who? Which disciple of which sect got it? Does that mean someone reached Heaven Dao Foundation establishment? Even as they fled, the former Fallen Sword World, which was now the 9 Serenity's Ghost Domain, filled up with mist. Standing in the mist was a girl in a white dress, holding a skinless, shrunken version of Lei Shan. At first she was looking up into the sky, but then she lowered her eyes to gaze at the tens of thousands of Bane souls in the area. All of them were prostrating themselves to her. Not a single sound could be heard. As for Lei Shan, his eyes were filled with incredible terror and pain. Standing next to the girl in the white dress was a pretty young woman with expressionless eyes, a puppet. She was none other than Gong Sunwaner. There was no poison upon her anymore, nor any centipedes. The human-faced spider had transformed into mist and vanished. She was now completely clean and empty, inside and out. "Ah, you don't want to stay and play with me, big bro?" the girl said, her voice sinister and bizarre. "Well, that's fine. I'll be able to leave this place soon, then I can come find you. I'll show you how pretty this new dress of mine is." The girl chuckled and looked over at Gong Sunwaner. The fact that the Fallen Sword World had been transformed into the 9 Serenity's Ghost Domain was a major event in the eastern lower reaches of the cultivation world. What had once been a Foundation establishment Holy Land was now a domain of terror. Furthermore, one of the Bane souls had awakened and turned into a terrifying, sentient Bane spirit. Even the elders of the 4 sects were left jumpy at the thought of it. However, there was nothing that could be done about the matter. Although the matter would influence the four sects to some degree, it wasn't a huge loss. Furthermore, it was a joint loss to all four sects. What was most astonishing of all was the information confirmed by the voice of the girl. The Heaven String energy had been taken. That meant someone must have reached Heavendal Foundation establishment. Who was it? Which sect and which disciple got the Heaven String energy? Damn it. If it was one of the other three sects, that means they'll have a Heavendal Foundation establishment disciple. We need to kill that person when they're weak. If they reach core formation, they'll be a force not easily stopped. It was definitely our Bloodstream sect. Ha ha ha. Now we have both Patriarch Limitless and another top-level cultivator. The four elders immediately used transmission jade slips to get the information back to their sects as quickly as possible. At the same time, they tried to make contact with the disciples who had been teleported out of the Fallen Sword world. Unfortunately, they soon found that the fluctuations caused by the teleportation made communication impossible. Soon, the Bloodstream sect, Profound Stream sect, Spirit Stream sect and Pill Stream sect were sent a huge commotion. Even the patriarchs of the sect were shaken. Large numbers of Foundation establishment Dharma protectors and elders were dispatched. Even prime elders were sent out. No effort was spared to track down the disciples who had been teleported out to random locations. All they had to do was find one disciple, and they should be able to get information about what had occurred in the Fallen Sword world. Most importantly, everyone wanted to know who got the Heaven String energy. In the Spirit Stream sect, the founding patriarch personally passed down orders which sent countless inner sect disciples and Foundation establishment elders into action. Even outer sect disciples were called upon. They flew out from both the South Bank and the North Bank, spreading out with one mission: find the disciples who had been teleported out of the Fallen Sword abyss. As soon as a single one was located, they were to report back to the sect immediately. The first person to be located was not one of the numerous disciples from the Spirit Stream sect, but rather, one of the 5 remaining Pill Stream sect disciples. The Pill Stream sect had sent 80 disciples into the Fallen Sword world, and more than 90% of them had been killed. Luckily for the Pill Stream sect, one of the 5 disciples who made it out alive happened to be teleported to a location just outside of the Pill Stream sect itself. When the Pill Stream sect elders and sect leader arrived, they found an extremely weak disciple, his energy almost completely drained. Fellow disciples immediately supported him, pouring their own spiritual power into him so that he could speak. Trembling, eyes flickering with fear, he weakly explained, "Dead. They're all dead. Eldest brother Fanglin was killed. Zhao Riz also dead. All of them were exterminated by Baziush Hun from the Spirit Stream sect." Baziush Hun completed 9 tide flows. He and Song K fought over the Heaven String energy, and he reached Heavendal Foundation establishment. The disciples' words left the Pill Stream sect cultivators, and even the elders and the sect leader, completely shaken. Gasps could be heard, and eyes went wide with disbelief. Heavendal Foundation establishment? Baziush Han? Spirit Stream sect? The sect leader's eyes flickered, and he grimly said, "Immediately send word to all of our spies in the Spirit Stream sect. Tell them to find Baziush Han and kill him. Spare no effort whatsoever." Chapter 168, Incognito. The Pill Stream sect ordered all of their spies into action, hoping to be the first to find Baziush Han. If they did, they would spare no cost whatsoever to kill him. As for the other 3 sects, they mobilized large forces to search for the disciples who were currently missing. As all that was happening, something else occurred on the Eastwood continent, in a jungle-covered mountain range not too far from Eastwood City. Next to one particularly large tree, the air rippled with teleportation fluctuations, and then Baziush Han appeared, staggering out at a near run. As soon as he was out in the open, he leaned over and vomited noisily. What kind of teleportation was that supposed to be? Nearly lost my poor little life in the process. Baziush Han's face was ashen, and he was panting. What he didn't know was that past teleportations he had experienced had been performed with weakened teleportation power in order to make them as comfortable as possible. In contrast, the teleportation which had pulled him out of the Fallen Sword abyss was fully powered. All of the portals set up by the 4 sects were like that. In a moment of grave crisis, the most important thing was to teleport the targets out as quickly as possible. A forcible teleportation like that would actually knock most people unconscious. After emptying his stomach, Baziush Han felt a bit better, although he was still so dizzy that he was seeing stars. Leaning up against the tree, he looked around and realized he had no idea where he was. From what Elder Ruingji had explained, he knew that he could be just about anywhere. "I should be back on the Eastwood continent though," he thought, massaging his temples. Then he recalled the little hand and the strange voice he had heard just before being teleported away, and his heart filled with fear. Trembling, he resolved to never, ever go back to the Fallen Sword abyss. Still trying to catch his breath, He sat down on a nearby log and looked down at his tattered garments. By this point, they were so damaged and blood-stained it wasn't even possible to identify them as the robes of the Spirit Stream sect. He wanted to change them, but unfortunately, didn't have a spare set in his bag of holding. The fallen sword abyss was so brutal. As he thought back to everything that had occurred, his scalp began to tingle. What was especially frightening was how everyone had almost gone insane in their desire to kill him. And then there was the vicious, savage battle with Song Kei. In the end, he sighed. Why do cultivators always end up fighting and killing? Sighing, he probed his cultivation base, and found that his roiling spiritual seas were gradually turning golden. By this point, the process was about 30% complete. Ha ha ha. Evendal Foundation Establishment. In his excitement, he forgot about the brutality of the fallen sword world. The idea of 500 years of longevity caused his eyes to shine. Flicking his sleeve and sticking his chin up, he proudly said, I, Bezier Shun, am truly a consummate chosen. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. After laughing loudly for a while, he cleared his throat. I guess I should probably go figure out where I am. Something else he found interesting was that although his cultivation base was getting stronger and stronger, the aura it emitted was getting weaker and weaker. It was almost as if, because his spiritual seas were climbing to the Evendal Foundation establishment level, all of the pressure and energy they would normally radiate was now focusing inward. At the moment, anyone who sensed his aura would place him at the 9th level of chi condensation. As the process continued, he had the feeling that his cultivation base aura would eventually disappear altogether, and he would seem like a mortal. Only when the process was complete would he experience a heaven-rending, earth-crushing explosion of power. It should be finished in 2 days or so, he thought excitedly. With that, he put the matters of his cultivation base aside. Next, he produced a jade slip to try to transmit a message to the sect. Unfortunately, the jade slip had been damaged during the teleportation process. Although the teleportation energy had already faded away, it seemed that he would temporarily be unable to make contact with the sect. Feeling a bit annoyed, he put the jade slip away and then transformed into a beam of light that shot up into the sky and then off into the distance. It didn't take long for him to realize that with his current cultivation base power, he could fly much more quickly than before. He was soon out of the mountain range, whereupon he caught sight of an enormous city off in the distance. The city walls were very imposing, and were constructed from greenish-colored bricks. Furthermore, each and every brick seemed to be inscribed with magical symbols that formed a spell formation. The spell formation sent light streaming up high into the sky, seemingly connecting the city to the heavens themselves. A huge green vortex could be seen up above, with lightning occasionally dancing back and forth within it. There was also pressure weighing down which restricted the cultivation bases of any cultivators that entered the city, making it impossible for them to fly. The city was huge, enough to house at least 10 million people, and had 4 main gates which were constantly packed with floods of people going in and out. In front of each of the city gates were enormous stone steels, inscribed with calligraphy as flamboyant as dancing dragons and swirling phoenixes. Eastwood City. Bezier Shun gaped in shock for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. This was the biggest city in the territory controlled by the Spirit Stream sect. It was actually considered part of the Spirit Stream sect, and was operated by the 10 most powerful cultivator clans on the Eastwood continent. It had a history stretching back 10,000 years, and was home to not only hosts of cultivators, but mortals as well. In addition to the 10 great cultivator clans, there was also a disciple of the Spirit Stream sect stationed there as an official emissary, responsible for keeping the peace among the clans. That was the exact position Du Lingfei had been sent here years ago to fill. Although she only had a chi condensation cultivation base, she represented the Foundation establishment elder who was also stationed there. The elder rarely made public appearances, leaving most of the duties to Du Lingfei to handle. Her primary task was to keep the 10 great clans in check. Elder Sister Du was sent here a while back as an emissary. I haven't seen her in such a long time. Bezier Shun's heart warmed at the thought of Du Lingfei, and he couldn't help but picture her looking shy and angry at the same time. I can't just walk straight in. I'll sneak in incognito and check things out first. After all these years, I wonder if my boo stepped out on me and found another man. Eyebrow cocked craftily, he shot through the air toward Eastwood City. As he neared, he could sense that flying was restricted. How annoying. I'm a prestige disciple. I'm the junior brother of the sect leader. Eastwood City belongs to the Spirit Stream sect, so therefore, it's mine by right. I can't believe I'm not allowed to fly. Grumbling all the way, he landed on the ground and headed toward the city gate. There was quite a line, and he didn't feel right cutting in front, so he went to the back. Before long, he worked his way up to the gate itself, where he paid a small spirit stone tax to enter. No one paid much attention to him. All they cared about was the spirit stones. Apparently, they were confident that no one would cause any trouble. Eastwood City is so big. I can't believe they still charge a spirit stone tax to get in. Baziush-hun was not very pleased about what was happening. Considering his status, it was really a loss of face. Coughing dryly, he clasped his hands behind his back and strutted through the gate. Once inside, the sight of the countless towering buildings caused him to gasp. Everything was huge. The roads were paved with limestone, every slab of which emanated spiritual energy. The buildings were decorated with gold and jade, carved with dragons and phoenixes, and were completely extraordinary to behold. Everything was festooned with beautiful pearls and spirit stones. The glow of magic rose up everywhere, creating an air of luxury that almost physically buffeted Baziush-hun in the face. This place. He swallowed as he took in the beauty and luxury. Vehicles trundled back and forth in the streets, and people could be seen everywhere. He almost felt like he was in a different world. As for the residents of the city, they dressed in silks and satins, and looked very impressive as they walked to and fro. Regardless of the level of their cultivation base, they seemed very proud and lofty. Unlike the mortals in smaller cities and villages, the mortals here didn't seem scared or impressed at all by the cultivators around them. As he walked along, Baziush-hun couldn't help but gasp in shock at all the things he was seeing. After all, he had been raised in a village, and after that, spent all his time in the sect. He had never been to a big city like this before. Of course, considering how he was looking around, he stuck out from the crowd, and the passing cultivators looked over with disdainful expressions, taking him to be a country bumpkin. Some of them noticed how his clothing was ripped and torn, and even stained with blood. Realizing that he was probably someone that shouldn't be provoked, they quickly got out of his way. I never could have imagined how incredible this place is. The more he saw, the more excited he got. The sheer luxury of the place caused him to sigh, and he was already trying to figure out how to get the sect to transfer him here. Continuing to sigh, he passed one certain shop, and was suddenly riveted in place. It was a clothing shop, filled with garments of every color and style possible, all of them beautifully tailored and embroidered. Even the lowest quality garments were amazingly crafted. Baziush-hun couldn't help but muse that the clothing here was far, far better looking than anything from back in the sect. Eyes shining, he walked into the shop. There were a few people inside, browsing through the selection of clothing. As soon as Baziush-hun entered, a couple of them looked over, and when they saw his dilapidated robes, looks of derision appeared on their faces. However, they could sense the aura of the 7th level of chi condensation on him, so they quickly looked away. There was one young man, dressed in luxurious garments, whose eyes went wide as soon as he saw Baziush-hun. For a brief moment, a strange gleam could be seen in his eyes before he averted his gaze. Meanwhile, a smiling salesperson approached Baziush-hun and began to show him around. This heavenly dragon robe is made from heaven water anaconda skin. After being cured with 81 types of medicinal plants, it was decorated by a grand master of embroidery. There's a spell formation hidden inside that provides resistance against all water-type magical techniques. Oh, that 1,000 leaves coat is crafted from 1,000 different types of spirit leaves. A secret magic was used to tailor it, and when you wear it, you'll be surrounded by the fragrance of plants and vegetation. After wearing it for some time, you'll naturally exude the fragrance of spirit medicine. Oh, this piece. Baziush-hun nodded, feeling a garment here and there, falling in love with everything he looked at. At the same time, the young man in the luxurious garments finally looked up. Smiling, he walked over to Baziush-hun, clasped hands and bowed. Salutations, brother. Chapter 169, Hueco never lies. Surprised, Baziush-hun turned to look at the young man. I am your humble servant, Hueco, the young man said politely, a broad smile covering his face. I happen to be the owner of this little shop. Brother, I can see that you're an extraordinary person, a dragon amongst men. If you see something you like, brother, just take it, on the house. Think of it as a gift between friends. Are you serious? Baziush-hun looked at Hueco, blinking. Of course I'm serious. Hueco never lies. Baziush-hun responded with a sarcastic chuckle. Having no reason to refuse a free gift, he casually pointed at the heavenly dragon robe. The salesperson looked at Hueco, who smiled and nodded. The salesperson shrugged in disbelief as he handed the heavenly dragon robe over to Baziush-hun. Baziush-hun threw it on, and immediately looked completely different than before. Hueco laughed heartily and said, Brother, the heavenly dragon robe definitely suits you perfectly. It almost looks as if it was custom tailored just for you. You really know how to pick clothes for yourself. You think so too? Baziush-hun replied, smoothing out the robe. He was very pleased, and couldn't help but think that the clothes they wore back at the sect were far too shabby. He had already fallen in love with this new world of luxury and sensual pleasure. Hu Yunking was so taken aback by Bazius Hun's response that he didn't know what to say next. Finally, he cleared his throat and changed the subject. Brother, there's a banquet tonight here in Eastwood City. Emissary Du Lingfei from the Spirit Stream sect has reached the end of her commission and will be returning to her sect, so a big banquet is being held in her honor. If you don't have anything else to do, brother, why don't you come along? It'll be a lot of fun. Bazius Hun looked at Hu Yunking with an enigmatic smile for a moment and then voiced his agreement. Hu Yunking knew that he was being a bit presumptuous, but also wanted to take advantage of the golden opportunity which had presented itself, and didn't have time to come up with any better tactics. Smiling, he led Bazius Hun out of the shop and onto the street. As soon as they stepped out, Bazius Hun noticed that they were being followed by 8 bodyguards, all of whom were in the 5th level of chi condensation. They were rogue cultivators, but they clearly were adept killers, as they radiated powerful murderous auras. Hu Yunking looked at Bazius Hun out of the corner of his eye and said, "You know, Emissary Du Lingfei from the Spirit Stream sect is as beautiful as an immortal. Not only is her cultivation base very high, she's spectacularly good-looking. In fact, she's one of the top 10 goddesses in the Eastwood continent. With her as emissary here, the 10 clans maintain completely harmonious relations. Not a single problem ever cropped up. She handled her duties with great finesse." This was Bazius Hun's first time hearing about Du Lingfei's affairs in Eastwood City, and he was immediately intrigued. "She sounds incredible." "Oh, she's incredible, all right. Very incredible. Famous young men from cultivator clans all over the Eastwood continent have tried to earn her favor. In my opinion, though, there isn't a single clan that's worthy of her. Only few people in the Spirit Stream sect itself could be counted deserving. To be honest, there's really only one person good enough for her." Hu Yunking sighed. "Who's that?" Bazius Hun asked, blinking. "Oh, he's a rare chosen in the Spirit Stream sect, the type that only comes along once every 10,000 years. He's a prestige disciple, and a junior brother of the sect leader. His name has rocked both the north and south banks of the Spirit Stream sect, and he's popular among countless disciples. His name is Bazius Hun." Hu Yunking's expression was one of reverence, although he seemed to be working hard to suppress his zeal. As for the bodyguards, they all had strange expressions on their faces. They had worked for Hu Yunking for many years, but this was their first time hearing him speak like this. They couldn't help but look over at Bazius Hun, curiosity gnawing at their hearts. Bazius Hun coughed dryly. Looking very thoughtful, he said, "You're right, Bazius Hun truly is extraordinary." Then he gave Hu Yunking another enigmatic smile. Either Hu Yunking didn't notice Bazius Hun's thoughtful look, or he did notice and pretended not to. "Extraordinary?" he continued excitedly. "He's more than that. He's a true chosen, a superstar, the type of person all the female disciples in the Spirit Stream sect want as a Taoist partner. As for the male disciples, they all want to be his friend. He's the jewel of the Spirit Stream sect. I've even heard some people say that after coming back from the Foundation establishment Holy Lands, he's reached Earthstring Foundation establishment. A person like that is like a full moon on a dark night. All people can do is look up at him in amazement. What a pity that my own latent talent is just average. Otherwise, I'd go looking for him myself and offer to be his follower for life, to be at his beck and call at all hours of the day." Bazius Hun was almost blushing by this point. However, Hu Yunking seemed really caught up in his excitement, and Bazius Hun didn't want to interrupt him. Therefore, he allowed him to keep speaking in this vein for quite some time, even giving him an encouraging look now and then. Hu Yunking kept it up all the way to the banquet, coming up with new and flowery ways to praise Bazius Hun the entire time. At one point, he ran out of things to say, but Bazius Hun gave him an encouraging look, and he gritted his teeth and racked his brains to come up with more. The non-stop talking was rather exhausting. As Bazius Hun and Hu Yunking were heading toward the banquet, large numbers of disciples and elders from the Spirit Stream sect were out scouring the Eastwood continent. Their main goal was to track down the disciples who had been teleported out of the fallen sword abyss, and find out what exactly had occurred. A group of inner sect disciples was making their way along the edge of a jungle when they happened to find the disciple who had been knocked unconscious during the teleportation process. They quickly revived him. The first words that came out of his mouth were enough to shock all of the rescuers. Sect Uncle Bazius Hun reached Heavendale Foundation establishment. The words struck the hearts of the listeners like bolts of lightning. All of them gasped. It was earth-shattering news, so without the slightest hesitation, they sent messages back to the sect. Soon, more and more disciples who had been teleported out of the fallen sword abyss turned up. Furthermore, the news that was getting sent back to the sect was all the same. Bazius Hun had reached Heavendale Foundation establishment. He had struck despair into the hearts of the disciples of the other 3 sects. He had slaughtered Zhaora and Fang Lin of the Pill Stream sect, had seriously injured 9 Isles, had successfully wrested all the Heaven String energy from Song K, and had risen to Heaven Dao Foundation establishment. Some people were even saying that he had killed Lei Shan from the Profound Stream sect. As the information trickled back, the Spirit Stream sect was thrown into a huge commotion. The elders, the 7 Peak Lords, the sect leader. All of them were both stunned and, at the same time, wildly elated. Earlier, they had been nervous, unsure of which disciple from which sect had reached Heaven Dao Foundation establishment. In fact, many had been convinced that it would be someone from the Bloodstream sect. Word had even been sent to the spies in the Bloodstream sect to try to kill certain disciples there. But now, everyone was shaken to find that the person who had reached Heaven Dao Foundation establishment actually came from the Spirit Stream sect. And it was Bazius Hun. Li King and the sect leader were beside themselves with joy. The Prime Elders were completely shaken. Next, the entire sect was mobilized, with one mission. Find Bazius Hun. Immediately send word back to the sect if you do. Protect him and escort him home. At the same time, the Spirit Stream sect locked down all disciples who were suspected of being spies. They were well aware that once the other 3 sects got word of what had occurred, they would do anything to try to kill Bazius Hun. The cultivator clans in the area were closely connected to the Spirit Stream sect, and as such, it was essentially impossible to keep word from spreading. Soon, everyone had caught wind of what was going on. The patriarchs of the various clans were completely shaken. Eyes bloodshot, they sent the members of their clans out in all directions to try to find Bazius Hun. After all, they knew that he could have been teleported anywhere on the Eastwood continent. If they got lucky and he was teleported into their territory, and they found him first, they would be able to invite him to visit their clan personally. That would be a huge honor in and of itself, considering he was a Heaven Dao Foundation establishment cultivator now. There would also be the possibility of some of their clan members striking up friendships with him, which would also be of enormous benefit to the clan. Even more enticing than that, though, was the possibility that Bazius Hun might take a liking to one of the female clan members, and take her as a Taoist partner. If that happened, not even the sect leader would be able to do anything about it. Dispatch everyone. Find him. Bazius Hun might have been teleported into our territory. As the cultivator clans were dispatching people to search, Bazius Hun and Hu Yunqing finally arrived at the banquet. It was being hosted in a sprawling mansion that covered over 10 acres of land. The walls were magnificently decorated, and the grounds were filled with pine trees and decorative rock formations. In one area near the center, pavilions had been set up, as well as a 3-story pagoda that looked almost like a palace. Decorated with dragons and phoenixes, it was tasteful and elegant, yet clearly wildly expensive. A din of voices could be heard, and servants bustled back and forth carrying all sorts of fine liquor and fresh fruit to the elegantly attired guests. There were well over 100 guests present, men and women, young and old. Some sat alone, others in groups of 3 to 5. Guards were posted at the main entrance, where a valet cheerfully greeted the new arrivals. For those he didn't recognize, he would accept their invitation cards, make a record of their arrival, and then show them inside. As soon as Hu Yunqing appeared, the valet greeted him respectfully and escorted him inside. Bazius Hun walked along by his side, looking around curiously at the banquet. This was his first time attending such an affair. One of the first things he saw was a muscular man off in the distance, chatting and laughing with a pretty young woman as they all walked along toward Hu Yunqing. The man wore a long violet robe that was clearly very expensive. His face had a healthy glow to it, and he wore rings of holding on all of his fingers. 7 or 8 jade pendants could be seen on his person, and he looked every bit like a rich playboy. Chapter 170, Goddess Lingfi. The young woman wore makeup that made her seem young and pure. However, there was something about her that made it obvious she was a paid courtesan, which lessened her appeal. Overall, though, she was quite beautiful. Smiling, the burly man hurried over to lead Hu Yunqing to a nearby table. Brother Yunqing, I've been waiting for you. Come, come. Have a seat with me. Only when Hu Yunqing gave an apologetic look to Bazius Hun did the burly man finally notice him. You must be new around here, he said with a smile. But you're a guest nonetheless. Any friend of Yunqing's is a friend of mine. I'm Li Yao Dao. This banquet is being held by my Li clan in honor of emissary Lingfi. It was a bit rushed, so things aren't as well planned out as they should have been. Please, forgive me for any inadequacies. Looking very pleased with himself, he pulled Hu Yunqing and Bazius Hun over to the tables, where they all sat down. The young woman sat down quietly next to Li Yao Dao, looking very lovely and demure. Things really were far too rushed, Li Yao Dao said. The only beverage I could get my hands on was this spirit alcohol brewed from Tier 1 high-grade spirit medicine. If I'd had more time, I could definitely have procured some product made from Tier 2 high-grade spirit medicine. He sighed, and yet, it was impossible for him to cover up the look of pride on his face. He and Hu Yunking had been secretly competing with each other for years, and at long last he had this chance to put him in his place. It was at this point that the young woman sitting next to Li Yao Dao spoke up. "Yao Dao," she said flirtatiously, "don't be so modest. It would be hard to find another clan in the Eastwood continent that would entertain so many people with spirit alcohol brewed from Tier 1 high-grade spirit medicine. Even a small glass could be sold for several hundred spirit stones." Her flattery was like music to Li Yao Dao's ears. "Ah, what are a few hundred spirit stones?" he said. "It's just spirit alcohol. Come, Yunking. You and your friend have to try this stuff. It's really hard to find it anywhere in Eastwood City." With that, he waved a servant over to fill glasses for Hu Yunking and Bazish Hun. Hu Yunking looked a bit embarrassed. Despite the fact that his clan was quite well off, he had only ever once tried spirit alcohol brewed from Tier 1 high-grade spirit medicine. After hesitating for a moment, he smiled dryly and took a sip. Bazish Hun looked at the alcohol curiously. After sniffing it, he couldn't help but be disappointed. Clearly, the impurity levels were quite high. Li Yao Dao seemed very satisfied to see Hu Yunking's reaction, but when he saw the expression on Bazish Hun's face, he was less than pleased. After looking him up and down, he decided that, not only would he put Hu Yunking in his place, he would crush his friend at the same time. "Brother, are you not satisfied?" "Ah, don't worry. This banquet we're throwing for Goddess Lingfei is a bit rushed, but we still managed to get some rare foods to serve. I've heard that Goddess Lingfei always talks about how much she misses the Spirit Stream sect. Therefore, the Li clan has spent a lot of money to get some spirit tail chickens to remind her of her home. Men, serve the spirit tail chicken." Laughing heartily, he waved his hand, and a servant rushed over carrying a golden platter. There on the platter was a fully roasted spirit tail chicken. The platter itself looked quite expensive, and as for the 3 colored spirit tails, they were arranged very artistically. The chicken had been roasted to a deep amber color, and looked extraordinary. Apparently, it had just come out of the oven, causing a wonderful aroma to fill the area. Quite a few other guests looked over in shock. "A spirit tail chicken? Wow, the Li clan is so rich. Every table gets a spirit tail chicken? Look, those clearly weren't raised around here. Where did they come from?" Hearing the reactions of those sitting in the area, Bazish Hun blinked in surprise. "Isn't that just a spirit tail chicken?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the beautiful young woman sitting next to Li Yao Dao scornfully said, "Prince Yunking, your friend here really knows how to run his mouth. Isn't that just a spirit tail chicken? It makes it seem like he's eaten a lot of them." Li Yao Dao looked gravely at the young woman, as if he didn't approve of her tone. However, the truth was that he also felt that Bazish Hun was trying to be a big show-off. Inwardly, he was starting to get irritated, but outwardly, he made a polite explanation. "Friend, I'm afraid you don't understand. These spirit tail chickens aren't ordinary in any way. They weren't raised by my Li clan, they're from the Spirit Stream sect. More specifically, they're from the south bank of the Spirit Stream sect." Even though his words were spoken softly, many people in the area heard them, and soon, gasps rang out. Even Hu Yunking couldn't hold back from gasping at Li Yao Dao's display of wealth. Li Yao Dao was very pleased at the reaction he was getting from Hu Yunking and the crowd. Looking very proud of himself, he continued to offer further explanation. The spirit tail chickens from the south bank of the Spirit Stream sect were rare enough to begin with. However, a few years ago, a bandit known as the Chicken Thieving Fiend caused a sharp decline in production. Nowadays, spirit tail chickens from the south bank can only be acquired at auction, and for an extraordinary price at that. They're very easy to identify. They have green bones and beautiful tail feathers. They look completely different from other types of chickens. However, he lamented, thanks to that despicable chicken thieving fiend and his demented crime spree, the South Bank spirit tail chickens nearly went extinct. With that, he proceeded to curse and revile the chicken thieving fiend. His female companion joined in, until all of the surrounding guests were echoing their sentiments. In response to everyone rebuking the chicken thieving fiend, Bazish Hun cleared his throat awkwardly. It was at this point that a new group of people arrived, a group of handsome elite clan members from the cultivator clans, who were clustered around a young woman. She wore a long white gown that resembled a blooming lotus, had the fairest of skin, and had her long hair coiled up and bound with a silver hairpin. She wore pearls and jewelry, and walked with a gentle grace. The starlight which reflected in her eyes made her look even more beautiful. Unfortunately, her exquisite beauty was somewhat marred because of her furrowed brow. Apparently she was concerned with some important matter. And yet, she did her best to put a smile on her face as she conversed in a low tone with one of the young men escorting her. Although the young man did his best to conceal it, it was possible to see the passion in his eyes as he listened to her. That young woman was none other than Du Lingfei. She immediately became the focus of all attention. Furthermore, There was something about her, some energy or power that made everyone in her presence feel the urge to bow their heads. Despite how many people were clustered around her, Baziush-hun instantly caught sight of her. At first, he almost looked like he was in a daze. They hadn't seen each other for years, but she somehow seemed more familiar to him than ever. And yet, she was more beautiful than before. There was also something a bit more noble about her, perhaps something that had come from holding a position of power for so long. She definitely seemed different from the rude and unreasonable beauty she had been when they'd first met. And yet, as the moments ticked by, that old version of Du Lingfei and this newer, more beautiful one slowly merged together. Baziush-hun had grown in their time apart, and so had she. Thanks to her subtle control of affairs in Eastwood City, the cultivator clans were in harmony, something that most outsiders found unbelievable. Goddess Lingfei. Li Yaodao said, his eyes flickering with infatuation. Back when he'd first laid eyes on her, he had been somewhat attracted to her. However, it was only thanks to her deft manipulation of the cultivator clans that he came to be fully infatuated. The courtesan sitting next to him paled in comparison, and she clearly knew that. In the face of the powerful Du Lingfei, she had no choice other than to lower her head. At this point, Hu Yunqing leaned over to Baziush-hun and quietly said, Goddess Lingfei came to Eastwood City with nothing. I remember her often gazing back in the direction of the Spirit Stream sect, thinking about something. Who would have ever thought that she would do so well for herself? None of the past emissaries ever accomplished what she has. She kept the peace between the clans, bringing about a harmony the likes of which has never been seen before. Supposedly, some of the clan patriarchs were so impressed that they convinced the Spirit Stream sect to renew her emissary commission several times over. Even as Li Yaodao stared at her with glittering eyes, and Hu Yunqing was murmuring to Baziush-hun, Du Lingfei finished speaking to the young man next to her. Just as she was about to take a step forward, her gaze pierced through the crowd to land on Li Yaodao's table. Her eyes went wide, and a tremor of disbelief ran through her. All of a sudden, it seemed as if everyone around her had vanished, leaving only one person behind in her world. Breathing heavily, she started walking in the direction of the table. Everyone was shocked to see her acting this way, especially Li Yaodao, who shot to his feet, trembling. She is actually coming over to see me. His mind began to spin, and his heart began to pump wildly. Unable to prevent the joy from filling his face, he immediately began to walk toward her. Goddess Lingfei, he said. Even as he prepared more words to say, Du Lingfei walked right by without even sparing him a passing glance. His jaw dropped, and he looked stiffly over his shoulder to see Du Lingfei stop in front of the table and look at one person in particular. Baziush-hun, you're here. Even the way she stood there was enticing. Her eyes were beautiful, like shining moons, and everyone who looked at her couldn't prevent their hearts from surging with passion. The instant she spoke Baziush-hun's name, the clamor of the banquet transformed into utter silence. Trembling, people began to turn to look at Baziush-hun. Everyone knew that Baziush-hun was a prestige disciple of the Spirit Stream sect and the junior brother of the sect leader. The latest news was that he had recently gone to one of the Foundation establishment Holy Lands. Yeah, I'm here, he said, smiling. All of a sudden, he recalled that moment in the cave when they were fleeing from the Luotian, how she had sat next to the fire, her face ashen and yet oh so beautiful. Hu Yunqing plastered a look of surprise on his face. Taking several dramatic steps backward, and stumbling down to his knees in the process, he pointed his finger and raised his voice as loud as possible. Why you're Baziush-hun? It was at that exact same moment that people from the various cultivator clans began to pull jade slips out of their holding items, as news came in from their clans. Within moments, the surprise which had just gripped their heart turned into massive waves of shock. People began to gasp and look over at Baziush-hun, their minds reeling. All of the various jade slips contained similar information. Baziush-hun reached Heavendale Foundation establishment. Any clan member who meets him should treat him with utter respect. Immediately notify the clan for a hefty reward. Chapter 171, Assassinate Baziush-hun. Baziush-hun looked around at the flabbergasted crowd of cultivator clan members, and mused about how glorious the situation was. From the expression of utter shock on Hu Yunqing's face, it seemed as if he had only just now realized the shocking identity of the person he had befriended. Although Baziush-hun found his behavior a bit servile, it still felt good to receive such treatment. Coughing dryly, he patted Hu Yunqing on the shoulder and said, "Alright, enough with the act. Your big bro Hu Yunfei told me about you a while ago." Hu Yunqing rose to his feet, looking a bit embarrassed. The truth was that because of his place in the Hu clan, he had recognized Baziush-hun the instant he set foot in his shop. The Hu clan had long since passed out information throughout the clan about Baziush-hun. Hu Yunqing knew that his clan brother and sister were both on good terms with Baziush-hun, and he himself had hoped to somehow make friends with him, but had never been able to. When the chance suddenly arose to get close to an important person like Bazius, he had to strike while the iron was hot. Of course, when flattering someone, the best thing was not to be too direct. That way, the target of the flattery would feel more comfortable, as would the flatterer. And that was why things had played out the way they did on the way to the banquet. Actually, Hueco had been prepared for the possibility that Bazius would see through his ruse. In fact, Bazius enigmatic smiles along the way caused Hueco to come to that very conclusion. However, that didn't prevent him from continuing to lay on the flattery as thick as possible. Bazius looked at Du Lingfei, and she looked back at him. However, there was no time to sit around and reminisce. People from the cultivator clans immediately began to flock around Bazius, offering formal greetings in extremely respectful tones, each one more enthusiastic than the one before. When Du Lingfei saw so many people jumping at the chance to meet Bazius, and how he stood there proudly with his hands clasped behind his back, she couldn't help but smile and think back to everything that had happened when they were being chased by the Luotian clan. Mixed emotions soon swirled within her eyes, and she sighed. However, even in the middle of her sigh, her expression suddenly flickered, and she walked over to stand next to Bazius. The moment she stepped forward, Bazius sensed something, and looked up. There in the air not too far away, 3 beams of light were approaching at breakneck speed. 3 cultivators came into view, 2 men and a woman. All of them were bursting with killing intent, and shockingly, all of them were Foundation Establishment cultivators. Prepare to die, Bazius. As they closed in on the area, they fell into a triangular formation, and then unleashed a powerful attack that not only erupted with extermination power, but also contained a noxious black mist. A black cloud formed, within which could be seen a flying sword, a drum, and a battle axe. All 3 of them were powerful magical items that were aimed directly at Bazius. The surrounding cultivators from the various clans were shocked, and began to tremble in fear. When they sensed 3 Foundation Establishment cultivation bases, they cried out in alarm. Foundation Establishment. Bazius' expression flickered. His hair stood up on end as a sensation of deadly crisis swept over him. His eyes went wide, and his pupils constricted as he mentally recalled the fallen sword world, and his flight from the Luotian clan. The feeling of proud complacency from moments before had been replaced by veins of steel. You people want to kill me? His eyes began to shine brightly. It would have been possible to simply dodge the attack unleashed by these 3 assassins, but there were countless innocent bystanders present, as well as Du Lingfei. Furthermore, everyone around him was in chi condensation, whereas the 3 assassins were Foundation Establishment experts. They were only in the Mortal Dao Foundation Establishment stage, but their cultivation bases appeared to be near the Great Circle of early Foundation Establishment. Bazius' eyes were already bloodshot as he stood there in front of Du Lingfei, and he looked just like he had when facing the Luotian clan. He didn't dodge, nor did he flee. He raised his right hand, and blinding golden light emanated from his entire body. The power of 9 spiritual seas and Heaven Dao Foundation Establishment erupted out, causing Bazius to seem much larger than he actually was. All of a sudden, a huge illusory palm materialized in front of him, golden in color, which shot forward to block the incoming attack. Shockingly, he was single-handedly blocking the combined attack of 3 Mortal Dao Foundation Establishment cultivators. Du Lingfei stood there in a daze, looking at Bazius' back. It was almost like the world around her had vanished, and she was once again being chased by the Luotian clan. She seemed conflicted, and it was in that moment that her right hand, which was inside of her sleeve, suddenly turned a bit blurry. A moment later, it was back to normal, looking fair and fine like usual. All of this takes some time to describe, but actually happened in the time it takes a spark to fly off of a piece of flint. As soon as Bazius let loose his counterattack, massive rumbling sounds echoed out, and black cloud unleashed by the 3 assassins was crushed as if by an enormous mountain. As the boom echoed out, the ground beneath Bazius' feet cracked and crumbled. Everyone within about 30 meters of him staggered, and some of them coughed up blood. However, none were killed.